Yeah.
And we're live. Say hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I did notice we were just talking about
or...
ASL observers. Sorry to cut you off. And I think they have like individual observers for each player. Do you guys know that?
No.
I thought they had the main one, because I know StarCraft 2 is usually Shine, for example. So I thought ASL was the same thing.
Just have one observer? I thought each player had their own.
No, that's not why. The reason they have 2 observers, even in StarCraft, and they told us this in ASL, that's because of the, the bug sometimes, even in live. So the one observer, there's one observer that's just the main observer, and then they have one extra in the case of there being this bug, where the money starts.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought that was only a replay thing, not a live play thing.
No, that can be live as well. And then they can just switch to the second observer.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so they have one extra. That's why they have 2 observers.
That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do kind of like the way, like, they're really professional observers too. But I noticed they don't do the scroll thing that much. When they do, it's really calculated. Like, it's never like you scroll too far up and then you come down. Like, they're pretty.
That's like the rule number one that I've noticed from.
Nobody cares about the observing stuff, by the way.
But yeah, but it's.
To me, as an observer,
the less movement, the better. The
it's
less movement, the better.
It's interesting to me, so I kind of like treat it as a science in some ways. I try to come up with some like ways to differentiate my observing from other people. So introductions, I use like Shift Tab to change the colors. At the end, I think when the game's over in a live game, you get the congratulations end of mission statement, and I think it's cool if you zoom into the winning player really close, and because it's a live game, you'll see the workers still gathering minerals and shit and up close, and it's kind of cool. So small little stupid stuff that nobody really cares, but as an observer, you're always trying to keep things like interesting for yourself. So you find little things to kind of like innovate and change. But yeah, I miss all kinds of stuff all the time. Like in drops, robotics is already made, and then I like capture it. So there's all kinds of like mysteries when you're watching, I think, our streams, right? It's not like Zero. I don't know how he does it too, because it's nighttime for him. A lot of times I'm observing it's during the daytime and have more energy, but he's just on it, man. Like he gives you everything as it's making. It's amazing. It's a different style of observing too, for sure.
Yeah, yesterday, I think you might saw the final.
No spoil. Well, you can probably spoil stuff here because people watch VSL, obviously. But
in the VSL, he was observing yesterday.
Yeah. You know what? When you told me that you guys were going to be using his account, I thought you would be observing or something. But it made sense. Yeah, as soon as I saw the observing style, I was like, this is Zero for sure.
Yeah.
He wiggles his cursor. I like how he casts as an observer too. Like he wiggles his cursor. Like, pay attention to this. This is important.
And
not to the casters, but to the viewers. Like he's actually casting through his observing, which is really fun.
Yeah, he really does, and he helps us, when he thinks we miss stuff and so on.
I think he's a great caster. He's a super humble guy. He makes fun of himself all the time, which is cool, right? Self-deprecating humor. But I do wish I could get more Zero casts, or if he joined the caster sometimes and just like talked a little bit. But that might be too much asking from Zero.
Observing and casting at the same time is.
He hard. Also mods the chat. Like it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
I have monitors too, but there's no way I can like keep up with what's going on in chat. He like talks in chat. He says hello. He laughs. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think sometimes when I cast, when I'm I am myself, I need to both cast and observe and talk at the same time, and also.
Yeah, you're really good at that, actually. You know what?
You think so?
I couldn't cast and observe. I can barely observe. Just doing that. Of course. Big shout out to Kix as well. Great observer, caster. Sham, I think, used to observe and cast, right? CPL, do you guys have... Is the Observer talking? Or I think the Observer doesn't talk, right?
The Observer is almost like 99% of the time also whoever's running the stream and who's ever casting. We don't have dedicated observers.
Right?
Okay.
Saetzero, we don't have enough people, man.
Oh, sorry. Are you a CPL caster, Site?
Yeah, I'm one of the casting coordinators, so behind the scenes CPL stuff. Tried to keep it all together. Me and the Blimer are the main two that keep like all the casting stuff organized and happening.
Yeah, I never been that into CPL, but maybe I should, because it's too much to have everything at the same time sometimes.
And you said you needed to improve too, right?
Yeah, maybe I should be a part of CPL then.
I got a feeling ViR is too
ViR,
good
you can
for
also
CPL
coach
to play.
people.
Yeah, you can coach probably.
It's a gratifying thing to coach people. Help out.
What's your MMR, ViR? I can tell you if you have to coach.
1800.
Actually, no. I think you might be able to play at the top.
Because you guys get like F and D rankers, right? I know there's Rookie Star League as well, but I think a lot of newbies come to CPL too.
Yeah, but I mean, we got people that are definitely up in there MMR wise. So, like, I think that might be in Tier 0 range, or assistant coach, which plays in Tier 0.
Okay, yeah, maybe we can. When is the next season going to start?
Don't be asking for spoilers. We're on a break.
Oh, sorry.
We're trying to sneak out info here.
I didn't know. Sorry. Maybe you can send me a message and. So, do you think I can be part of it if I want to?
Absolutely. Always looking for volunteers to help out if they want to in any capacity, or people just to hang out. Always growing. I think the Discord last season got to the point where you can't see who's offline, which I think is if you get to like 1,000 members, you can only see people actively online. So it's like it's been growing every year. And it's going to keep going.
Hey, that's not confirmed, Red.
See what you did here? What's up, Bug?
Oh, I said maybe I could be a part of it and learn. I'm not going to cast it. They never asked me for the cast.
Well, all the people that cast for CPL are people involved in some capacity that just want to cast. You can volunteer anytime you want. There's no pressure.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about this later then. But of course, I want to cast and stuff. But I thought that was to improve me a bit. My game.
You can improve if you're just casting.
Yeah.
I've been a couch StarCraft player most of my StarCraft career. I've only played like 2 seasons of CPL, and that's basically the entirety of my StarCraft playing.
It was a good run, man.
Yeah.
Are you from StarCraft 2?
I played StarCraft 2 about 8 years ago or so. Yeah. Back when it was Heart of the Swarm, but that was all. I haven't really played it much since then.
Bug is a Zerg player. Sayet is a Protoss player or enthusiast. ViR plays Zerg as well. Just letting you guys know, I guess, your race preferences.
We got a little bit of a Zerg. Hey, Ox, what are you now? Weren't you?
I used to play Protoss. It's funny, when I go into Discords, people give me the Protoss roles. I don't know why. Maybe because when I came back to the scene, I noticed there's a lot of like anti-Protoss stuff, and I think it's probably from Artosis' stream as jokes and stuff. But it's also taken on like propaganda levels. So I would complain about it. Maybe people thought, oh, he must be.
It was kind of that way in StarCraft 2 as well, to some extent. But it depends. StarCraft 2 changes based on the patches, so it's definitely had some.
I think Protoss has like from day one, 98 ViR. Like I know Zerg had that orc appeal, like in Warcraft. People wanted to be different, go with Zerg.
Mm-hmm.
That better not be ViR. Fucking ViR, man! I told you you're banned from cheering. No more cheers from you. No more gift subs from PewDiePie.
Yeah, but I need to use all the cheers that I bought. So I wanted to, and I wanted to.
Your
and
stream.
I wanted you to be angry.
Can you stream? Can you cheer yourself?
I don't know.
You should try it. And of course, like VSL, CPL.
Yeah, I will not do it.
What I was gonna say
is, I just wanted to do it because you told me I couldn't.
You're a revolutionary in that sense. Protoss has really cool lore. They were all about like honor and loyalty, and they just had such cool units and cool looking structures and shit. You know, StarCraft 2 really had some badass promotional videos. You guys remember those? And Protoss just looked fucking
the trailers,
amazing.
especially the trailers for like when a new game comes out. That like the first opening cinematic for all three games is so good.
I love the Protoss ones though, man. Like the fucking Templars morphing into an Archon. And you know, when we saw back in '98, there were little debates between us nerds about like what race is truly the most powerful. This is while they were still balancing shit. A spawning pool cost 150. We were like, okay, so we have mind control, we have storm, we have stasis, we have recall, all the Protoss were.
Yeah,
We're so assured that this was the dominant race.
They are the dominant race. I played a 55-minute game today, CVP. And what happens? Yeah, the thing that always happens. We almost mined out all the map, but Protoss could go for just Archon and Tempers in the end. Of course they win.
But isn't Protoss at a disadvantage? Like ZVP historically, Protoss was disadvantaged, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah.
Like back in the day.
Yeah.
Isn't it still
it was
the
back
same?
then and even now.
It's all
It
meta,
still
though.
is.
Depends on what like build hit, because it was like Protoss was bad until Bisu was good, then Zerg was bad until they figured out how to deal with it.
But I mean, in the long run, gas is like it's never-ending gas. You know, because gas, you can always mine gas all the game, and temper costs 50, and you have enormous amount of gas, so they can just make tempers and archons.
And they're A moving. I mean, you have that like mobility, right? Zerg. I don't think you guys even hotkey your. You know, when you have huge armies like that, I don't even know how you move around with so many Zerglings and Hydralisks.
Some do, but you can't hotkey all of them. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I know that's one thing for me. Like, for my play, I have my starting hatch rate 4, and I should switch it to 5, but I done it for 20 years, so that means I can have army on 1, 2, and 3, and I should have army on 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that is like a huge thing that I'm thinking about doing and switching, but it feels so weird to switch it around. So I'm not.
I actually
really
play
sure
with offset hand. I play with offset hand, so I actually have my index finger where it would naturally hit 5, and then like my small finger would naturally hit like W. So actually, wait, no, I take that back. It's my index finger would hit 6. So
that makes sense.
Like pinky finger hits S for like larva, so I can like hit pretty much the whole keyboard pretty easily. And I set like M to force move. So like for my Mutalisk micro, I have like Z as patrol, M as move, so I can just kind of like tap back and forth with my Muta micro. Plus, I can hit all of the hotkeys on the key, all the numbers for hotkeys.
Did any of you guys want to join the replays? I think some of you said you wanted to watch the screen share, but you're welcome to join the replays if you like.
I'll watch screen share just so I don't start gasping about something you guys can't see.
So, yeah, I think everybody's just watching the Discord screen share. We are going to get into the first match, and Sayed is going to say their names and introduce them. Who we got, Sayed? Who's playing first?
I believe that first match is Dewalt and we just went over this.
You can do it, man.
Qiaogege.
Do you guys know who that is?
Yeah. He just lost to Mihu in BSL 3-0.
Oh yeah, that was
Mihu crushed that person.
So we're favoring Dewalt here for this series. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, in almost any series, aren't you favoring Dewalt?
Yes.
Do you guys know what MMR? So this guy's from China. He's recently integrated with other foreign events, BSL. Isn't he like 2500 MMR? Like he's a super strong Protoss 24.
I would like to see a good players come out of China. They I haven't really seen a strong one since when was the last time? StarCraft 2 had a few strong Chinese players, but I know with that Zotac Cup there was
we've seen like Mihu, Terran, Jedi, Zhao I think is another Zerg, if I'm not mistaken, a few of them. Big shout
no
out
one like
to
high up there, like who can.
Yeah, I know a
Oh,
couple for
actually-
StarCraft 2. StarCraft 1, the last one I remember, his username was just all numbers, but then I think he got like caught cheating on the TSLs or something.
Oh man.
I'm not sure about that, but it sounds familiar.
I think he nicked in BSL ladder stage. He nicked as Pretty Girl or something, and then he was 2489 in the BSL.
Well, looks like
So
we're
that's
getting
quite
into the
high,
first
though.
game, though. So, in the top right, in the olive Protoss, it's Best T, which that should be Qiaogege. And then in the bottom left, in that pale blue, it's everyone knows him. It's Dewalt.
Yeah, and I think they might be a bit of lag then. I'm not sure what turn rate they play on, but I think it's like 14 or something. So that
Maybe.
it's a factor in this.
I mean, China to the Europe though shouldn't be like terribly bad.
No, I think it's 14 low or 16 high or something.
Although DeWalt is in Siberia, he gets decent ping with Korean, so I wonder if it might be higher than that.
Oh, maybe.
Right? Because he does use a VPN. He plays against Koreans all the time. He played in some
Didn't he
Korean
live in-
leagues.
Didn't he live in Korea for a bit?
He may have. I think I heard that before too.
Yeah. Dewalt is like a player that I never really get because he's so freakishly good sometimes, but it's like he's never really taking that really big step and winning the. It was a long time since he won the BSL.
Like consistently, like Bonneth, right? I think I would agree when it comes to event performance. It's just a different kind of like pressure and consistency that you have to show.
Yeah, and even when I saw Dewalt versus the Korean pros, because we saw some of those games have been casted, and he's not really doing it when he plays them.
I don't think like historically speaking, tournament performances are indicative of just basic skill level. I think there's a lot more that goes into being successful at a tournament besides
Right.
just raw skill.
It's a cool debate to have.
Not to take away from the these players and how much work they have to put in, but I mean, even like when you take Korean pros, like if you look at their ladders, the guys at the very top oftentimes aren't actually giving consistent performances in ASL.
Is that right?
Like Shine's one of the very top, but I mean you wouldn't usually favor him.
Yeah, like that's definitely an example of a player that's more strategically. That's where they find the advantage rather than mechanically. But a quick little shout out since we are watching them anyway. Dewalt rating with the nice party.
Oh,
of
shit.
62. Well
Nice, man.
appreciated.
Thanks
Welcome.
a lot, Dewalt. But that's one thing that I noticed. I thought that Dewalt could actually beat Shine, but they played a best of 9 series, and I think it went 7-2. And the games that Dewalt won was some type of rush play from him.
Mm-hmm.
In the standard play, he got really crushed versus Shine, actually. And that
first game
surprised
coming
me a
out here
bit.
from
Shine is
Dewalt.
not really the like top gear pro. So I thought that maybe Dewalt would have a great chance of winning against him, but yeah, it was really hard for him.
Yeah, I think Shine's one of those players who's actually very, very strong, but he doesn't do as well with the little incremental leads. Like he'll make small little mistakes that cost him, and so you think of him as a cheesy player, but he's actually very strong. He's got probably some of the best just decision making and strategizing in the game. It's just his mechanics don't quite give him the edge to where the mining and efficiency and not losing a unit here and there. So I think that's kind of the reason he tends to be more cheesy in tournaments, but still very, very strong player.
Yeah, seeing our first real divergence between two players. Didn't really even talk about the game, but it was just one gateway core getting range, nothing crazy from either side. We are getting the divergence. Looks like Qiaogege is going for one gate robo, maybe adding on gateways later, and we got the early nexus from Dewalt. Going to rely on his strong defense to get an edge.
Yeah, he's going up. He's getting his third gateways faster. Dewalt is. So I mean, we'll see what the timing is from Zhao, but Zhao GG. I don't know if I should just drop the GG at the end, but but
Yeah, definitely rolls off the tongue better. So I'm
right.
really doing it.
But if I mean, I
Yeah,
would favor Dewalt in an engagement unless he just grossly mispositions his dragoons. I would favor him with this.
Yeah, this looks
much
very
higher
good
count.
for Dewalt, not just because of his early nexus, but also we can see that Zhao is not going for Reaver; he's going for Observer, and the Reaver will be quite late, so there will be a lot of goons before the Reaver even hits. So, and
Yeah,
we
he's
also
also
see
opted to
that.
make. Oh, I'm sorry. Finish.
Yeah, sorry, it's not a timing from the Chinese player. It's more of he's just safing up with Nexus, and then after that he's safing up with Observer. So he's not going to push him quite hard. So this is very good for the Dewalt in how I see it anyway.
Looking
Yeah,
at the,
absolutely a big lead for Dewalt, the way these openings played out. But it's just, I like this looks like a game one from Zhao as just, let's do something a little safe, just getting the one gate robo expand that puts you in a decent spot if like like things don't go crazy awry, and Dewalt really taking advantage of that with this early build,
Yeah.
skipping the tech for the fast nexus.
now,
Is this
Zhao
best of
should have the
5 or
advantage
best
here,
of 7?
but
Or?
yeah, but I think Dewalt's skill checking it here is just going to see like, okay, can you control this? And I mean, walking into the choke, Dewalt is just better focus fire. I mean, the Reaver's going to come down. Game's not going to end now, but this is severe damage.
And still, yeah, big move here. Managed to reset the Dragoon count. That's an easy way to just make sure that you're not going to be in any kind of like real pressure from a counterattack, especially since we see the Reaver, but there's no shuttle yet. And Dewalt can see that as well. So knowing like when this Nexus got time, not seeing that shuttle early on, I don't think Dewalt has to worry at all about any kind of big counterattacks. So he can just take the early lead he has, and you can see just he's backing up, doesn't want to put himself in any weird situation. Just defend what he's got and not even worry about it.
Is this
And
best of 5 or best of 9, or what is this? Yeah, best of 5.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of these sort of half committal strategies. He got tech, but his army's weaker. He got a later expansion, and he put on no pressure. Zhao did. So he's sort of in this weird position where he got pressured, he lost, he took a bad trade. His economy is also weaker. I would like to have seen him go for a little more committal one way or another.
Well, it's
I
not
feel
really.
like-
It's not as much the committal from Zhao's side of it. It's more Dewalt was willing to go. I'm getting my fast expansion. I'm getting gateways, and he skipped Robotech. He skipped observers. He just loses if it was DT play.
Oh yeah.
So willing to make that commitment on Dewalt's side, I'd say is much more indicative than what we saw. Because one gate robo and to try and get an early expansion, that's not like uncommon. It's not some kind of like you're not making a decision either way. It's very middle of the road. I think Dewalt cutting a couple corners here yielded some really big results.
Yeah, we can just say one thing, that if it would have been some type of DT play, Dewalt would just have instantly lost this game. So it's very risky to do what Dewalt did. But maybe he knows about this person that he plays, and he thinks that it's okay, and he didn't see that many DTs. But of course, if this would have been some type of DT play, he would have been straight up dead.
Yeah, but I like Dewalt here. He has the advantage. It's both sides tried to hold those high ground pods. Dewalt's going to immediately enforce them back. Much bigger ground army. Still has to worry about these Reavers that are walking through, but finds a pretty decent concave, forcing Zhao to come out and try to take the fight. And it looks like, the shuttle's barely going to live too. It's still good for Dewalt, so many units, but these Reavers show exactly how strong they are.
Yeah, really nice Dragoon spreading from Dewalt though. I mean, not very many of those Scarab hits hit like large numbers of Dragoons, so I don't know, Dewalt getting a little risky with his Reaver here. Wow, really nice dropout. Dewalt definitely gonna clean this up.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't-
just look though. It's like this is such an even trade. Dewalt, he's got a little bit left over sending in reinforcements now, but Zhao does have more gateways finished up. He's can start putting pressure on here, but look at that probe count from Zhao. He really cut probes. So like, even if this like Dewalt can't get big damage on here, he's still so far ahead.
Yeah, this is over. He's breaking.
One interesting thing though, when we were talking about the DT play, I'm not 100% sure on the timing there, but I think a lot of the reason DeWalt pressured at the natural was simply to force Zhao's hand, sort of say like, hey, if you have DT tech, you've got to defend with them now, or I'm just gonna kill you.
I think it was a bit too late. If it would have been some type of DT rush.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why I got scouted.
Yeah,
early.
I don't know the timings that well myself, but
But I must say, one thing that's really surprising here is that the place where the Chinese player took the fight, I can't really see why you want to go out in the open when you have the Reaver advantage. He had 3 Reavers, and he took the fight out in the open. Why didn't
Well,
he?
you have to though. Like that's one of the biggest things about Eclipse. Like if the Dewalt just got outside the natural here, it's so bad trying to leave your natural. You're against such a nice open concave. That's why we saw it before all that really started. Both players postured up on their high ground pots because
Yeah.
you just need to be in a good position. If your opponent could just freely march across the map and put you in that bad spot, it's so difficult to get out of it.
Yeah, but my point is why he took it instead of taking it at the high ground for his high ground. I mean, he took it downstairs in a big open field.
we see DeWalt here going for the classic kill move here. He's added on 3 more gateways and getting Zealot speed, so probably going to see several rounds of Zealots come out here. Well, I don't know, this is kind of a weird timing.
Oh, this high ground though is going to do so much work. Zhao is trying to muscle it through. The Reavers are still good on both sides. I think the Dewalt did end up losing one. Has to back off here. I'm very surprised how well that went for Zhao.
Yeah, looking at that, my initial thought was to think Zhao's got the advantage, but then I thought, well, no, wait, DeWalt's got high ground, so I think maybe DeWalt also was just sort of thinking maybe the high ground advantage was a little higher than, a little bit more than it really was. So he's still got a 20 supply lead, DeWalt does, but I'm not sure exactly what it is.
It's all in workers.
It's all workers, yeah. And I think Zhao knows that. He hasn't made probes in so long, trying to force something to happen here. With a lot of speed zealots here, the Reavers have to be very careful. One does end up going down. DeWalt's going to try to force this back. But see, just like I was saying, that high ground is so important. So Zhao could just retreat to that very freely here. And I think the wall was trying to transition into the storm, but has not really made the Templars or had the time to do it.
And both players
Bit
just
sloppy micro
brawling.
there with the Reaver from the wall to leave it alone upstairs.
And I can see in the production tab that last sign of, oh man, I need some muscle. When you're morphing Archon straight up, that's the worst feeling. You don't want to ever be doing that, but I mean, he's got a lot of gateways. If he can hold on, it still has that big worker lead. Is eventually gonna like get him a much bigger supply lead. You see, it's slowly gonna grow, but Zhao trying to be aggressive. We'll see if we can push it through.
What I love here is in the middle of this fight, the ball just drops a Nexus at 3rd expansion. And we have no map presence at all for Zhao. He's entirely committed in this corridor in the middle of the map. He doesn't know what's going on. Oh, gets the shuttle.
I mean, that is the map presence though. Like I was saying, if you're trying to get out of your natural, like if you get posted into that area and really contain it, Dewalt kept moving out, making sure he couldn't do it. So finally retreating back, Dewalt has a little bit of a force. Not enough to really attack through, I don't think, but still, he did start that 3rd Nexus and just gonna keep waiting, keep letting this lead grow a little by little. As you can see, that supply count really starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, I think
It looks amazing if we look at the wall's map presence with the pylons and the observers everywhere. It's really nicely placed. He can see all the movements everywhere.
they're very strong.
Oh, the shuttle goes down though. Was there anything in it?
He dropped the Reaver just before he died.
No, that's not so bad then. Still, I think defender advantage could be hard, especially that Reaver popping up. Dewalt is going to just keep forcing trades. If you can keep resetting their army, it's not like Qiao can go through. Whoa, if you can get that Reaver, he's trying to retreat
his
so
Reaver,
far.
Oh man. Yeah, his Reaver didn't make very many shots there. I think if he had microed it a little stronger, the game was pretty much a wrap anyways, but I think he just... I commend him for staying in there. I think he could have microed slightly stronger, but I don't think it would have changed much.
Well,
So,
some
yeah.
of those fights were close though, so
Oh, yeah.
definitely Zhao like a little bit better on the Reaver if you can snipe out a shuttle. Like that's the thing about PvP. That's like you can have a big worker lead, you can be in a good spot, but like a little bad micro, you get caught trying to transition like from Reavers to Templar or adding on the gateways, and even in a spot where it looks so clearly bad, it can really get out of control quick.
Well, nice
Must
clean
say-
game from Dewalt there. Yeah, look forward to see how he does in the next few.
It looked very weird in that attack where Zhao came back when Dewalt had the high ground. I was like, this looked very good for Dewalt, and then everything, it looked like some reversed ramp or something, because the upstairs fight that killed everything there, and it looked really hard for Dewalt there for a second.
Yeah, I think that fight, while it looked really big, I think a lot of the wall stakes were just a little too far back and wasn't actually participating in the fight. So that would be the only way I could think of why it didn't go as well as it did. But you know, going into game 2, DeWalt did win game 1. We'll see how things go from there. We're on Ascension this time in the 12 o'clock in the yellow for us. This is DeWalt.
Yeah.
And at the 4 o'clock in the white, we have Qiaogege.
And if you listen to Scan when he talks about that 12 o'clock position, you can actually, if you take the top stairs probes there, you can actually get them to mine really efficiently. But we're not seeing that from DeWalt. Scan is talking that is so extremely huge this just on this map that it's almost unplayable, he says. If you do it correctly with the optimization, you can have the Nexus or the hatchery or something out so much earlier, but it's not doing it really right now.
Have you guys ever noticed the like black goo underneath the mineral patches?
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it.
Oh, can you zoom in
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to show like the crystals are growing out of the soil or something. Which
Yeah, I
is kinda
just noticed it
strange.
recently.
I know, I always thought these crystals were just sort of static, but when you've got the like dirt there, it makes it look like the crystals are growing.
Well, to be fair, I never notice anything. I don't play on the regular graphics. I'm a cardboard boy.
Carbot's good.
You play on Carbot, right? Yeah.
I love it. I still love
Oh,
it.
yeah. I love it too. They might actually.
They might. Some of these weird maps that they look good in the normal graphics because the way things translate, some of the maps don't look super great in that. But it is what it is, you know.
Well, we all know Carbot is pay to win, so you can tell what kind of you can tell the difference between lurker eggs and regular eggs.
Yeah, that made I'm so angry when I told him that.
Well, can you see a difference?
Yeah, very, very easily. Incredibly easily.
How?
It's like in Carbot, a lurker egg is like 50% bigger and different colors.
Okay.
It's super out of control.
But in normal StarCraft, there are no difference, right?
Correct.
No, I'm not
They're
gonna
the
tell
same.
them.
Oh, but that's
You-
okay.
much
So
the
if
only
you
thing
go
you
for
can
the
do-
cartoon mood, you can actually see the difference. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing you can do in regular graphics is you can tell approximately what order the eggs were morphed in, because if they were made together, they would pulse together. But apart from that, there's no real difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Because that's a
Uh,
huge thing. If you can notice, if there's
Ooh,
sometimes you
look at the
really
wall,
morph
though.
your
yeah,
because sometimes you morph them between aside of your hatchery just because you don't want them to know that there are lurkers out.
So for those out there who may not know, if you see one base air weapons start first upgrade, That's probably just a bait to make it look like you're going cyber range, correct? Or is there are we going to see
A
some sort of
hundred,
scout rush?
100%. Because you can see, with both players having the scouts in the base and the same gateway count, if your Dragoon range at this level is not at the same time, there's some shenanigans. There's something going off here. So Dewalt, it did manage to fake it out, got the scout out of his base, and we're gonna see some DT play here. Which I think if Xiao goes for the same kind of build, he should have the observers on time. And yeah, it looks like we are gonna get the same opening from Xiao. So Dewalt gonna have to get something done. I think we'll see how it ends up working out. But it's still, you get the DTs. It's an easy way to secure expansion. Definitely not have if servers are on time.
Yeah,
So
but it
Zhao-
depends a bit. Maybe he will go for a drop DT. I'm not sure. Sometimes, one problem sometimes if you take your first observer and you go to scout with it, and then and then the DT just walk around it.
That's what Zhao did with his first observer. He just went straight to Dewalt's base. So if he does that again, and I don't recall if he made a second observer immediately or if he started the Reaver. So if he goes one observer and Reaver and then scouts with his observer, this could still work.
Well, there is going to be a point, because for the first game, Zhao did loop a probe around the top side of Eclipse and managed to get there to see the Nexus. So that does kind of write off some possibilities. So we'll see what it ends up being here. So you see there's that probe moving out of the middle of the map so it doesn't get caught in transition. So if you can get back in and see the big info, that would be really huge.
Yeah, this is a really good timing, actually. Like, man, I don't know if he planned it this way, but this luck is just insane.
I think
Not
this
the
is
same as
game.
game one. It's the same thing as game one, but I don't know. We'll see how this ends up going. DT is about to finish off here.
Oh, no.
That probe.
He sees it there. No, he didn't see it. He didn't see it. He saw the robotics.
Oh yeah, but you see when you see the forge, you know, like you know what's happening here. So we'll
I'm
see.
not sure. I'm
Okay.
not sure he knows.
Best is moving out. I mean, not Zhao's. Okay, good. He's not chasing. I was gonna say if he moves out here, this is bad.
You can see Zhao does make a second observer. Yeah, like seeing that forge is the dead giveaway, because when you go to the early DT, you get the forge because that's your
Oh, was
detection
that a
against counter
forge?
DT.
Sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah,
robotics.
No, he didn't. It was a forge. So he saw the forge. He didn't see the Templar, but he doesn't need to. You kind of have an idea what's going on here. So Dewalt, it's like the observers will be up. Both players' Nexus timing isn't that bad in comparison this time, but there is that big tech lead for Dewalt. He will have easier access. So I'm expecting to see Zhao get some reverse, try to make an attack sooner rather than later.
Oh, this looks so bad now for Dewalt, actually.
Well, he has the cannons up.
Yeah, but
Is
look at
there a
all that.
reason there?
Yeah, but he doesn't have. He only has a one worker lead, so I don't know.
It's just look at how much space there is to get into the main. It's so hard to defend against Reaver drops here. Oh, the DT sees it. That's actually so huge. Great move there to get the vision.
Why did he shake there? It's like this is some other level play. Who is like, oh, maybe he will small drop me with Goon Reaver. I'm better check it out. That's amazing.
This is like, you know how everyone complains that PvP is a coin flip and completely random? There's a lot of players, especially like the mid or low levels, it's like, this matchup's impossible. But you can see, like, Dewalt knows the timings, knows it's like, alright, if he did this, it's probably around here, getting something on the map to get some kind of vision. Like, just being able to mitigate a lot of this with knowledge of when things should be, it will give you so much more extra information.
I think a lot of that coin flipping nature, it comes more so from just the first couple minutes as well. Like, did he go 2-gate or did he go just first Nexus or something?
I remember a game when Flash tried to go for this random strategy, and he played Snow, and Snow realized that he was going for this strat that we see right now from Dewalt, and I love how he responded to it. He directly when he saw it, he went 3-gate Goon and he just pressured the front directly. Like,
was it the game where he was like down in supply and he still beat Snow because he had the?
Yeah,
that's the hidden expansion game, right? In the corner.
Yeah. Very strange game it was, but he really pressured him, and I like that strategy when you go for the 3-gate. Oh, let's see the drop here. Okay. it didn't work.
I think if he had checked his buildings, he might have been fine, because there's only one goon there. I mean, a Reaver can kill a cannon in, what, 2 hits, or is it 3 hits? I think it's 3.
Yeah, but he had he could storm that directly if he dropped it.
That's
so.
true, that's true. Without shuttle speed, you wouldn't really try that.
Well, he's about to have shuttle speed real soon, so we can see if there is that other thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he cuts right through the middle, as you see that the shuttle is going right around. This will be a little bit harder, but Dewalt is aware of the threat. Has Dragoon just kind of chilling a little bit of everywhere, so we'll see if we can get something in there. Well, you can see both players still pretty even on workers. That Qiao's supply lead is starting to grow a little bit, so who's going to make that next move? If it's going to be adding on a lot of gateways prepping for attack, or there's Qiao taking third next over on the right side.
But I still think Dewalt is in a great spot, not because of the supply count, but because he is higher in the tech ladder. If you see my point here, with Templars, he's getting the +1 going and so on. I think that he will be very good because he can straight up go to having a lot more Templars. He can go for Templar drop. He's got everything in point here, Dewalt. So I think this is great for him. But he can't stay forever because we see that the third is coming out for GG.
We'll see what it ends up being for sure. I like what I see a little bit from Qiao, though. He did make a couple DTs. I wonder if he's going to try to drop the sneak those into the base or just use those as that third expansion control. But now these cannons going to make the rally a little bit difficult. Dewalt is going to try to move out. He just finished up Zealot speed recently, and he's got Storm available, so definitely a powerful army. But Qiao's got the high ground, going to poke at these Reavers. A lot of time he can buy right here, and that's just going to buy time for the Nexus to get up and running.
I would like to have seen Qiao GG, and again, this is a lot to ask on taxing APM, but I'd like to have seen him not give up so much ground.
Hey, did you see that?
I'd like to
go back to Qiao's base.
Yeah. Okay, so I saw the double DT, and I thought maybe he's just trying to look for a backstab or mix him into his army somehow, but okay.
Did you guys
What's he
see
gonna
the
do?
clip? Did you guys see the clip where Oija in a fight with PVC, where he used mind control on Overlord when he didn't have any observers?
That's
Amazing.
actually sick, but I'm guessing there's a clip, I think it was from an ASL, where the Dark Archon, just having feedback available is a really good way to deal with a small number of High Templar. Actually, especially good for drop defense, so I think that's going to be the move we're going to see if it's anything at all, which it's still wild just to see it. I'm kind of rooting for Qiao. He's being an
Feedback
animal.
is basically like cast range is basically the length of your screen. So
The OEG thing is funny because he never gets observers in PvZ. And he went out of his way to get mind control. So it's like, might as well make a robo, man, and get some observers. But that clip was
I'd love
funny.
to see some. I mean, I know this is probably just for feedback, but I mean, I'd love to see mind control on some
On an
Reavers
Overlord?
or something.
No, there's nothing worth it in this. Like, maybe you get the shuttle Reavers on it, but that's still insane.
Whoa,
We
that's
haven't
a
seen
nice
research.
storm. All the units just, yeah, Dragoon's bad unit.
Yeah, sure, why not? You can see there's that
Oh.
feedback, just making this a little bit harder, trying to repel Dewalt's attack here, and still getting some decent storms off, but Dewalt down on workers a little bit at this point. Artist supply still even, later third Nexus, but I think this is a game that's like PvP. If you get those third bases up, this game could go on for quite a long time. And on a 3-player map, that we're gonna have to shift our focus on who's gonna get control of that third main at some point.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching some sort of Legacy of the Void StarCraft 2 game here, where you got 2 players just kind of powering to the late game and just sort of trading with each other on casters and not really committing to.
Is PvP the best mirror matchup? Come on, guys.
I think so.
Like
Yeah,
I
so
love
too, yeah.
ZVZ, but it's all lings and mutas for like 5-10 minutes. Oh
ZVZ
shit!
can be fun to watch
grab
in
the
some
main.
ways, but it's not fun to play.
Yeah, and this is the kind of thing you do when you get that shuttle speed. That threat's always there. That 12 o'clock having so much open space. Like you can't just keep dragoons in a ring of vision around your base the whole time forever. So
No.
great move from Zhao to find what you can. If you can, I was like, if you can kill some of those upgrades, that'd actually be pretty nice here. And it looks like we're getting Dark Archons also. This game's sick. I love it.
Yeah, if you have shuttle speed, you should be using it. Like there's no reason he shouldn't be doing this constantly. But we see Dewalt here, like he's matching the base count, and I mean, Zhao was getting had map control for a while, and I'd like to see him try to use that to maintain a base lead. See, here we are. He is getting a fifth now, so.
Yeah, but like, honestly, I still kind of like Zhao's position because if he's being forward on the map, he's trying to be aggressive as this fight's starting to happen, catches some free units out here. So, but as Zhao's position in the middle of the map, I think it's a lot harder to. You can harass that top base, the fourth nexus of Zhao, but I think making a full attack is gonna be harder. Where if you look at the walls, I think it's probably a little easier to engage on that and find some opportunities with the army. Might not be in position.
Okay, what's the upgrade situation here? Okay, so we have 2-0 for him, and 3-0 is going to be done very soon for Dewalt. And also, one more thing, they are asking in chat how to donate straight to you. You don't have a donation button, and some people want to donate to you.
Yeah, guys, thank you very much. Donate it to ViR or CPL or BSL, which has a meta Streckle, or really Shield Battery. So those are like platforms that benefit everybody. They can, participate in them, and they could really use your support. Okay. So this is why PvP is the best mirror matchup. Like, how awesome does this fucking look, man? Come on.
Oh yeah.
It's a little confusing because it's yellow versus white. If you had a red blue,
if you go for blue versus red instead.
All right. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. Zhao GG's army is just kind of in a line perpendicular to Dewalt's army.
You're missing some action up at the top side as well. He's putting some pressure on the narrow bridge as well, which it's just hard to go through. So, but both sides did trade up a little bit. I think Zhao was about 15-20 supply at the beginning of that, so Dewalt getting a little bit better end of the defense, but still, 5th Nexus from Zhao was started before all this engagement happened, so again, Zhao trying to make the moves, keep that economic lead as he's got a little more probes, he's got an extra Nexus, and as this game keeps going on, I think it could be hard. If Zhao stays on the map and can keep putting pressure on, getting that next base for Dewalt will be difficult.
Yeah, a trade like that is good for Dewalt, but it wasn't catastrophic for Zhao. He doesn't. I think the big problem with what just happened was he lost Reavers. He needs to preserve his Reaver count. If he can preserve his Reaver count and then take trades kind of like what just happened, and use that to prevent or at least slow Dewalt's next expansion, he will almost certainly win this game. But
it looks
will he
like
actually do that?
Zhao is taking the move. He wants that other main. I love it.
Yeah, but Dewalt, he knows.
It's a sell it. Boo.
Yeah.
The problem right now for Dewalt is actually that we see Qiao being up one base. He has the small middle base there. But
there's not much complexity to Zhao's army though. He's got he's got 2 High Templar, whereas Dewalt has 5 or 6.
Oh,
this is just
a lot of Zhao's army is not involved in this fight. He actually is trying to force his way through. I think the production is what keeps the supply ahead here, but that fight wasn't particularly great. He's giving up value space in the middle of the map. Now that 5th base is going to be really hard to position yourself to protect everything at once. So Dewalt's taking control of the map a little bit here. And that's what he needs to do.
But I would like to see Dewalt actually make some Archons, because there are a lot of Zealots in the army of Qiao. So I don't really see why he's not having any Archon there.
Yeah, we actually, if we look in the future a little bit, you can see Dewalt just made over 10 Zealots, whereas a bunch of High Templar are coming out for Qiao GG. So if Qiao can actually get a good positioning and he uses all these Archons, he's got a decent chance to push through here. but positioning is going to matter a lot. Most of Dewalt's High Templar should be low on energy, so I don't think he's going to have
He's
more
trying to
energy
force up the
with
ramp,
Storm.
but it's a good engage from both sides. If Dewalt can get up in this spot, he can definitely get a nice surround. He's trying to force it, but he's not getting up the way he wants to. It's hard for him to get through the top side, and a lot of defense on the bottom. Again,
Yeah.
just units being traded, but you're closer to Zhao. He still has that extra base, so even trade's not what you're looking for here.
Yeah, actually, Zhao really taking this fight pretty well. He does finally get pushed back in the top. Archon's a little too clumped up there, and reinforcements from Dewalt coming in, but Zhao actually takes a really good fight there. And you look at the supplies; he's up 35 supply. Like, and Dewalt has not taken a fifth base, whereas Zhao could take a fifth behind this. Honestly, it's been never but if he can reposition in the middle here, Dewalt's not going to feel comfortable taking that fifth quite yet. And can we get a mineral check here to see like what
The mains are mining out, and Nationals still have a decent amount here. But
okay,
yeah, definitely. This is the phase where you gotta start thinking about that next base possibly. And I mean, you just look at the mini map. Where is the Dewalt's gonna go to take their next base that feels safe? You see, he's taking the middle here, but that doesn't feel good. That's not the base you want to be taking. So
yeah, we
definitely put
continue to
himself
see
in a
more
little.
Archons powering up here for Qiaogege as well. So, and I don't know, Dewalt really leaning into this heavy Zealot army. So I don't know, but he is going to try and put down this Nexus here. What are we looking at for upgrades on Qiaogege now? So it's 3-2 for Dewalt versus well, they're even now. Okay.
Yeah, there's
So,
been a
yeah,
lot
I
of
mean,
focus
this-
to catch up, so Zhao definitely did a good job. Taking a 6 Nexus as well. Little harassment from Dewalt, but big fight up at the top side. Like Zhao, if he can manage to work his way through the Zealots on the top side, it's just a lot of goons here. There's no Archons to help out. This might be a good attack. It's so hard to gauge when there's so much stuff like this. Getting things in position is very difficult here. Just another even trade, slight advantage for Zhao, but that's what it's been all game.
Yeah, I would like to have seen Zhao go for a look at this Probes fighting this Zealot. Oh, he just man.
For the greater
That's the
good,
worst.
man.
That's the
For
best
greater
kind of
good.
storm drop right there, where you just get you get your opponent to storm their own probes.
Well, I mean, probes
I
are
would-
not killing +3 Zealots. They're just never gonna kill it.
Yeah, I would rather see Qiaogege have just committed to controlling the middle of the map. He split his army again on this like high ground and didn't get a very good trade here.
Well, it's
If
really
best-
hard. Think about it though. Like if Zhao is in the middle of the map and threatening, that opens a giant door to go attack the fourth. Even just like a small amount of Zealots is all you need. So you really can't leave yourself this giant window here. But you see, Zhao is trying and now has that little high ground part in the middle and trying to force what they can here. Just so many units going through. Hard to get a full good scope of what's really happening.
Yeah, this trade actually looks really good for Qiaogege because he's gonna have fresh storms
Yeah,
coming
look
up
at the
right here.
supply. The
Yeah,
Wolf is really losing his macro here.
Oh man, yeah, he's
So
got
I
to
think
pull
this
back
is it might be over here. What's the upgrades?
here. They're even 3.
Yeah, they're
3-2,
basically even. Yeah, you see, it looks like Zhao's about to finish up and maybe get to 3-3, but it's really the attack you're looking for. And if you win a big trade like that in the middle, that could be the pressure for Zhao to go into that fifth base, try to wipe it out, while both sides try to get something back together. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen like Dewalt try to do some drops in some of these other bases or anything like that. It's just been so much action in the middle of the map, not trying to subvert, maybe pull your opponent out of position. I think it's really playing the Zhao strategy all game.
Without adding a bunch of Zealots here, I think he was just waiting for another macro round. He's going to try and squash this fourth. If this fourth dies, the game is over. See a few Dark Templar coming out for Dewalt here, just kind of a last-ditch effort, but there's observers. Yeah, I think we're going to see a GG here in a second. Really nice game by Qiaogege.
Yeah,
I was
but
a
that
bit
definitely-
shocked. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was a bit shocked in that game because it looks like the Wolf were really doing it, but then it was like you can actually see when the fight was going on, it looked a bit like his macro management wasn't really on point, and he got his fifth a bit later. So, yeah, I really thought that Dewalt were ahead there for a bit, but then everything just went to shit, and some of the engagement was uphill as well, that he really didn't use the high ground advantage. So a little strange decision sometimes there for Dewalt, but very good game from both of these players.
Yeah, but I think just a big part of that was trying to be in the parts of the map you want to be, and like just having that extra base basically the whole game. Zhao really playing into what he could do as far as what advantages he can get. But we'll see on Circuit Breaker, it's definitely harder. Harder to take some bases and feel real good about it. So we're going into game 3, see how it goes. In the bottom right, in the red Protoss, it's Qiaogege. And bottom left in the blue Protoss, it's Dewalt. Series tied up at 1-1 and going back to the classic map everyone's played for a decade and a half.
Hard to believe sometimes how old this game is now. I'm sorry, the game is timeless. How old we are.
No, don't. I came here for StarCraft, not Existential Crisis. Like,
Mhm. Oh man,
I want to get away from my problems, not be reminded of them.
I remember back when StarCraft had the best looking visuals out of basically any game available. At the
Yeah,
time.
it still looks super cool, right?
I'm talking classic graphics.
It's still playable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I still appreciate
Futuristic.
it even whenever they're dated.
Like,
but I appreciate
maybe
it.
even cooler than AoE 4 in some ways.
Yeah, they're
But it's
I
because
think
it's
one of the-
futuristic, right? AoE is more historical, that's why.
Yeah, I think one of the big things, the charms of the original look of StarCraft is it does a lot with a little. Like every kind of little sprite,
Yeah.
it has a purpose. It's not like a fluff. It doesn't try to be anything weird.
They
but
did something
there's nothing
special.
sloppy. Yeah,
For
there's
sure.
nothing sloppy. It looks cool.
SC2, like, it was the best example. I thought the Sunks looked so lame. They had that little
yeah.
whip. The Zerglings looked lame.
Oh yeah,
Like,
nothing
it
has the same
wasn't-
feel.
They didn't keep the same spirit, and they didn't build on it in some respects. In some
Yeah, I
other
feel like
respects, it's super cool, SC2, the stuff they got going on. But
Like in the original, every Zergling felt like powerful and scary. Every Marine felt like it had like an actual gun. But StarCraft 2 is
every
like...
master, they got arms, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
well,
yeah.
I mean, StarCraft 2, every time I play, I feel like I can actually play the game. It is a lot
Yeah.
easier to play. It has its own appeal for sure.
Yeah, that's.
I love
I
co-op.
don't take shots at SC2.
Co-op is
It's all
was
StarCraft.
a great feature that they added to StarCraft 2. Like the fact that you can just go play missions with your friends and there's new challenges. And
Yeah,
mods
that's
you
cool.
can get.
Right.
It's really fun, just kind of single player way. I do not like the multiplayer in StarCraft nearly as much. Like professionally.
They're really
and
community
whatnot,
oriented
but-
too in StarCraft 2, in case people don't know. Like,
Yeah.
crowdfunding and stuff. Like, it's not bad.
Yeah. It's
Oh, we're
a
getting-
fun
getting
game.
a
I play it more
different-
for the mods than the co-op though. It's
Yeah.
competitive RTS. It's definitely the first. It's Brood War. So, for me.
I played the Warp Prism drop of ViR that works all the time from 5 range.
You find the little smoke clouds in your opponent's main, and you just cannon rush them from behind the smoke cloud. Yeah,
Well, we see a little move. Dewalt did go for the early Zealot, manages to get a little bit of value out of it, scouting and feeling good. And Dewalt went for 2 gateway opening this time. So Dewalt definitely opening the bag of openings, trying to keep mixing things up. And Zhao has done the same opening every game. So I wonder, like, if this keeps being the trend, Zhao's got, like, this is my best build. I'm bringing my A game. I'm bringing the Thunder. And as I say that, here come more gateways. He's trying to make me look like an idiot. It's like the CPL curse. It'll follow me everywhere. If I commit to saying anything, I'm wrong.
And now we have seen something that's the similar from Dewalt. He's going for quite early Nexus all the time, but maybe this time he will really be punished because we see the 3 gates coming in here. So I'm not sure about this early Nexus here. We see cutting a lot of probes for Qiaogege, so this will be a committed 3-gate push here, I believe, and let's see if Dewalt can do anything to it.
No, remember he got the second gateway fast enough, so the unit production is going to be there at least for a while. And Defender's Advantage does make things a little bit easier. So, if Xiao tries to make this attack happen and he struggles to break through, I think it might be okay here. But it's just going to come down if the wall could buy the time he needs. So expect to see that Robo come down. There it is right now, and if he can hold on till that first Reaver shows up, that's really what we're looking for here. If Zhao can force the action to happen before then.
We see Zhao here moving out right on time to. Oh, wait, he's actually pulling back. Oh, I don't think you should have. Ooh, because now Dewalt's going to see this goon count, and this probe's just buying time.
Well, he didn't get close enough to see the Nexus. That's the big thing. If he sees the no Nexus, he knows exactly what he's in for. That's going to be big pressure. The goon count like this stage, that could be 2-gate with a bigger production. It could be 3. It's a little less obvious to tell what's going on here. And Zhao is going to keep moving forward here. It looks like he has a probe position to get a Nexus soon as well. And we'll see, is it going to be enough?
Oh yeah, it's enough because that Sealer is doing so much work actually.
Yeah, the focus fire is pretty good from both sides. So you can see, even though that fight looked so good, Dewalt does manage to defend, gonna pull some probes, and again, just keep trying to buy time with whatever he can do. But I think he got stuck on the way trying to get that Reaver, so it is just gonna be gateway production. And reinforcements coming through for Zhao. He's getting some big damage done, and I think he might be able to crack this. It's gonna be super close.
Yeah, there's no Nexus though for Zhao. Like, he need just wait out for this next round. These, I think it's 2 goons, maybe it's 3 to arrive.
Well, the attack is done. The moment you make that Nexus, its attack's over. So he has to commit. It's 4-gate for Dewalt now, I believe.
Oh, that Sealer is making all the difference here actually.
He doesn't have a Nexus started though. Like Zhao, he needs more.
Yeah, but at this point, you can't. You can't. And he's gonna do it now. He's killed enough probes, try to catch up eventually. He does have a nice worker lead, and he's got control of that south part. If he kills off this Nexus, that's exactly what he's looking for. But he had to get this done. So,
he can't attack up his ramp though. He needs to just hold it. It's too late now. He gave up too much.
He holds it. Oh, let's see, more are there.
Well, not bringing all his goons down though. Okay, yeah, this attacks, yeah. Just no, what's he doing?
No, it's Peter. Yeah, you can see the reinforce is not nearly as strong. Dewalt has a lot of production, so I think you could, even if you keep trading units back and forth, you're not killing that Nexus at this point. And since Zhao did invest 400 minerals in their own, I think it's still a good move. They picked the right time to do it. They got the damage done they needed to. So definitely puts himself in a good spot. That supply lead basically works now for Zhao, and that Nexus should be done very soon if it's not already.
Yeah, that was successful. I mean, I think he actually could have played that cleaner still, and it actually would have. He'd still be at a slight military advantage on Dewalt's side of the map, but even with what it was, I think it was still successful as long as Zhao can stabilize.
Yeah, he's definitely stable. He's working towards the Robo now, so he's a little bit behind the gun on that, but he's got time, and he's definitely got the economy is the big thing I think you're looking for here. So,
can I ask you guys one thing?
Oh, go ahead.
You know when you play like a CVP, it's quite good to have some lings when you have your Hydras. So you make Ling Hydra. Can't you in a PvP make small amount of Zealots all the time when you do it? Because as we could see the last fight, when you have 1 Zealots, it's a huge difference. Why don't Protoss player make 2 or 3 Zealots when they?
Well, that's the biggest thing here is 1 or 2 Zealots is helpful, but before speed, early game you're at those really small numbers. We're talking 5, 6, 7, 8 goons. one more Zealot is one less goon, and that makes the target fire to kill the goons at 2 valleys instead of 3 just a lot harder. So it's just hard to justify when you can.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. I don't really understand. Oh, look at this engage from Dewalt though. This looks amazing. Oh, but now the reinforcement comes here from Zhao, and it all went to shit. It looked well in the beginning, and then everything just got mixed up here.
Yeah, that was anytime you have your army in a line and an enemy comes at you on the end of your line, you should always run away.
But still, like, the game's still reasonably even, right? That worker lead for Zhao is slowing down. He is starting to get the tech up, so both players have a lot of the same options. I'm really just keeping an eye who's going to make that first move to go towards Templar. Or if they can make a good drop and kind of make use of some of this space in the mains, where it's like, if you're constantly fighting in the middle of the map, you can't have goons back at home ready to defend the drop. So we'll see who can find any kind of opening to get some kind of lead they can start leaning on, because right now it's just super even. Even though supply is really looking good for Zhao. Every time I look at it, it gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and we actually see gateway explosion a bit from Qiaogege going up to 6 gateways, so that's really nice. Let's see, Dewalt is at 4 gateways only. So, but I must say, this is like the opposite of the Zerg versus Zerg, you know. If you are behind in the CVC, it's almost over, but I've seen so many games turn in the PvP. And look, right now, Dewalt is actually in the lead in probe, so interesting turn of events here. But right now, he needs to get a good engage here. He has up the high ground, but he doesn't have any Reaver support, so let's see what happens here. This is very important attack, and I don't like this engagement whatsoever from Zhao. He's attacking up the high ground, but it's 2 Reavers as well, so maybe it will work out for him.
Yeah, the Reaver's the only reason Dewalt is not going forward and crushing that attack right here. They're just such a potent unit. If you can't get to them, if that shuttle's in a good position, it's just very hard to deal with it. But still, you can see Zhao try to get on the map. If you can get some space, you know, maybe that's the opportunity to get your next Nexus, but like, we saw this in the earlier game too. Zhao gets to like mid-30s, low 30s pro, so he's like, I'm good, man. I can produce out of my gateways. I don't need it anymore.
Dewalt actually choosing not to move back, but actually moving back into his position to counterattack. Maybe he wants to cut off reinforcements, and I don't know. Is this actually a good move though? Because this army from Zhao.
I think they go for the base race, and it's going to be much easier for Zhao to go in. Such a big army. He's going to have the Reavers to help out, and you can see Zhao immediately evacuates. He sacks the natural. He does not care. He's going to keep moving forward. Those pylons putting in some work, but is it going to be enough? Zhao has so much stuff.
Oh, Dewalt not microing his shuttle. That's bad. Okay.
Where's the Reavers of Zhao? Did he lost all his Reavers, Zhao?
Yeah, where are his Reavers?
He had 2. I think he lost it.
Oh, he pulled him back for defense.
But look at the supply count now. This is amazing for Dewalt, and Dewalt just retrieves. And now he's ahead in probes and everything. Wow. This looks very, very good for Dewalt.
I thought
he
Zhao was just going to push. Yeah, I thought he was just going to push with his Reavers and let the next Reaver that comes out use be his defense, but...
Oh, and look at this engagement from Dewalt as well, using the high ground, and now just killing everything, but the Reavers come in from behind, but they are very slow.
They're very far away. Not going to be involved in that fight at all.
Wow, Dewalt with the supply lead now. That's, really showing his caliber here.
Yeah, I think if Zhao didn't retreat with those Reavers to help defend and just went all in on the attack, you break it so much easier. But that second Reaver showed up for Dewalt on the defense just on time to help out. It doesn't lose the Nexus. Didn't even pull the pros to save him. So,
but it's shuttle versus not shuttle though.
Pretty good micro, and you can see the spread for Zhao pretty nice as well. His Reavers are doing what they can.
He lost both Reavers.
Oh, that was very sloppy from Zhao actually to not pick them up. And I think we saw that both last game and the first game that he actually is a bit sloppy with his reavers. We've seen that all of the games actually.
Well, both of these players are going to need a new expansion. I think they still have probably a few thousand minerals left in their main, but
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though if Dewalt goes for attack. He just killed 2 Reavers. He's got his away. He might be waiting for this one final production round. If he wants to move out, that's at least a good time to take your expansion. But honestly, you might be able to just move into the map and kind of put the real pressure on Zhao, force him to be able to defend you.
Do we have any upgrades from some of them? We don't, I believe, right? Oh, it's 0-0 from both.
I don't know about
No.
Reaver damage or anything. I don't think they upgraded that.
No.
No one gets the Reaver damage. It's so expensive.
It is,
Oh,
right? Is it
what does
250
it
or
cost?
200?
It's 200.
It's 200, I believe.
But
But
isn't
you
it
get
worth it in a long
the-
game like this?
And there's a range one too, I think, right? Or extra
No.
scarabs?
no.
No, the range one.
It's scarab capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can have 10 scarabs. instead
Imagine
of
the
5.
range one. Shoot across half the map.
Wow.
Oh, that'd be broken.
Come on, Blizzard.
No, they won't
No,
do
what you
it.
need is
Protoss is broken,
flying
we need
scarabs
it.
that no longer collide with objects.
Oh, look at this though. This is going to be pretty deciding here. Dewalt has some goons behind him. He's going to make the retreat a little bit harder here. But that is the army split up. He's going for the Reavers. Gets one, doesn't get the shuttle, so the other one does stay alive longer. Dewalt trying to fight on both fronts and taking a pretty big supply lead. The fight's going pretty well. That Reaver on defense might be enough to make Dewalt not want to keep going, but definitely a
That
good
Reaver
fight
shot-
there.
That Reaver shot from the wall was amazing.
Yeah, the other one crawled to its death. I don't know if there was something wrong with the map or it didn't have scarabs. Did you see how it just died?
Yeah. I love what they say in chat here, that what should be upgraded is the AI for the scarabs to not be
Yeah.
morons anymore.
Well, I
gonna
think
say,
a lot of
it's-
people would uninstall the game, like Terran players, if that
It's
happened.
it's such a funny design choice that they just thought, okay, so we're gonna give the Terran siege tanks that just automatically, instantly acquire target, but for Protoss, we'll give them these units that just kind of float towards their target and run into everything along the way.
It's
Oh,
a
but
lottery,
you
man. I
shouldn't
love it
complain.
with the scarabs.
As Zergs, we have Scourge, and they are the most stupid things on
Yeah.
Yeah, with those, I think you have to attack like behind the units, huh, for them to connect. I
the...
noticed
Oh,
some
it's
Zergs do
very
that.
strange. Oh, but look at this attack now. Oh, he's not open for the Reavers, though. So the Scarabs couldn't really get in there. He
Yeah, but-
needs to have a small opening here, but now he's actually going back quite far, and he will be upgraded, attacked from the high ground. This is not really a good spot here for Dewalt. Let's see what he can do.
It's still decent concave though, so Zhao trying to move forward. Those Reavers from him are staying untouched. That's good so far for this attack. Zhao is trying to trade units back and forth. This Nexus not being canceled. Dewalt has the confidence he'll make it through. The Reaver's still alive at this point, and a lot of Dragoons still available. I think you're gonna have to back up, lose the shuttle, lose the Reaver,
the
lose the
shuttle.
Why
other
did he
one.
leave
Oh
the-
no.
So many
Why did he
backs and
leave them
forths.
all alone?
I saw him try to pick it up. He actually picked him up, or tried to, and then like he just lost the Reaver and the shuttle. He's not. Oh, good. He does cancel the Nexus. Okay. So Dewalt does lose that, but at least he doesn't lose the Nexus.
Yeah, but we're getting pretty far in this game. Those mains are mined out now. Natural's got to be looking pretty thin at this point as well. Dewalt's trying to get control of this area. There wasn't a lot of goons in position, but again, those Reavers still doing so much damage, even without a shuttle to help
Wow.
micro. They're barely slugging their way across and microing.
This is what I've wanted to see Zhao do in all 3 games: is micro his Reavers. So, very good on him to do that here. The last 2 games, I felt like he was just losing Reavers. He would have not moved those Reavers at all, and they would have died. So, good progression here from him. So where are we at game state? Neither have taken a third. We saw Dewalt make the attempt and
get it shut down, but both are still pretty even on supply. Definitely a tech lead for Zhao. Zhao GG here. Who do you think is going to make the first move to expand?
I just think stylistically, it'll probably be Dewalt. He tends to be more comfortable going into these macro games, taking more expansions in PvP. We saw that a lot in his Battle for Ire set against Bondus. So I'm definitely not thinking about that. It's just when you're already not mining from your main, 400 minerals is a lot. It really matters. You can see Dewalt doesn't feel comfortable. He's actually trying to go into Templar tech, so that way he can just get something going here, add a new factor into these fights. Because you can see the Reavers getting him in position here is so difficult. Storms would be a lot easier.
Second Shuttle Reaver combo? Okay, no, he just flew back to his base for some reason.
Is this +1 gonna make a difference for Dewalt?
They're nice, but it's not any big critical kind of upgrade.
If he gets the Observer, that's actually pretty big. Like, I mean, that's he's having to make observers and not Reavers, and that means.
Yeah, but he did reveal his army positioning, and look at Zhao trying to go for the attack here. The Dewalt's army very out of position, and when you only have one mining base, like this is dangerous.
He just walks in.
Oh, I wanted to see him just walk straight up the ramp, but choosing not to. I don't know. I question this. Maybe he should have gone up the ramp.
I think you want to take out that base because Dewalt doesn't have the third, and he was in a pretty good position. I think some of the goons a little too far to the left, so Dewalt is trying to do what he can here. Reaver micro from both sides, still just who loses them first. Zhao's Dragoon count looking pretty decent. Defender's advantage might help here for Dewalt, but look at, there's no income. You can't mine anything right now. This is such a power move, and Zhao definitely gets the better end of the fight while he's still mining.
Can you actually talk about the defender's advantage when the army is standing where it was?
Archons. This is basically, as someone like to say, this is actually a game box fight right here. Archons fighting Zealots.
Oh, and the third is up.
Yeah, but there's
no
units, there's no income.
How did he take a third through?
No, that wasn't over. Why in the... Oh shit!
That was
not
over. That was over.
Was it?
No,
he wasn't mining, man. There's gonna be reinforcements from Zhao that are gonna roll on through.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if he knew.
He could have made some more Archons. I thought he should fight there.
Yeah, I thought
he had his third up.
I think Zhao was definitely slightly favored, but I mean he didn't. The thing we know that Zhao did not have a third base. I don't know if Dewalt.
Yeah, I've seen that from Dewalt before, him giving up too early.
Yeah. Well, at least it wasn't to a hallucinated army. Like that, I can still respect that, GG. So.
Wouldn't that have been amazing?
He'll never live that down. Poor guy.
Oh, but seriously, isn't that amazing?
The hallucinated
I want to
army?
see that shit happen.
I really want to see that. Like, I just want to go to play CPL, just troll and make an army of like hallucinated units and just make like 20 hallucinated zealots and do a run by into the Zerg main and watch them GG out.
Well, the only time we're gonna see hallucinate is to help arbiters get into a Terran base.
All right. This is Polypoid, isn't it?
Fighting Spirit.
Fighting Spirit. It's one of those 4-player macro maps. We'll figure it out later. I think it's Fighting Spirit. In the top left, in the blue Protoss, it's Dewalt. Currently down a game. He's got to keep it up. I know he can do it. And in the bottom right, in the yellow, it's Zhao GG.
That was a cool game on Circuit Breakers with those positions. And these guys just have like back and forth battles, which is really cool to see. We just want to see a bunch of units constantly made and dying, right? Going back and forth. So that really fit the description, I think, of a good game. You just didn't know where it's going to go. Oh, yeah. And all kinds of surprises. One player looked like he was ahead, right? And then it switched sides and then switched over.
Well, I just like that confirmation of, I don't feel I could take a third base. It's been 20 minutes. No, I don't feel safe yet. Yeah. And it's not just me.
Yeah, these are the best games to watch. You know, occasionally we'll have stomps. You know, Zergling 9-game series. Zerglings run by all like 8 of the games. You know, just
ZVC
I know
is
I'm gonna keep coming
intense.
back to that series.
I
but-
really love it. In PvP, I just love the Dragoons when they get all that goo out when they die. And the noise they make.
They have the best death animation, except maybe for Zealots.
Science Vessel is getting killed by a Scourge, the best sound effect in the game.
Yeah, that one's cool too.
True. It is very satisfying as a Zerg player. Especially when you get like 5 vessels. It's just, all cloned.
It feels real good here.
So, we see a divergence here though. That's the... What are we going to see here? Are we going to see early goon range pressure, or do you think this is going to be some sort of tech unit rush?
So I don't think it's anything like that. It's just going to be a different path, and you can see with him immediately going for the cross scout and getting it. So he confirms no proxy, gets to confirm where his opponent's at. I think Dewalt wants to put on pressure, but when it's cross map, it's so difficult. But still, we haven't seen this big Zealot kind of opening that you can transition out of. So he might be checking to see if Zhao's defensive is really notable. Because this is definitely the build. You get the 2 gateways, start pumping out Zealots. And then you can do whatever you want out of it, but it is really difficult to deal with, especially if there's a little bit of lag.
So we see goon range started here for, let's see, it's going goon range after all, okay.
Oh, DeWalt's actually going for the Nexus, not the gas. Interesting. Usually you see this and then it ends up being a gas a little bit, like around like 23, I think is the supply it ends up being. And then you kind of transition to your normal kind of stuff. But here, he's using the Zealots just to buy a little time, getting a super fast Nexus. And just putting pressure on Zhao, see if he can defend it. You can see with 1 goon here, the micro's got to be quite good.
And he's gonna block the ramp here. He's gonna block the ramp. Like if he can just like just sack the probe to get the goon caught. Like this is really scary. I mean,
I'm just amazed to see DeWalt do this expansion. The Zealots, he's getting the Forge. He's just trying something very different, a little old school. I love seeing it though. And I mean, he's getting good scouting info. He knows it's not anything crazy going down on
But now you're facing a few Dragoons. They're going to almost have range. You have in mind gas, so he's got cannons. That's what he needs.
Yeah, he's going to have cannons. He's got a much faster Nexus. I mean, you're totally okay throwing away some units to get an economic advantage as long as you don't have a rubber band to fetch them. That's what the Forge is for.
So you think this is a superior build from DeWalt?
I don't think superior build, but I think he played it better.
It's like really hard because now that he doesn't have scouting info, it's like you don't know, is it gonna be a Reaver trying to bust the front? DeWalt playing in the dark, and this is definitely not the build you feel comfortable doing that with.
Yeah, especially with that gas that early. Like, I mean, that gas could go into anything. He doesn't even know how much. I guess when the Zealots got in there, he saw the probe count on gas, and I don't know what it actually is right now. But the problem though is just like in PvZ, I guess in PvP cannons build faster, don't they? So.
No.
Really?
Misinformation.
I mean, I'm a Zerg player, but I feel for Protoss players. Those cannons take an eternity to build whenever you see that. You see the Hydra's hatch in the Zerg main, and it feels like the cannons don't finish in time still. So it's rough.
So we need faster cannons, right?
Yeah, I'm down for that. Patch the
only
game.
If they're cheaper. So I mean, I'm more expensive.
No, cheaper, faster. I heard it.
Cheaper and faster.
Is Blizzard beefed up Protoss? I think a lot of Terran and Zerg players would just uninstall the game.
Well, they just do like they do in StarCraft 2, where you get your Nexus gets a power, and what it can do is it can speed up other buildings. So you could just like choose to empower something. You know, I think Age of Empires 4 has done that build
Oh, you guys would be
strategy.
so pissed off. Like,
Yeah,
why?
let me chrono boost DTs in this game.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Is
sure
there
that was the
robotics
best.
for Qiao somewhere? Yeah.
Yes, the observatory is about to finish up, and you see he went for a quick shuttle here. So I like he did get the observatory. He's aware that like this kind of build can transition into DTs if you wanted to, be real spicy about it. But I like that he is still being careful here. We'll see if Zhao now building the support bay. So definitely be a while before there's any opportunity to do anything with the Reaver. The shuttle's gonna sit there not doing things for a while, or is he gonna do something wild? That'd be cool.
I'm telling you, Y2K ID making some references to cannons, but I think we all know the best patch was with the flying siege tanks.
The best patch was the one where they introduced the mothership core. Hot take.
Can make
I love that
transform
unit.
any pylon into a cannon. Yeah. That was...
Let's start the game with flying harass. I love it here. Dewalt is going to try to move out here. I think his range is done, so no big advantage here. But there's too many units. I don't think he's going to try to force the way through here. Just enjoying his Nexus, but you can see the worker counts even. Both players got the Nexus supply even as well. So really, like this, even though the builds are so different, they're kind of at the same point, and we've already seen this in a couple of games here. It's going to come down to like one or two being in a bad position or Micro really getting fumbled, where to see who can really pull ahead here. But with shuttle speed from Zhao, that could be a big way to open the door for some harass and get something huge done.
He's chosen. Wait, is that the first robotics bay from Dewalt that's being built? Surely it's the first.
Yeah.
There's no reason you would have a second. Okay,
yeah. No, he significantly delayed that because you have the detection at the front, and you wanted to get a lot of gateways to catch up on production, just because that build really puts you in a weird order of stuff.
I'm a bit sad because we for a while there we saw Rain starting to go for two robotics and stuff a lot when he played just the year before he went to the military, and I would really like to see that come back again because he started to do it. He was so good in PvP, and then we just saw him starting those crazy strats with double robotics and stuff, but it's not really taking...
What was that game on Transistor where he had like 8 Reavers and like 5 shuttles just go completely insane? It was so good.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's what I mean. We want to Protoss, they have a really fun race, but they're not using it really. We talked about the hallucination. They never use it. We talk scouts. They never use scouts. They have so many tools, but they really they're not using them. They are a bit impotent.
Disruption web.
Oh, this is a big moment though. Look, Zhao moved across the map, and Dewalt has a big army set for a counterattack, or it could be a flank. He's gonna retreat and get that defense, but look, already across the bridge. Reavers are here. Zhao's gonna be able to start sieging up here. Dewalt's so far away. Is he gonna get there in time? The cannon's dying so quick. There's so few units at the front, and Dewalt can't get the units to help out the fight. This is such a good move from Zhao.
And this was a nice thinking from Dewalt, but because of the stray units there, he really didn't get in point with the sandwich. But now it's looking quite alright for him, attacking from 3 directions here. And now everything just melts here for Qiao, but still some great engage for him though. So now it's very even once again.
Yeah, the funny thing is actually that looked really bad for Qiao GG, but then when you see the supplies, he's actually still up in supply. So, not a bad trade for him. I think Walt had a larger army at that point.
Yeah, I really am surprised how well that went though for Dewalt. I thought like that was the Reavers were gonna do so much damage because I thought he was gonna be able to pull up to the right a little bit and then give himself protection on the Reavers so that way he wasn't surrounded from every angle. But he just tried to force his way through the fight, and yeah, that's Really good defense for Dewalt. I thought he was just gonna be a little bit late, but he proved me wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, they're kind of like Reavers are kind of like siege tanks. If you surround them, they're suddenly not as good. Unless you've got like 10 siege tanks, then nothing in the game beats them. But that's another story. But the Reavers, like their whole thing is shooting units that are coming at them from one direction, and when they're surrounded, suddenly that splash damage doesn't matter as much. So I think Dewalt splitting his army into 3 pieces was exactly what he needed to do, and I think Qiaogege needed to commit harder to get into the natural, because he should have seen. I think I'm talking here, knowing as an observer that I feel like he should have known that Dewalt had an army on the map and should have committed hard to breaking one side instead of just sitting there to get surrounded. But anyways, Dewalt taking this space to get a 3rd base and nothing on the way for Zhao, so maybe he can get something done with this attack.
Oxt, we like it when you speak, man. You guys are like having English as your mother tongue, so I'm a bit alone here.
You guys are all cool, man.
Your first language is StarCraft, ViR. No problem.
Yeah, but you all have this perfect English in your American style. Are all of you from USA?
Yes, sir. I'm on the East Coast, the best part of the USA.
I think this is going to be even.
Yeah, I think we're all
big storm. There's a big storm from
look
the
at this
wall.
apply. This is awesome. They just go back and forth.
He just lost his first temper for nothing there, and that almost missed everything. But yeah, now Dewalt is on 3 base. If he can just hold this, it would be great for him. So
I'm just waiting for ViR to call Yellow Protoss's Reaver control sloppy again. Just be loud.
Still putting the pressure on. Zhao's got the extra Reavers, and look, Dewalt's got the little move again. He's going to try to get from the angles. This time Zhao, without having all 3 angles covered, can put the Reavers in a nice defensive spot. And this might be the attack that gets things done. He sees things funneling in, but with the Reavers, it's going to be so hard to keep the defense. Come on, Zhao. Is this it?
Okay, the probes are joining the fight. That's never good.
Yeah, but he's on the clock here. If Qiao doesn't win soon, he will lose the game because of the 3rd, I believe. So it's like, oh, but look!
Ooh,
no Scrappy!
No.
Oh, that was horrible. He should have just left with one of them. But right now, as I said, Dewalt, if he can just hold here, I think he wins the game because he got the 3rd. So this is the race against time here.
And he's still just trying to barrel in little bits of stuff, whatever he can do right now, but still big production from both sides. Again, the probe getting pulled, but with the probe lead, with the extra base, you really don't mind that. Just cause a little bit of chaos and buy a little bit of time for those production rounds. So Dewalt looking like he might be able to hold on here. These fights are so close each time. It's just who's got the power units. That splash damage is so important in these fights, and we're not seeing it from either side. It's just Dragoons.
Dewalt's got 1/1 upgrades.
Yeah, Dewalt almost certainly takes this at this point. If he had not lost those Reavers, I mean, those were his power unit. At this point, he just can't afford to remake them, but Dewalt can. Dewalt's on 3 bases. He can make an army to match Zhao's and add tech. So, I mean, Zhao's... The only way he wins is by getting a good position, or...
He had Reavers. I would have liked to see him harass, like, the expansion in main. Like, attack with the Dragoons and then go into the main with the shuttle. And just hit a bunch of probes if you can. Kind of stick and move, like in boxing.
Yeah, we really have not seen much drop harass from either side, even though Zhao most games is getting that shuttle.
When you have Reavers, you just control that, right?
See, we already have tech out for Dewalt. He's got the storms. Nothing for Zhao. I mean, he's got a lot of goons coming up for a sandwich here. Like, this is a decent attack here. I'm kind of impressed how many goons, and he's got a Reaver too. How is Zhao
Yellow's macro is insane.
I am confused. Dewalt's been on 3 bases now for like 5 minutes, but
This
Zhao's
might be the
somehow...
Dewalt of China, guys.
I think you're finally seeing it though. The wall supply is starting to grow a little bit. A lot of gateway units, but still just kind of forcing the issue. He keeps clearing out this ground army, being able to move away from the base into the middle of the map. And even though like the macro from Zhao is good, he keeps resupplying his army. That means no nexus. Like he's spending the money. He's not going to be able to get that third base, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, this is over now. As what I said before, he needed to break his neck there with the strong attacks, and now he's trying to take the third, but he doesn't have any money. And look at that!
Bam, thank you, man. Blocked.
Oh, that's so great! I love it.
So
And
funny.
now Dewalt knows that he doesn't have shit. So yeah, he's dead actually.
Yeah,
Do you
the
ever
wall
go
is
for
very good
pressure?
about this. It's just gaining these visions for these expansions, to see drops, to see when expansions are taken. You can see that Pile has been down at the 6 forever already, so no opportunity from Zhao. He's gonna have to force a fight because that supply's already out of hand, but it's his only option now.
Dewalt's already getting upgrades as well. Yeah, anytime you go for a pressure play like Zhao did, it doesn't work. Trying to catch up by getting a base that your opponent's already had for several turns, just it should never work.
Oh no, all the observers died.
Yeah.
Everything died right there. The wall taking a game, and oh, is that a game 5? We're getting a game 5 already? Sick.
It's been a
That's the
great series.
5.
This is tied up now. What,
Yep.
2-2? So
GG, ladies.
I
and
really
gentlemen.
liked seeing Zhao's control in that game, but I think he just took a bad engage he with his reavers when he should have backed off there. But impressed by his ability to just continuously get units out. So I'd like to. I think honestly, he just made a bad call. That like I mean, all of us have probably done something like that before. So good night.
All right, in the finale to decide the series, 2-2 tied up going into the last game. In the top left, in the orange, it's Qiaogege.
And in the bottom right, looking to bring this home from Russia, it is Dewalt. Red versus orange does work better than some of the other colors. Just weird stuff like yellow versus white on Protoss just is hard. Orange versus white.
Purple versus dark blue.
Now, I definitely question the choice to include black as a color, a player color in the game.
Edgelords, man. What are we going to do about it? I will say the black Zerg does look real sweet, but no, like that's a mini. I mean, you can always like shift tab it, but oh man,
It's
just so
funny
hard
when
to
players try to pick a color to like camouflage with the tile set. It's like, come on, man, who are you fooling? Like, I'm gonna shift tab it, right?
I mean, I am tired of playing teal versus red every game, but yeah, no, I'm gonna do the same thing.
Trying to be slick, pick that black color, playing like a ash tile set map.
What is Zhao doing? Is he gonna Nexus first? What an animal! I love it.
Wow. At game 5, usually it's a cheese. Or I shouldn't say usually it's a cheese, it sometimes is. And the choice to make an economic cheese, I like it. Economic cheese is the best cheese.
Well, especially the story he's told all game that he likes getting in early expansions. There's been a lot of like one gateway robo expand. That's a reasonably economic build. Like that gets your expansion pretty quick, but no, the Nexus first and oh, this is sick. I really like it. This is such a good decision.
So, do you think he's going to get double? How do you think he's going to try to counteract his... Like, everything's slower. He's going to have slower Zella, he's going to have slower Goons, he's going to... He won't
It's
have
cross map
range.
though. It works to your favor. Is that right? When you do something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cross map is
definitely.
what you want for sure.
I
I
it
mean, if you
depends
knew
on
you're
the
gonna
map.
be last scouted, that's what you really want. But cross map's what you're looking for.
Dewalt likes to... Wait, is he... Wait, he's not cross map scouting.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from Zhao is that he's gonna, with that forge coming up, he's going to take this early Nexus and rush for DTs. Like, it's just something to get on a map, force Dewalt to go to a certain build path, and we'll see how he can go from there. I'm not really sure though, that forge. I just don't see a lot of Nexus first. Every time I'm like, oh man, and I don't remember anything about how the game plays.
Yeah, like I personally, I don't recall ever seeing Nexus first in PvP. So I'm not saying it's just not something I see too often. I mean, again, like I feel like this is one of the great things about this mirror matchup in particular is you can actually have a chance of a build like this working. I mean, Zerg versus Zerg, you go hatch first on like 12. It can work. They often do, but you won't ever see an econ cheese like 2 hatch before pool.
But now we see it from Red, from Dewalt. Now Dewalt is going for the proxy Reaver, I believe. And this is, yeah, we've seen this a lot. You go for the proxy and you really need to push it out. But because this is... What?
I think his probe came out.
I don't think he did. I'm not sure.
Oh, is that 2 gateways? It's not a robotics?
Yeah.
They call them Peru gates. Yeah.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I thought for sure that would be robotics. Maybe he will do robotics as well.
What?
But
Is he gonna scout it?
That good.
I think he
now
saw
he's
pylon there. I mean, I didn't check. Sorry.
Okay.
But his probe did come out when Red was making it.
So okay, so when you see, and this has been scouted here, don't you just commit to it anyways?
I mean, you have to. It's too big of an investment. You have to commit to it.
You're behind, right? He's got an expansion. You gotta do something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
you can see he's working on a Citadel.
Or
so
not.
this is
I don't know.
interesting.
We canceled the gateway.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
respect
it's
that. Like,
robotics.
go half. Yeah. Get something else. So the way they're gonna prepare is
What?
cannon in the front. Just make something to get.
Surprise, motherfuckers.
Oh, this will be a DT drop then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we like wigging it here? Does it matter that the robotics is being made right now? Is he just making this shit up as he goes?
I think it is a reaction because we did see more cannons get added to the front, so I think he canceled that gateway and is moving
freestyling
towards
it
the drop play because of that choice.
Yeah, I think that when he got scouted, he was like, okay, I need to mix it up. I can't really break this then.
This is just
So-
very interesting. This is not a DeWalt thing to me. Like seeing something like this does not scream DeWalt to me. So love to see it. It's very interesting. And you see he keeps poking forward. I think he wants to see if he can see what the unit count is, what the gate of cannon count. Just
Yeah,
trying
and
to
he
get all
wants
info.
to show that he's aggressive, I believe. Oh, was that a cannon in the main for Qiao? No, it wasn't, right?
He's probably.
No, it's a
preparing for
pylon.
one, though.
It's a pylon.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been so bad if that had been a cannon. Okay, he will drop it quite fast and with...
Yeah, there he goes. No, still not a one. Okay, he's got to know that a drop could be on the table here.
No, he thinks that this is the 3 gate, and I think that the push that Dewalt did, just a small...
Oh, that was a
fraction
fake
of the
out?
push. Yeah, that's a fake. Yeah, he was like, oh, can I break it? So I believe that's what he thinks anyway. I'm not sure about it, of course, but...
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And now we see the DT, and we see no defense
Oh shit, it's
whatsoever
GG.
against it.
It is just one DT though, because he had to make the second one back at home. You can see
Yeah,
he's
but
already
now
putting
we will
units
be
in, but
pushed.
he's just big chilling. Oh, good move. He's gonna try
Oh
to
my
shut
gosh.
it down, but the DT's already in base, pulls the probes real quick here, but there's a lot of investment from
Why
the wall
is he
to
not
get killed up.
attacking that pylon? The DT will get out. Oh, now the DT got out. If he attacked the pylon directly, this would have been so much better for Qiao. And now I think Qiao is in a big trouble here.
Why is he fighting us?
Okay, now I think that the Wolf should go for the expand anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if the wall behind us did get a forge, he's going to be able to make some kind of defense. So he's working on a Nexus, but yeah, these DTs, he's got Zhao on the clock. What a build! I love it.
What do you
Yeah,
think
this
of
is
his
so-
like dragoon attack here? What's the point of this?
Because they're dead. They're dead in the water. There's no.
Why not
observers.
just go back to your nat?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there a robotics coming in for Chao or something? No, it's not. But then this is just GG.
Yeah,
I don't know
what
what
he's
Chao
hanging
thinks.
on for. Like, I don't know.
Oh, you got
I
it.
feel like
Yeah.
he should have just
Shit.
thrown down a robotic or something. I don't know.
I like how we got
I'm
into
okay
the
throwing
main,
away
like,
these
what
units
the
if he
fuck?
delays the natural and then he gets the robotic, the observer out, and then just kind of.
I think the move is what he's doing right here. He's just trying to kill probes. If he kills enough, then maybe you
It's
come
not
back.
worth it. I didn't
Ow.
get that.
He will
He
not
is
come
still
back.
up 10 probes on the wall, but
He lost
how is
his
he gonna
whole
retake
Dragoon
it?
army. He had like
Yeah.
6 or 7.
Yeah, really, he lost his production. Those are all empowered.
Lost his main. Oh
I
shit.
just wonder why he's still in the game. Oh, what is this?
He's got a lot of money.
Rebuilding.
He hasn't given up. He hasn't given up. Game
This is so
5.
funny.
And look at the money. This is so
Okay,
funny.
actually, this is really brilliant by him. I feel like Dewalt's keen on this though. Like he's just gonna
Oh
send
no!
out.
Oh shit!
Yeah, well, yeah, your opponent hasn't left yet. He's gonna find this. He has to find this, right?
But he's got cannons going down, so I don't know. They might finish just in time.
Yes, he does not have the money for this. This is insane. Like, is this like just like some kind of aggressive troll? It's like, go on, more buildings for you to get. I don't know.
This scout is hilarious. Can you imagine finding all this? It's a civilization, man. Is he
And
gonna
if,
say
I feel like instead of making that many, he should have just made like 3 gates, a nexus, and a cannon. Why is he making so many?
if you are GG right now, you feel so sad for this.
Like seriously, if he had just made like 2 cannons, that would have been so much better. But oh, this is so sad to watch. Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, the cannons were never gonna finish. The DT would kill them before they.
Oh wait,
Oh,
wait,
he's
he's
got
got an
an observer.
observer.
Yeah, he will clean this up though.
Okay, never mind.
But where's the probe? Is the probe down there? Because he needs to. Oh yeah, there. Because he needs to build a pylon and the nexus. Oh, there's a 12 o'clock expansion as well.
It's
I love
incredible
this.
how he's able to get this much money off of one base. I mean, he's got 32. Okay, Dewalt just now pulling ahead, so he's gonna have a better econ now, Dewalt. But I mean,
You know, if Chao wins this will be a game that people are going to watch for a long time.
yeah, this is.
Yeah, and I do like though, like watching as he goes. Like we saw, like killed the main, did all this stuff, found the shenanigans, like all these things. Dewalt didn't like coast. He didn't stop playing. You know, like I think a lot of people would be like, "I won." They kind of just chill. Now he still went up to tech tree. He's working on reavers. Still was producing. The macro's still looking strong. So Dewalt has the focus to easily close this one out, even though Zhao is making it interesting. I just don't know what the path is to actually get this, because this Nexus is like, can it finish? It's gonna be so difficult. This is just hard, I think, as Zhao to find some kind of angle. And Dewalt, like, he's already in a great spot. He doesn't even have to be aggressive right now. Like, the bases are good. He's got his production. He can build up the big army he wants
Where's
to.
this probes going?
Can he actually make a nexus there? Is there space?
I don't think there is.
No.
I
didn't
think the
know.
pylon is in
No
the
way.
way, right?
Yeah, and maybe the gateway.
I think it's just the pylon, but yeah.
He
Oh,
can just retake his
why
main,
did
though.
he move all the probes there and now going back with them?
Maybe because 12 was under attack, but
Okay.
It might have thought he had room, and it's like, oh, but I don't.
This is so funny. and now he stopped at the 35 Pro account again. It's like he doesn't want to have more than like 35. But now we can retake his main in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if he retakes his main, does not just die. Like he's actually, like, he is down 30 supply, but it's not impossible to win this.
Yeah,
The main issue
We've
is
seen
there's-
these kind of leads, but like,
Yeah.
remember how stunted his tech got for a long time? He had to remake all that production. That wasn't time going up to Templar. You see, as a Citadel is just finishing now. It's
Yeah.
I don't
Literally,
know.
the only
It's
reason
hard.
he's still in this game is because he opened this with a Nexus first cheese, and then he didn't scout that it was or prepare for a drop play. Like this
think
was
Dewalt-
Zhao's game to lose, and he played it exactly the way he needed to lose it.
So he's trying
But
to
he's
fit
still
in
in it.
attack, maybe.
I think Dewalt thinks that there is a Nexus up to the top right now. So he really wants to deny that expansion, but there's just an army there. And if it attacks up there, it could be a really hard time for him to get up. So let's see what he's doing.
I mean, just think of what you have to do as Zhao, though. Like, you have to know what to defend. There's so many vulnerability points, and Dewalt is moving
This is
around,
not
trying to
even
track the
real.
army. Gonna catch some of the army in the middle of the field. Like, you cannot spare any of these units right now. Dewalt is trying to maneuver, make Zhao make a mistake, and this is really well executed. Dewalt is not putting himself at any ridiculous risk, trying to just close this game out.
I must say, I'm very impressed of how they are moving their armies. Both
Yeah,
of these
it's
players
like
right now.
3 armies basically moving around for Zhao. Now, if he gets
Yeah.
up this ramp, it's gonna be hard.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
He
out.
actually GG's.
oh, why? I know maybe
Ugh.
he's dead, but still, think about the observers. When you have a show match, this is my take on it. When you play like a tournament game, and it's a big tournament thing, of course you need to do everything to win the game. But when it's a show match, it's a show match. Then you need to show stuff. You need to play funny, and you need to.
That's true.
Yeah, that's my take on it anyway. The most important thing is to make people like you.
Yeah, but you gotta remember as well.
Or hate
This
you.
is this the show match? I believe there's a prize pool online. It's like you gotta throw away money to be goofy.
Yeah,
wanna
but
win.
still, if you get an audience, that's good for you. And you
Well, it depends if you stream on Twitch.
yeah, oh, yeah.
I like ViR's take on it. Dance for me. Dance.
Dance,
Yeah, that's what I want to see in show
That's
matches.
right.
I want a bit of a dance. I don't want them to make the same shit every game. I want them to mix it up.
Well,
Yeah, and
speaking
LML
of
is saying that I can give money for style points. So.
speaking of dancing, I believe you got a list of 9 players that are gonna dance for us soon. You want to tell us about that, Ox, before we go into the
Oh,
next
the
set?
race war events? Do you guys know about that? Big shout
Oh,
out
you
to
spam
the sponsor who came up with the idea of doing a race war event, and we
In
kind of
20
tweaked it to make it a round robin format. So I'll put it on the screen. It's called All-Star Race Off. A little confusing title, as someone pointed out, because they thought people were going to off race.
Can I ask you about 2 of these players? Because it's every the Protoss is very clear why they're there, and Dandy, Terror, Mihu, yeah, very clear why they are there. Maybe we missed Gypsy because he's amazing right now, but the Zergs, are Eon Zerg even playing?
He's in retirement. Sometimes players get upset at me because like I have invitational only events.
Yeah,
and they're
then
just
the
wondering
next
why they
one is
haven't been
Kogut.
invited. One thing I'll point out, a lot of people who are featured in our events, they joined our Discord like a long time ago and they participated. I invited all kinds of people. Some of them just aren't interested. To our Discord, I mean, long time ago. Invited them to play show matches and they just weren't. That's why you kind of see the same people playing in our events. But for this one, a lot of these players were recommended by the sponsor. So he wanted Eon Zerg and Kogut. Eon
But
Zerg said
Kogut
he's
is
going
not
to
playing
train.
Zerg anymore, is he?
He's retired. Eon Zerg has retired from competitive StarCraft. He's just coming out for this event, and he promised to train for it. He's been playing I don't know, some other game. And then when he plays StarCraft, he's like playing Protoss. So it's funny because Ziki will message me and he's like kind of stressed out about this.
Yeah, I can see that because he thinks that he get two lame ducks with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Koget, though, is a good Zerg, but he's maybe not as active as he used to be. And Koget used to play Zerg. He's S rank with all the races. Like, he's a solid player. But in this tournament, you're going up against monsters. So Bonnet, Dewalt, Oya, nothing to fuck around with.
I mean, neither are the Terrans either. Like, you got two of the strong, basically.
They're strong and they're active, right? They're playing all the time. Mihu.
Yeah, we just missed Gypsy maybe for the Terran.
I don't think we've ever had Gypsy in any of our events. He kind of does his own thing.
Okay.
I'd love for him to participate, but I sent him an invite a long
later.
time ago, and he's not. I don't think we've had Nyokin, some other, but you know, they're in BSL and other kind of like events.
Can I
So
say
people
one
get
more
to
thing though about the players that think about, oh, I'm going to retire for competitive StarCraft? That's fucking bullshit, man.
Do you think
Why
so?
are
Yeah,
you
never retire.
I am
What is
retired.
it? It's an addiction? It's like no.
Yeah, Exactly. It's like, why would you stop with
I
it?
think he got burnt out from what he told me. I have another theory. It's that like some players are used to being or want to be number one, and they're not really content with being top 5 or top 10.
Oh, and you
My
think
other
that's why
theory
Ian stopped?
is that some players are so good that they can come back from inactivity and still kick ass, like True Touch. He has an
that's
amazing
horrible
muscle
when
memory.
True Touch got back and ripped everyone up.
True Touch got third in our Best of the Best tour, and he wasn't as active as some of the other players, but he's not to be messed around with. So
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah, but
monster.
still, I'm like, don't quit this game, man. Don't talk about being retired and shit. It's like you're 70 years old. Keep playing, man.
but to your comment though, and about this event, I think it's kind of cool. Like the Zerg race team is a mystery box. We really like a lot of people are underestimating them. So I think they rank Protoss team as first, Terran as second, Zerg as third. The
I'd go
first
with that.
prize is something like $1,800, so it really matters, and it goes to the team.
Okay, so they will split it then?
Yeah, but not equally. We have a weird format with the prize. So the first player team, $1,800 or something for it. But the player within the first player team that has the most wins, they get compensated even more.
Okay, I actually love all what you do, and
It's a
all
weird little
stuff
prize system.
What you are doing, man.
For
And
second
you get all
place,
these interesting players when you do your events. I really like
that's really cool for you to say. It's the sponsor, so big shout out to him. He wanted to remain anonymous. I wanted to sing his name, but
And since just to interject, because I see it in the chat, but not on your like thing you got on the screen. The dates are decided, right, for this?
yeah, it should be January 15th, January 22nd, and what is it, January 29th. So it's on 3 consecutive Saturdays in January when BSL isn't happening, and hopefully nothing else. These are all best of 3 lives. I'm not sure how long the event's going to be. I think they're going to be long because it's
Will
9.
they be live games? Oh, all live, yeah.
They're all live. It's going to be 9 matchups each event. So you're going to see Bond. It's a round robin, so everybody plays everybody, but no mirrors. So you don't play
Do
against
you
your
have
own
great
race.
casters?
I think I'm supposed to get Seriosity and Machine and maybe Diggity.
Yeah, and will you
It's-
have them on a video or just on?
I don't do video here. I'm not really good with the technical aspect, and I kind of like the idea of just people being able to pick their nose and cast
Yeah.
without being on camera. But I know a lot of people like the camera stuff, and it's cool that you
Yeah,
do
they
that
can
as well.
do it. They can pick the nose while in game.
I would love to
because then
see
you
that
don't see the.
on
Yeah.
camera. Picking boogers and just flicking it.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I mean they can do it when the game is on because then you don't see them. So
People
they have
have
a window
asked.
of
I guess
their
that's
nose.
just our policy is no cameras. So there'll be a PVZ day. It's called the Invasion of Ire. I took the names from SE Campaign. It kind of sounds like Ire's invading, like kicking ass, but I think in the campaign it's actually Zerg invading Ire. The TVP day is called the Big Push, another campaign name, which is actually I think like a TVT. It's like a Civil War within Terran, but I stole the name because I think it sounds cool. Terrans are going to have to do this big push to beat the Protoss players. And the ZVT finale is, what is it called? The Reckoning. That was a really cool name.
The Remedy.
PSC campaign for anybody who's played it. So we got little themes going on. It'll be a race war. Hopefully you guys can tune in and watch it. Just 3 days. Pretty sweet prize pool. And yeah, it might be one of our last big events for a little while.
Oh, let's see about that, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Now, just because again we're on that little bit
Yeah,
of a break,
no.
if people like what they're seeing today or they like this kind of idea, where can they support you in your endeavors?
Shield Battery and BSL, I think that would be the best thing. CPL would be another one. So like, I'm really a big fan of people supporting platforms that are really inclusive and benefit everybody in terms of participation. So CPL, everybody can participate. BSL, right? And Shield Battery, it's open to everybody for free. They also have streams for people to follow for free. So those are really inclusive platforms that I think more people should pitch in. I think there is like a general sentiment among people about like donating $1 or $5. I know this because I get messaged sometimes and they're like, I'm sorry, I could only donate $10. And I'm like, holy shit, that's a lot of money. You don't even understand, because 90% of people don't donate, right? So if 90% of people even donated $1, this is my kind of theory, it would take us in a much better place. I know it's kind of impossible to do that kind of crowdfunding. Usually you have like a small percentage of people who chip in, but you know, anybody listening out there, if you got $1, if you got $5 to like donate once a month, one time, you know, just support these platforms, because it's a real thankless effort to organize all this stuff. It costs money, it costs time, and people are just doing it as like a free community service. So that money could really help sustain them a bit. It's also like an important gesture. So it's not really about the money. It's more about like, I really appreciate you. If you can even give them comments, like praise them, you know, like this is great, thank you. Like that stuff goes a long way to organizers. I know people appreciate it. They tune in and stuff, but you know, compliments are awesome. Donations would be even better. And yeah, so hopefully that happens. Shieldbattery.net. 2v2 ladder is up. I hope people join the Patreon for Tech27, the core developer. They're doing something amazing with Shield Battery, guys.
Yesterday, but that was really hard because
Oh,
I
I
got
know.
to play against Dandy and shit.
Isn't it great though? Like, when else are you gonna get to play Scan and Bishop?
Yeah.
I know people were complaining about it. I was speaking to Minerals. He's like, this is not fair. I got my ass kicked. And I laughed at him because you can see his record on Shield Battery. It's like 4-30. I'm just making this up. It was something bad though and funny.
Yeah. I linked to both the Patreon of Shield Battery and the Patreon of BSL. So if you want to have a small support, that's really good for them. Because if you just have a small support, but they know it will come every month, that's a huge thing for them. So there you have two Patreons to just go in and hit that. Actually, it's not a big thing, but just a small donation will really do a lot. If we're a lot of people that doing it, it's really good. So.
People have been crying for 2v2 ladder. You finally got it. These guys, they spend all their free time to do this for everybody for free.
Ladder.
What's that?
But when's 3v3 ladder?
I think that they're prioritizing things, right? So there's all kinds of stuff that they want to introduce. But 3v3 is going to come out. They're working on the netcode fix, so it's going to hopefully reduce lag, and I think that'll allow them to compete with Battle.net 1v1. If you can have less lag between players, North Americans, South Americans, Chinese, Koreans, like Shield Battery is going to be number one. And we'll promote the hell out of it. And if they achieve all that, they really do deserve more support. I wish it was a subscription-based thing, but I know that's suicidal. Like, you're not going to get many people using it. But I feel like they're doing such a community service. You know, they're like building homeless shelters. You know?
Yeah, and I'm actually thinking about using them in my next show match when I do my... Yeah, because I never really tried to use that in that way, so I'm really thinking about how that would work if I did it. So maybe when I have a show match next time, I will try to have all the game on Shield Battery, because yeah, it's a way to support them and see how it works.
And yeah, there's a 2v2 ladder, guys. There's also a thread on TL.net and Reddit about a 2v2 tournament that we're organizing. It starts in March, but you have to qualify for it now. You can play with a designated ally or with a random public partner. Shield Battery Ladder allows you to do both. You can like queue with a partner or queue with a random person, and all you got to do is maximize your wins, right? And we're also, in addition to that, qualifying for the tournament and then tournament prizes for the winners at the end. We're offering monthly prizes for the months of December, January, and February. You know, like $10 to the top 4 2v2ers or something. Whatever our donations allow. I think we have about $700 of donations right now. Accepting donations for that, of course. Hopefully we can get the price pool up. In the best possible world, if we had like funds for, you know, Shield Battery, you'd set up a system where you can give little monthly prizes to the top rated 2v2 players, and you'd have these like 2v2 tournaments. Because the 2v2 community has been deprived for a very long time of any streams, of any events. This is really the first time that they're getting something substantial, and we thought it would.
If some of the qualifying stage will be casted.
Yeah, if anybody like wants to cast, they're welcome to contact us. I was gonna maybe stream live the final semifinals. We didn't really think this through, right? So we heard about Shield Battery 2v2 launching, and we just really quickly put together an event. It's not like systematically organized. There's all kinds of problems with it, but the point is there's something to look forward to, right? A tournament that you have to qualify for and monthly prizes. And it's open to everybody: Chinese, Koreans, Europeans, North Americans. You can play any races you want. Really fun. Just make sure you read the thread, the instructions. You have to register for the tournament in the Shield Battery Discord. There is a channel called Tourney Sign Up. You just enter your Shield Battery name. If you change accounts, like if you get a really ass record and you need to reset it, you have to like make a new Shield Battery account. Just make sure you update your name so that we know which name you're trying to register or qualify for the tournament under. And last but not least, I think LML, who's in the chat, big shout out to him. He wants to make a website so that registered 2v2 tour players can see the ratings of other players. It won't be like changing in real time. I think we'll have to update it like once a week or whenever LML and Shield Battery team can coordinate on that, because they'd have to provide the data on the results. Although they have a leaderboard on 2v2 ladder, like you can see who's rated. Looking at the leaderboard, but we're just thinking about making a site, or LML was really his idea. I don't know why he's going through the trouble of doing that.
But
Because
maybe we can ask BSL for the codes that they use on the.
I think it's
101.
Shield Batteries, like they'd have to link it up to them though, right? And it's like private information that they're really busy with other stuff and they can't really help out. But there is a 2v2 leaderboard that you can check out to see the ratings. And if most of the registered 2v2 players are already on that list, then you know you could probably use that. Last thing I'll mention is BSL has said that they're happy to like integrate a 2v2 ladder on Shield Battery through their own thing. They just need some like volunteers. So in the future, that would be a really good place for a 2v2 tournament. To be in BSL.
Oh, BSL said that?
Zero said if there are admins who are willing to do that in the future, they would be,
And I think that the next thing as well, if we really could make it work, I'm not sure we could, but if there will be a way to have the ranks upgraded and stuff, it would be lovely if we could have BSL on Shield Battery for some season, like if 2 seasons.
I think they will. If they get that netcode fixed and it reduces lag, like why not?
Yeah, then it would be amazing to have the BSL, because then it will really grow as well. The Shield Battery.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, we just kind of went off on a tangent. Say it, I wasn't paying attention to the message. So let's get into Dragon and Machine. This is the main event, and I think we're gonna see a PvZ.
Yeah, of course. Dragon is. Oh, this is not the right game.
This is previous series for.
Yeah. So Dragon is the Protoss player, and Machine is the Zerg player. And I've seen some games from Machine, and I think he He's a really good Zerg player. I've seen him fight for both the BSL and the BBCL sometimes. So, and Dragon is of course really high tier. So maybe it's a small favor for Dragon, but Machine is a really complete player. So let's see what we will have here. We have in the what? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what map this is.
Yeah, so
This is Neofort. So this is the Thelio. It's the BWG's weekly map pool.
Did someone really
The
call
one
it
that gives us
Neofort when we
basically-
have a map called Neoforte? Really?
Okay.
it's essentially old maps or rarely
Okay.
played maps tend to be featured.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually. It's so old. I've never actually seen the map. I thought you meant there were like two different maps with the very similar names. Like, who would do that?
But we saw one thing with the old maps that we saw was in Octzerg versus who the fuck was it? I don't remember, but it was Octzerg versus someone, and the problem was that it was so hard to wall on the old map because there were huge gaps there for the Protoss. So he just ran by all 9 games or something, or 8
Oh.
games.
That was a very memorable series for the fact that he ran by. I think
Yeah,
one
8 of
game
9
he
games.
did not run by, but every other game. I like to use that as an example of a series that was not that fun to watch, just because it was like the same strat every game and it kept working.
Yeah, do you see my point about dancing?
Yes. So, but anyways,
Oh, it's a 2-gate.
Eagle Burger here. Sorry, I gotta love that alternate name. Going for a 12 hatch before. I'm sorry, that was a 10 hatch.
Oh, yeah, it was a
Okay,
10 hatch.
yeah. This is an interesting build here.
Who are you
He
guys
actually
rooting
has
for, by
gone
the
for
way?
a 10 hatch, 9 pool, I believe, and now is getting his Overlord after, and he has no gas. Okay.
Who's
I must say
rooting for
this is-
Machine? Who's rooting for Dragon?
I'm rooting for Dragon, very clearly.
Yeah, that's Snipes man too, right? They know each other.
Yeah.
Really?
So actually, both these guys, but definitely back in the day, both players have helped out with CPL. But Dragon's what got me back into playing this. He helped out a lot as a coach.
I gotta
Doesn't
go
do
with
it anymore, but he
Machine.
was a monster.
He's the underdog here too. I mean, Dragon is a solid S rank player. Machine has been around forever, solid player.
I hope for Machine because he's a Zerg, of course.
I think so. Looking at the build orders here, I've got to favor Machine here.
Yeah.
Dragon does not have really a wall, and I mean, there's already 4.
This
larva
doesn't
worth
look
of-
wallable, man. This looks insane. But the
Yeah.
natural also isn't that like 6 patches on the natural? This is a weird map.
6
This is a
matches, yeah.
very weird map.
He will not die here as long as he micros his zealots in position. Oh, okay. This right here is what could make him die. He's not gonna. I mean, he again, like this is not enough links to just kill him here, but
Oh, but he can just run by.
yeah.
Can you change the colors, man? Oh, you can't. No. I know. That's why we love you, man. Yeah, and they should always go for TVB. I try to tell people, but they never listen.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, but this is not. This is interesting though. And he will break that sunken. Where's the rest of the links?
Fuse here. He got gas. Machine did. However, okay, he's just now starting lean speed, but his build feels a little bit off. Here, I don't know. I thought Machine could be quite trying to
But I'm-
here. Should have been.
I'm
fine.
a bit afraid for Machine though, because right now we have even more sailors coming in, and they're really breaking this. And if he loses that hatchery, he is really gone. And look at this, he will just lose that hatchery straight up. And when you do a strategy like a 9 hatch, oh sorry, 10 hatch, 9 pool, you should not be in this type of position
No.
because you should have a great macro-oriented play here. This is like built to counter this shit, and still he is losing here. That's not the best for machine. Look at the supply.
It's
Yeah, Zealots
Ling
are
speed
just
will
they're real
finish,
strong.
but like
And where's the speed? The Ling
It's
speed.
just now finishing.
Just got
Yeah,
it.
okay. Very late. I think he's just dead here, machine.
I think there might have been some hard decision making to make when the first 4 Zealots in that probe moved out. It's like kind of throwing things off, and first game of the series, machine maybe just kind of taking off their game, and Dragon getting a lot of big damage done. But look how much money he's floating up here. But I don't think he has something in position to take the Nexus. So, I think both sides a little.
I could understand his decision to just run by, but the problem with that is if you break him instead, I would like actually when I do strats like this, I use them when I played in the STPL because they forced me a bit to say, oh, you need to play, and I played all these S rank players. The only thing I tried to do when I played Protoss was to go for this type of strategy. And I always try to break them, because if you break the productions, you win the game. But if you kill some probes, it's not over.
Wow, this is So I look at the number of Lings and I think Zerg should be fine, and then I see Zerg just taking very poor trades here. He is Protoss has not canceled the second hatchery yet, so I mean, Zerg's not completely out of this, but he should.
Oh,
be
now
out
he
of this.
canceled it.
Wait, he canceled it?
Yeah,
There's too
I'm not
many
sure
Zealots.
about
That's
that.
dead for sure. If he ever.
But he
goes
didn't
up
know
there.
that he had expanded there. Did he?
No.
There's no way you can survive on just one hatch.
Okay, this is his only chance now.
Like he needed to make a second hatch somewhere. I mean, I don't care if it's in his main, but he needed to hatch.
Oh, but what's Dragon doing? Why doesn't he wall that properly? Oh, maybe
he'll
it's.
be fine.
Oh yeah, now it's fine.
Like, this looks insane to Wall. Like, what does Wall
Yeah.
properly look like?
Yeah, Dragon can pretty much just roll his face over the keyboard and get up and eat lunch, and he should still be fine.
All
I
the
can just-
expansions like this, there's like 3 mineral patches on the bottom and 3 on the top.
Yeah. When
Well,
you
welcome
wall
to
at
old
this
map
map, I
design.
think you use the gateway in between there, doesn't you? When you wall that. What was the
he
name
just
of the
sneaks
map?
right in. That's so funny. The
What's the
first
name of
map
the
is
map?
picked by a referee, but I'm not sure about the answer to your question.
Yeah,
Okay, what's the
I'm
name of
honestly not surprised. This is a Neo Forte, or just Forte.
Neo Forte? I don't know. But it's loser's pick after this.
Yeah, honestly, just seeing the opening though from Dragon, there's the 2 gateways to make Zealots. I wouldn't be surprised if he was just willing to write this map off. It's like, I'm not practicing this nonsense.
Dragon's a little stagnant though, right? He could have gone expansion up, a cannon and stuff.
Yeah, this is good Zergling harass. Like, I mean, he's not hard committing and just losing all his Lings. He's just getting a little bit of damage here, a little damage there.
Yeah, but you can see there's so many Zealots still up there, and it looks like we're getting a transition into a 3-hatch Hydra, which I guess that's what you gotta do, but...
Yeah, you have to go into Hydra at some point. You can only get away with non-Hydra builds if you've gotten a pretty strong start. I think a lot of Zerg players have a bit of an identity crisis. And by that I mean they think they're Jaedong, and so if they see a chance to run by, they run by. But it's very rare that I actually see very strong harassment. And I don't mean that as a criticism of machines specifically, but almost all Zergs that I see who are not actually playing at like ASL level, just they struggle a lot with getting good harass in the main. Like choosing to actually be weaker at home, or not kill the Zealots that are out on the map and just trying to go for harass. I rarely see that work. So I feel like he really should have just committed to killing the Zealots in the map early on.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
don't have-
but it does look like at least there's a little stabilization for Machine. The drone count's pretty healthy. Dragon only getting the Nexus now, so it's gonna be pretty far away on that. And like again,
he's
with that
got
with
upgrades,
that
too.
expansion only having 6 patches, it's not like that Protoss 2-base economy is gonna be like super thrilling. It's gonna be difficult. So he's got a good lead early on, but you know, I think Dragon is leaving at least the opportunity here. Corsairs on the map trying to do some harassment, but it's just such a weird game. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been criticizing Machine, but at the same time, I feel like he's in this game because I really do not know what Dragon has been doing for the last 5 minutes. So,
Can't he?
Making Zealots.
Can't he just make the speed here and just run him over?
Yeah, I guess that's the.
The
solution.
Citadel's on the way now. Yeah.
Oh, but that's very late.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm honestly
just-
very surprised he even went for the Stargate. With all these Zealots, like if you wanted to scout around, I think you would just do it with the Zealots, right? So I'm surprised that he went Stargate at all.
I think he's just afraid of the. I mean, the thing is, he can just poke Zealots in, make sure there's no lair. If as soon as he sees a lair, though, he has to get the Stargate. But
This
So
is
Machine
just a
scouted
weird
though.
map.
He knows that expansion is just getting up, and that Dragon has a bunch of Zealots, probably getting speed. So he just got a hold, right?
yeah, but I mean, look how hard it is to bust out of that natural. Like, I'd like to see him just sit there, or even get lurker possibly, and just contain, get like 5 bases, and just.
But the upgrade situation will be really bad for Zerg, right?
Not necessarily.
You
Like,
have,
you've
we have
got enough-
double forge spinning. One chamber,
Wait, there's double forge? I don't see the one.
isn't it? Oh, sorry, it's only one. Sorry, I thought there were one in the wall and one in the net, but sorry, in the main. It's only
Yeah,
one
but
in the
like
main. Sorry.
like you said earlier, though, Protoss has nothing. Like, Zerg is okay just making hatchery after hatchery after hatchery to take all these bases, but Protoss, if Protoss is just natural, is just 6 mineral patches, it's like, it's really hard because Protoss can't freely expand early in the game.
Can you
like
go
Zerg.
around?
Well, you got to think about also like when you're playing on a more more modern normal map, like you're playing like Fighting Spirit or something, right? Which is even say that's more modern. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
it's just.
That's
But think
I-
about how easy it is to defend the natural expansion, or if you take a second main, because you can Sim City to protect it. You can't
Mhm.
do that here. Like, look, how would you Sim City any of these other bases?
he
Like, it's
doesn't see
insane.
the move out. Oh, now he
I mean,
sees it.
yeah, he can I think you can still Sim City it to like not just die instantly. The bigger issue is you're Sim Citying to protect not very much. I mean, I think that's the bigger
It's not.
issue.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
you
not
can't just-
protecting a natural. It's difficult to do. All these bases seem like they're pretty attackable, and you can see right now all these Elts moving out. They finally got speed. Armor's going to be way off, and he's mixing DTs in because he's just with that Corsair. He's just not really overlords. So, just like it was fun. Machine was catching back up, but this attack's looking like it's very potent. You can see like, just with how far apart things are. How do you position to actually defend stuff? He's got to try to take the fight in the middle of the map, it looks like.
Oh,
And
but this could. Oh, but look now, everything just gets surrounded here by the Zealots. Oh, he barely got out there. It was so close, but he will get some time to get up the additional sunkens there. But
Yeah,
he really needs to have a lurker somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Zerg here though. As long as he doesn't get like, okay. Well, I was gonna say as long as he doesn't let this happen.
Oh,
But the thing is, he got +1 attack on Hydras is just finished, so he's gonna actually trade a lot better now than he would have in the
for a
last.
short,
He's just
for a short
plugging in.
time, though, the armor upgrade is going to complete soon. Storm's about to finish as well, and a lot of giveaways added on. So
I think he
He
would have.
would have,
traded
but
up.
he would have traded decently. The problem is he started moving, and all the Hydras start bumping into each other. With Hydra versus Zealot, you have to keep moving and kiting, or otherwise just let your Hydras die trading. But he kind of did this weird thing where he let himself get surrounded and then started trying to run away, and that's just
And-
not.
And now we see almost double supply here for Dragon.
It is, but it's not unwinnable. 54 to 90. The main thing is like, what is the supply? Zerg doesn't have lurkers yet, and that's why is he's getting overlords?
Yeah, he need the lurkers out. That's like really important for him.
Yeah,
Is
he
that
needs to
upgraded
commit
yet?
to something. I don't know what he's going for. Another plus, he's going for Evo upgrades, but he needs units of some kind. He either needs Hive for cracklings, or he needs lurkers.
I think the door for any of that's about over. Templar on the map, Storm is research, so it's like
Yeah.
now you can see the move going. He's trying to take a fourth base, but still, Army Zealot's going to just put the pressure on here, and all these bases are so far apart. This is so difficult for Machine, I think, to defend this.
Oh yeah. Hydras are actually it's underrated how bad they actually are at moving. Like they're not. Yeah.
How bad Hydras are?
Oh yeah. They bump into each other a lot.
Yeah, but
They're not as bad
to
as
be
goons,
honest-
but they are bad.
to be honest, I think he overmoved them a bit. It was possible to get some great fights for him, but he just moved them around too much. And what you want to do is split them up or something, or just hold your chokes. But I don't know why he was trying to get damage done all the time. I think that what he should have done is to hold his both chokes and then try to get some lurkers up. What he did now was to move around and move around and move around, and they,
Wrong
as you said,
scoreboard. Wrong
yeah,
scoreboard.
just bumped into one another. So I'm not really enjoying what he did there.
Generally speaking, you can get away with moving your Hydras, but you have to have supremely good micro.
Oh my god, Azalea, what in the fuck?
Yeah, it's
How
been a
old are
while.
these maps?
But can't you just run by here? This is one of those.
This
you
is
need
tragic.
You need to go for one in-base play here as a Protoss, right? You can't really wall off here.
Yeah, you can move out super early, but the thing is, if you like 4 pools, you're just dead.
Yeah, can you just show us the map for a bit? This
No,
is
Red,
can you,
blue it if it's possible.
remove Fog of War if you're able to.
you click at the hands, reveal the map, and go to see the natural, so we can see if there is a walling opportunity somewhere.
It's really at
Where
the
do you
third.
wall off? Okay, is that that's huge, man. You can't.
That is huge.
Yeah, that's just
You can
asking
just
to get busted.
you can just ling all in here, right?
Oh yeah, I think
I think that's the plan, or even just like 9 pool speed or something.
I would
safest
love to
play
see a 12 hatch indoors.
Yeah, safest play here is probably to go for the one base block with his one Zealot and tech into like fast Corsairs or something. I don't know.
Oh,
So is that like a strategy with this map pool? As Zerg, you want to pick maps that are really tough to wall in? Maybe
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
kind of cool.
Zerg has the best units for fighting without walls in the first like 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah. All I'm thinking is if you're gonna do like maps like this for this time period, like I'd rather it was Sin Machine G5. That would have been much funnier. This is just completely insane. But yeah, I think it's gonna be, as long as it's maps like this, it's gonna be gateway spans. It's just trying to get some kind of Zealot army up and then see what you can do with them. Because like doing normal openings just is not gonna work on this stuff.
That's what I like about this map pool. You got to be a little bit innovative, like it was back in the day when the game came out. You didn't have like really set build orders. It wasn't rigid, and the most successful players sometimes were just really fluid. They might not do so well today, you know. But back then, like the Elkies, the Gurs, they could freestyle it a bit, do really well. And this map pool, I think, kind of forces you to make up some stuff.
I'm really hoping to see Machine do something just counterintuitive and be like, okay, you think I'm gonna ling all in you, and you're gonna go one base. I'm gonna go take 3 bases off the bat. But I don't think he's gonna do that.
I'm wondering, and I'm just like thinking more about the map. I kind of want to see one base Sarah Reaver.
Oh,
Yeah, that would be cool.
That'd be perfect.
You lose 1 unit and you're dead, but it's it's fun to watch.
Or maybe he can do the really old style where you go for the mass cannon and you try to get an extra main and you just spam cannons and go for carriers.
Yeah.
That is fun as well.
That sounds so awful. That sounds great. I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
Turn.
that was a playbait, and then I actually today I watched a game, Cheeky versus let's see who, what, Bisu, and Bisu went for carriers. He started with Corsair Reavers, and then he went for carriers. Amazing game.
So a little bit of a late third here for Eagle Burger, and sorry, I just love that name. But
It's un-American, is what
his
it is.
lair is he doesn't even have a lair yet. Like, this is really late. He has to go Hydra.
And in this
Like
case,
now.
for Dragon, I would love a Scout instead of a Corsair.
Yeah, not even memeing. That actually sounds like it would be pretty cool.
Yeah, because this time it will work. If it does it, he can actually hit drones and stuff, and that will force him to make Hydras or to make a Spore, and a Spore costs a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Well, he
Would
needs
like
Hydras
2
now
hatch
anyways.
lings or 3 hatch lings just run over Dragon right now? He's
Yeah,
got
no.
1 gateway.
I
He'll-
think they would, but we're getting the Hydra Den instead.
Yeah, he doesn't have Ling. He doesn't have Ling speed though, and there is a Stargate out, so that means Corsairs are going to a Overlord is going to die somewhere. But
Okay, I
Question
don't
will
know
move
about
out
this
here, that
attack
was-
from Dragon. I mean, he's got 3
Yeah.
hatcheries. Do you want to attack a Zerg with 3 hatcheries when you have 1
No.
gate?
Well, I think it's also, why are you attacking early with a Dragoon?
yeah, one Dragoon, 2 Zealot, 4-minute timing is not a thing. It's and then you can see why.
It's the map, dude. It throws you off.
And what I've seen when I seen indoor play and a player like Suma plays against it, instead of going for Hydralist, then he actually goes for a chamber and +1 carapace directly, and he makes a Spore in front of his natural, and I like that style.
I would really want to see Machine chip away at that gateway and just force the
yeah,
opening.
that's
There's
cool.
the opening. That's what we're talking about.
No Ling speed though, so this should be good. No, I think. Well, okay. How many is he on? 1 gateway?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's in the middle of nowhere. That's so killable.
Yeah, one gateway versus 3 hatcheries, you could just pump Ling and you probably would eventually break out, but
Oh, and I was
He's
letting
dancing
two
for us,
lings in
man.
here.
Machine's putting on a show, guys.
oh yeah.
No, the map pool's putting on a show. This is shenanigans.
He picked the map.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
because he probably remembers this. This is the WCG
Yeah, he does
map.
go back to at least 2001.
Alright, so see 4th hatch coming down now for Eagle Burger. So he's
I
doing
really-
Hydra upgrades. I think we're just gonna see more mass Hydra like game 1. But I want to see him transition.
Yeah, I think Hydra is sort of the way to go here. I really
like this
like. I hope
Corsair
Machine
sky.
is picking maps. That he's like, oh, this is the map I played when I won a regional went to the
Exactly.
finals. I would love this if that was like the storyline behind his choices. That'd be so good.
Shout out to Minerals. I think he named his dog after this map. He's an American map maker. He made Blindside and all kinds of cool maps.
Do we have
Is that
a
his
second
best?
gas here for Zerg being mined? We do not. Okay, so he's committed to mass Hydra. He can't do anything else.
I mean, he
he's
is
getting away.
transitioning. He's transitioning to Lair, yeah. So I don't know.
Well, he's not gonna. He won't have the gas to make Hydras and upgrade without a second gas. So this is either just a pressure move, just to.
Oh, he's
Test
got the second
water.
extractor. Is he not mining it?
This
He's
is
just now
over.
making it.
Oh.
1 cannon, no speed. Oh, big pull here.
I mean, in the right hands, these Hydras could just win the game right now, but it's hard, very hard to do. So.
I feel like I got baited. It was like, hey, do you want to cast this series? It's a player you like. We start with a PvP. You're going to love it. And so now I'm looking at this wall and I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at?
I'm worried about the 1 gate. I mean, 3 gates, Hydraless, but Machine's not like pumping out Hydras and rallying them. He's droning up.
Yeah. I mean, I can respect
Something
that,
is
but he needs
laggy.
to get.
I think he's giving away his advantage. It would be if Dragon wins this, that's a throw. I think, right? Like Machine was ahead.
Can I just
Definitely
ask
a
one
good
thing?
fight.
Is it me that lags or some of you? Because I can see something is really off here with the sound.
Is it the screen share?
I don't know.
Or are you talking
Yeah, I
about the
think-
Discord voice?
Yes, the game sound is really off.
I have it muted on my end.
Can
so
you
I have
guys
no
hear
idea.
the game sound on a Discord screen
I
share?
can.
No,
Yes.
I cannot. No.
Oh, I didn't
What?
know that.
Yeah,
I'm
I just
really
I
lagging.
muted my screen share, but yeah.
How is that possible? You can hear the music too?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't have anything.
Okay, sound
muted,
is good for everyone else, so I will just rejoin.
but-
I can restart it, man.
No, but I can
no,
restart.
it's fine.
I restarted it.
Okay, now you did it.
I thought we
Let's see.
deprived our casters of all sound and music.
No, I muted that stuff. I listen to my own music.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Look at this fourth base location. Oh my god. What is this? I
This
guess
is
that's
your
where you
man.
hate
This is
me,
who
right?
you're rooting for, man.
No, I'm rooting for Dragon. I mean, I like Machine too. I'm rooting for everyone to have a fun time, and I don't think Azalea is being real fun right now for Dragon. It's so weird.
People used to
Well, we
play
see here-
this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Getting
now,
a very important third gas that so he can support lurkers. So
and now we see him taking a fourth base as well.
yeah.
Poor Dragon, what the fuck can you do actually?
He hates playing newer maps too, because I know I ask players to play newer maps sometimes to test them out, and I know which ones don't really like newer, older maps or whatever, because they're so, they're used
Yeah.
to the same
He
maps.
likes playing things that are practical practice.
Do you see
No, it
what
makes sense to me.
LML said in chat? He said, when I stream, I only mute Ox's voice.
I mean, considering
Piece of
Ox says
shit,
about
LML.
53
If you want to
words
join us,
per
man,
cast.
you have permission, I think.
Yeah, but his mic is so low, no one hears him. He has a very low and gentle voice.
He's a soft-spoken man.
Yeah, I like him so much.
He's fapping in the background.
Shinobi
to your
asks,
voice,
"Are
right?
scouts
Oh,
the
no.
weakest units in the game?"
Dude is coming in here.
Is he dead from 3 mutilus?
Yes.
No.
Okay,
Well,
two
the
Corsairs
Storm
coming
is
in here.
done. Storm is done. So
These 4 mutas beat 2 Corsairs, but okay.
I feel like Machine's kind of trolling, but he's got to be careful, man. Dragon is a macro god. He will
Oh, but
stomp
it's
your
not
ass.
a macro god with 4 gates.
Well, he's been pumping out of those gates, though.
I mean, this base layout is fictional, man. Like this is, he's gonna like. Where do you take your third? Because like this game's gonna get
Oh,
to the
you
point
take it
where these-
upstairs. You have a
Yeah.
choke point in the middle
third-
of the
There's a
two
mineral
bases.
base. You don't want
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing. It's for the Protoss. This is very Zerg favored map because Protoss doesn't get a third gas very.
It's flat. It's hard to get your next
Yeah.
gas. Like, oh, this map's a nightmare.
This is what's cool about this map pool. I don't think all the maps are even or balanced. They give advantages to certain races, and it's about picking the right ones for your race or style. And if
I hope
Machine-
Dragon can Dragon pick like Longinus and Nostalgia. Like, can he do this to Machine right back in the
Of
next
course.
two?
That's the cool thing. We'll see what he picks next if he loses.
It's like these lurkers are all just gonna be a nightmare to try to crack out of here. Spread out pretty good, and of course, those are trying to look for something at least.
We
Like,
don't have a single goon out yet.
It's got the range done.
It does?
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll get
but...
there.
Oh, sorry, I'm so bad at looking at the production tab, I always take it off when I stream, so...
Yeah, I think when most people talk about race balance in the game, what we really mean is map balance
Oh, I guess
because
the score's off Ox still. I guess on both overlays.
Oh, did I give Machine a win?
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
But you don't need to change it, you can change it after the game because it will be
Yeah.
1-1.
Whoa.
I think we underestimate. I shouldn't say
Ouch.
we, but like when we talk about race balance, it usually is, I think, more an issue of map balance. So you see here, like, I mean, what's Machine Dragon supposed to do, really? Like, this is like
I told you
Protoss.
what he should post. what he should do on this map. He should take a ninja base and go for carriers, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
so
don't-
armor
yeah.
just finished. He's got storms. They've been building energy for a while. I think you wait for a couple rounds of dragoons and you just go for a big punch to the throat kind of attack. If you can get through anywhere, because in the
How
same
many
way that's
gates do
flat
we
and
have?
open, there's no 7.
Is it 7 gates? Oh, great storms! This is not. I'm not sure why he's trying to poke in there so much.
He's got
Just
enough
wait
stuff he
and
can do.
let the lurkers do the job.
Ooh, Lurker's trying to run forward here. Good,
Yeah,
really
this was
good
risky,
storms all over
man.
the place.
He will
Oh,
break out
gee.
here.
We lost everything.
Look at the supply.
Look how much.
the supply.
Look
Look at it.
guy. Yes, but
Been playing with his
Zerg's
food a little
fine.
bit, and not it's gonna hurt him at this point because his army's starting to get intimidating here. And with Dragon being on 2 base for too long, it's like he's gonna have to push out anyway to secure that next base. So he's gonna push out and kill a base.
I don't think he's going to push out and kill a base. Like, okay, we on Hive Tech yet? Like, I really love this mix of adding Zerglings in.
We
We're
are.
not on Hive Tech, but still, like, this is, yeah, it looks like Protoss is like, oh yeah, Protoss is killing the Zerg units, and he's
That's
gonna break
exactly
out,
what it
but-
looks like, A-Bug.
But the problem is that when he breaks out, I don't think he can kill a base unless they're
Yeah, he
dramatic
can take
in this way.
the mineral only at first, and then he can push out. I know I was kidding a bit with the taking an extra base and go for carriers, but actually he could go for an extra main because it's easier to cannon it up.
I don't know. It's just you look at the supply. There's a lot of drones, so if you can hold on, it's really good. But like, Dragon's won these fights pretty handily. I think he's been building up a storm energy for quite a while here. It's not a lot of mutas to pick off Templar. I think this is pretty dangerous for this base that doesn't have a whole lot of defense.
Guys, don't take your eyes off the supply. Eyes on the supply count. All you should be looking
I'm
at.
about to see Protoss just lose 30 supplies. What's gonna happen?
Oh, now he lost these two Templars. There
Like,
we go
you see
for
a
more
big round
Templars.
Zealots, and this is where Zerg needs to pull back. Like, he actually could lose the base if he doesn't because he's Hydra's back. Like, these lurkers have no business being out here. They need to
Oh.
be at the base.
But the money for Dragon is really bad now.
Yeah. Like, this is just a game of attrition. Zerg just needs to keep just trading. I mean, they would be good trades, but he just keeps trading. He's fine. He's on 3 gas. Protoss, yeah, gets a third, but it's a gas base. I mean, a mineral base. That just means more zealots. So, and he's on lurker tech. There's no.
I
Zerg
like
has
how
to
Machine wasn't really conservative with like 20 units, but he snuck that one lurker away. He's like, I need to save this one single lurker.
Yeah, but that's his
Right.
favorite.
Where is it? Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got
Don't
some
you have
nasty
favorites when
upgrades.
you play the game?
I'm teasing Machine. If you ever listen to this, don't hate me. I love him. He's the greatest guy ever. So.
Yeah, I mean, where we see Protoss has essentially map control of the middle of the map, but it's kind of tenuous. It's based on him just continuing to prevent the Zerg from massing up.
I like that expand though, straight up. But it will be crazy how to hold it. Look at the amount of space for Zerg to attack from every
Yeah.
direction there.
He
How the
understands
heck are you
that.
supposed to?
Yeah, Dragon understands that he can't
Ooh, these
scale into the
Corsairs.
late game
Gonna
off of
find
2
it?
gas.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
because I mean 6 hatch Zerg, and he's getting the hive tech upgrades now, melee attack and carapace. So
I
he's
think it's at 7 hatch, right?
yeah, and there's the hive. Yeah, so he's already prepping for.
Yeah, the Corsairs did see all that. They saw, so they have an idea of like what kind of clock he's on here. So we'll see what Dragon ends up getting done. But yeah, there's trading units a lot.
He's eating storms, but now he's bleeding up so much against these small counter mutas. But okay, let's see. Will he be able to stabilize? I would like to see some cannons and maybe reavers or something at that 4th base, because that is so hard to hold with just this unit composition, and also when we see Zerg going into hive tech, it's really good to have like 1 or 2 Archons in the army as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see this large number of Zealots. Oh, and they are going to find this 5th base here, so... Oh, he catches this probe transition.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he's going to get any kills, but... Yeah. Yeah, the thing with Eagle Burger here is he's going to... like, his army is just going to be scaling better. Like, as long as he doesn't throw it all away.
Yeah, now you
Right here.
see that how Zerg can do it because they are so mobile, and because there are no links to this bases that he can attack upstairs,
Yeah,
then downstairs,
this
and
is
so
just
on.
like this is not what you want to see when you're Protoss. You need to have everything in a line where the Goons and Templars are in the back and the Zealots are a shield wall. When everything's just surrounded by leans, it's just super scrappy. This is
He did it.
Yep.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
He was losing like every single battle, it looked like.
Yeah, but
he
he
just
had
overwhelmed.
so great economy. When you have him on 4 base and you have that possibility to attack one base, go up to take the next one, because as we heard Ox say, you need to have all your units as a Protoss in a great like place. And when you attack upstairs, downstairs, downstairs, what's happening is that you thin out the Protoss and he can't really engage in the right way.
Mm-hmm. I think that if that map had been a 3rd gas for the 3rd base instead of just a mineral only, that would have been a Protoss win. But
I just love that Dragon's like, all right, pick the next map, Fighting
Yeah,
Spirit.
that's exactly what I was thinking
Yeah.
too.
Protoss favorite map. I don't know what the actual stats are, but like pretty much any 3rd base option Protoss has slightly harder to take, but it is as soon as Protoss breaks out, and they generally do get to unless they just misplay, they'll get that 3rd gas, and Zerg has to be efficient in their trading. Like that last game, honestly, I mean, Machine could have he just needed to keep making units and just eventually he will win.
I can tell you the score for this map. The score for this map is 581 wins for Zerg and 567 wins for Protoss. So it's a 50.6% advantage for Zerg.
That's so misleading. That's so misleading because it's through so many generations of play and meta. But but before that, because gotta shout out the community, love Bonus with a big raid. We're just getting into our highlight series, and the series before us was good.
Shit.
So make sure you check out the bot.
Thank you.
And I must say, I love how Terran is favored in this map. And that's not because of the map, I would believe. This is because of...
it's because of the map. For sure.
It's because of Flash, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flash is the 4th race. You have to basically take him out of statistics to...
Yeah, he was anyway.
Hey, for every time you say Flash was, for a map this old, you have to say J-Dog should skew it for Zerg. Or like Savior or somebody, It's like, yeah, Flash is ridiculous. But...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do have a fair point. There was...
Oh, maybe we should talk about Nada then.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, Nada was a monster too.
Yeah, actually, when he was the best player in the world for a bit there, he was totally fucking amazing.
And then so was Oof behind that. Like you can't just say it's one guy.
I mean, Nada was still amazing. He came back for that one ASL and he did the nuke rush. So I mean,
I love that. I was so sad when it didn't work. It was like
it was so close
please.
to. Ooh, it was so close.
Yeah, versus Larva.
Yep. I really wish that build could have worked out. Like I honestly I think that he lost that more because Nada messed it up than because Larva is amazing, but like
yeah.
I think that was more
and it was so cool that he did it in that strategic way, because we've never seen that done before. When you doesn't go for cloak, it's no sneaky nuke. It's like up front nuke.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm going to stand here and I'm going to put a fucking shield on my ghost and I'm going to nuke the shit out of you. Mm-hmm. I love it.
So we see here an interesting choice here. The machine here has to take his first expansion at the third, but we see Dragon here actually going for um, cannon right after Forge. So there's not going to be any pressure for another.
Yeah,
two and
it
a half.
was Forge Nexus can, so just a stable over. I think after last game, Dragon just wants to get into something stable and familiar. Let my skill carry me through the mid game, and just getting something that gets him out alive without getting messed with too much.
Mm-hmm.
True, true.
Do we have a gas here? Okay, yeah. So seems like the timing's a little bit better here for Machine this game. I think his third hatchery was still a little bit late by some standards, but he is not going to have that absurdly late gas like last game. So I think he'll definitely looks like a normal game so far.
I mean, it's Fight Spirit. Like you expect nothing less than a normal game, right?
Yeah, I mean for Thelio series, a normal game is a weird game. But
Don't
so
have a lair somewhere, right?
yep, lair is nearly complete. Stargate is
Oh,
about
yeah.
third complete, so I don't think we should see too much damage done by Corsairs.
Oh, but isn't the... I think the lair is a bit late, actually.
It is if you want to get Spire to counteract the Protoss, but if it's just he should have had a Hydrogen. Sorry, started by now though. If he wants to,
A bit of a misrally.
Yeah, this build's actually kind of missing some piece of his thing because
What?
he's going Spire, but yeah,
What is he
no
doing?
hydrogen, not getting the extra gases if you wanted to go for mutas. Like I don't, it's a little bit off.
Yeah, he's getting Spire anyways. That's what's like. What?
Yeah, this is too late. Look, the Corsair is already starting. The +1 is starting there. I don't know what this is, and we actually see no extra hatch or no hydrogen or anything like that. I don't know. Oh, he didn't see them move out, right? Oh no, this is
It would have
horrible
been
for him.
close, so we'll see if he was paying enough attention here.
Oh,
His legs move forward a little bit. We'll see. And he's getting +1 air weapons as well, so I think everything's
no.
really looking good for a dragon here. These cells just show up. There's no stack defense. Oh no.
What? Okay. Oh, and even more drones coming out. He doesn't even have links on its way. It's 2 sets of links, but that's so late. And he will just pick these links off.
No, he's got
Oh.
good drone control though. Like,
Yeah, very good, but this have paid everything.
Yeah, it's just a
And you
lot of
see-
disruption here. That's the big
Yeah.
thing.
And I'm going to say it once again. If that had been a scout, it would have done so much damage. He could have attacked the drone line.
You are rooting for the wrong guy to do weird stuff like that. A scout from Dragon, we'd never let him hear the end of it.
Oh, but that would have
You
been
would.
lovely. Okay,
Yeah, I
let's
think-
see. Oh, he picked off 1 extra overload there, and now he's moving back with his Corsairs. So let's see here. Is there a cannon in his main?
he is going for mutas as well. Interesting choice. Okay.
But
I
he's-
again, like I
And
feel like the
air
whole
carapace.
harass that happened is totally fine for Zerg if he didn't lose Overlords, but with that late Spire, just it didn't. It definitely is Dragon favored at this point, but there's still room in the game. He is going for Carapace on Machine, so is planning to keep Corsairs out. I think he's maybe anticipating the +1, which is on the way. But again, the +1's going to be around for probably a solid minute or minute and a half before Carapace is complete.
Yeah, but I think a part of this is also going to be, a little bit sloppy here. He's getting cornered. Scourge do make
Ooh,
some decent
nice.
connections here, so good move from Machine, getting some of these Corsairs weakened and taken out.
Yeah, this is really good control by Machine. I'm impressed. Like, he, not afraid to just fly in there and get a Corsair pick off. Kills, like, what, 3 probes? Adding in more mutas, too. Like, this is turning into a little bit of that
death spiral of Muta versus Corsair.
Yeah, I think it will get a little more complicated though as these Templars finish up. I got to Storm yet, so it's probably just going to be for Archons. I think it's a lot harder for Machine to do what he's doing.
Yeah, I know some Zergs, I think, have just been experimenting a little bit, because kind of the issue with scaling, air armies in PvZ is that Protoss gets Archons, they get Templar, they can get Dark Archons, lots of tech answers to the air army of Zerg, whereas Zerg is kind of limited, but I think some Zergs have kind of realized and been experimenting a little bit with the Queens. Would love to see that, but again, I don't know if I kind of don't think we'll see that this series, but in the right hands, that can be a lot of fun to watch. Again,
Yeah,
like
totally.
Queens are like just the underrated unit. Like we've seen them more in the past, I guess, year or two. But nice catch.
Ooh, that's sick. But honestly, a lot of
But
Corsairs
not
stayed
enough.
alive. That's a lot of Scourge dead. And Archons are right up in the face. The only units
Yeah.
been made were the Mutas,
Yeah.
and that's
Did-
enough.
A little bit of a disconnect there. Machine actually would have been able to take out the air army if he kept his air units together. It wasn't like
Yeah,
some
but
critical mass
still,
that.
the two Archons would have just wrecked him.
Yeah, because he didn't have any Hydras on him, and it would have been like the Zealots would kill all the drone line while he's trying to micro mutas around the Archons. It was a pretty tough situation.
Yeah, what you need is like 5 Sunkens or something like that. If you look at a player like Larva, he really likes to go for the Muta Scourge strat. He usually go for like 5 Sunkens or something like that.
Yeah, but you have to. You have to. Anytime you're skipping Hydras, you have to go mass sunken.
Yeah.
Hydras are the only answer to mid-game
Arkham.
Protoss armies. Unless you've got, unless you go mass sunken and rush to Hive Tech, or have a large Muta army. But well played. I mean, I question the choice of late Spire there. I think if he had gone Hydra, then it would have been a little more effective. But
I don't know why his lair was so late though. What really didn't click there? Because he didn't rush the Cybernetics core, right?
I think there's
That was a
something off a
normal
little
build.
bit
Normal
with his
Frostbite.
opening mining, and this is Destination. Like, oh man, this is like one of my favorite old maps. It's just a fun
I like
map.
this. as
You
well.
would like it as a Zerg player, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because you can you can mine that mineral and shit.
Yep.
Ooh, Dragon
So,
with the account switch. He's had enough of the shenanigans.
Oh, did he change his? Okay. I like Eagle Burger as the name.
Oh yeah, that's an awesome name.
You know, I watched the movie. What is called the Eagle movie? The Flying Eagle. Is that the name of it?
Hmm.
The crazy dude who starts with the ski jumping shit.
I
Have
don't
you
think
seen
I've
that?
seen it.
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a real story. It was yeah, he was an American, I believe, and no, it's an Englishman. Sorry, he was an Englishman, and he was like, I want to go to the Olympics. So then, when he was like 25 years old or something, he started to ski jumping, getting up to 90 meters and shit, and jump. And
Why
he
don't you
didn't
get
have
this
any
Eagle
skills.
Pancake? Does that
It-
sound right?
Is this like a
Oh
true
yeah,
story?
it was an amazing movie. Yeah, he was hospitalized for a bit though. Yeah,
Like,
Eddie
you
the
can
Eagle
each-
is the name. Yeah, you
Oh,
need to
okay.
watch that shit. It's an amazing movie actually.
Well, guess what? It's a pool first on this map. Who saw it coming?
I don't know.
Yeah, with the pilot down on the natural, that's I think he's gonna go for some sort of low ground wall in.
Yeah,
On the
this
bottom
is
of the
a
ramp?
wallable map.
Yeah, I think you can do something with the, yeah, we'll see what he goes for here. It's just, Destination's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to go. What was it? Nexus Gate Cannon.
Alright, now here's the question, because we're seeing some interesting stuff from Machine. This is old school maps, old school strategies. Does Machine mine out the minerals for the backdoor entrance?
Let's see, how many minerals is it? How many drinks do you have to bring? Oh, you can see the one at the top.
I believe 16.
Oh no, so you. Oh, it looks like one worker can. Is it really one worker?
I think it takes a few rounds.
Yeah, it's a 0 bet, but it's not. Yeah, it's gonna take a couple to go through it.
Well, let's see. So when Zerg builds a, let's see, to cancel a hatchery, you lose like, yeah. If he mines, builds hatchery, cancels, that's losing too much probably to make it worthwhile. So.
And if you go to the chat, you can see how to wall this. That's almost right.
That's
what he's
awful. That looks awful.
doing. Yeah, that's not
Man,
really
this
right.
station sucks.
You have the right wall on the chat right now. If you click the link that I put there,
Okay.
and you should actually. It's not really bad, but you need to have the cannon behind the gate.
Oh, get
Yeah,
a
you
poke
can't
lower.
even-
Loses some lings for free there. To
Pretty
poke
good
what's
wall,
going on.
if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this one's like the main issue here is that I don't think it really messes with the mining that much actually.
No, that's.
But these
That's
cannons
it.
are exposed for hydras, so I think that's kind of the main issue here.
It's also a lot of buildings in the way when you want to rally at your base. Like it's
Oh,
like
yeah,
like
yeah.
if Hydras get across the bridges and get you in a
Yeah,
nice little
there's
container,
no
it's
way
gonna
to
be
get-
hard to fight that straight up.
Yeah, you have no way of getting goons out. I mean, I guess with the other wall it's kind of hard too, but at least it's doable. But right now he's gonna have to destroy a building in order to rally goons.
For me, it's like a bit weird. Can't you just go for the for cannons like between the between the bridges? Cover them, but maybe you will be afraid of the backdoor wall then.
Isn't it covered in rocks?
Yeah, I think there's some unbuildable budget bridges, isn't there?
Oh, I
No?
mean inside, but a bit
Huh.
under the just straight with the bridges.
I
Not
don't
on
know.
the
I think it's
bridges,
just
but
really hard to
between
hold
them.
that because it's double bridge, and
Yeah.
we've seen before where mass Zergling can just run across the bridge and kill it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be completely honest. Every time I had to play this map, I proxy gated. I wasn't even dealing with this, so yeah. With the intricacies of walliness, I got no input.
Look at
Yeah,
that
but I
gas
like how
mining.
Dragon
Looks-
is doing it.
Wow, look at the gas mining at the natural. Protoss is natural. That's gross. You need to force Rogue to do that.
But I really don't like that he didn't mind the backdoor mineral, because even if you're not going to use it, it's really hard for the Protoss when that's mined, because you will always have that thing back in your head that, oh, he can run in whenever he wants to. and
Yeah,
that's
Zerg, I
not-
think it's good to try to keep Protoss on their tippy toes, right? Get him paranoid. Are mutas coming? Am I gonna get attacked in the back? Is my opponent hacking? So,
Yeah, of course, the last one especially. Is my opponent hacking? Yeah, of course.
do people
I
accuse each other
forget.
of hacks anymore? It was a thing like back in the day.
Yeah, but back in the day, a lot of people hacked.
Maybe.
I don't know how many people
We're
hack
teenagers.
these days. Sometimes I feel like they are hacking, but I never say anything.
I think it's less of a thing now than it used to be.
Yeah, maybe. But you still doesn't want to tell people that they are hacking, because yeah, it's a weird thing to say.
At
A
our
lot of
age,
mutas
yeah.
get added on here, so we'll see. Because we saw the harass was pretty good on the mutas from Machine last game, so I definitely think you can find some opportunities to get something done here. Just to get it doesn't got as long as he doesn't take that big air fight that goes badly. But this isn't +1 air weapons. It's gonna be a lot weaker for a dragon to begin with.
What's the time for you guys right now?
5?
Just at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
We're Eastern. It's 11 there, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he can just dive this. Like, yeah, you can just dive this. Run in with the mutas first to tank the cannon shots and learn the
Yeah,
scourge.
this is. Oh my god!
Yeah.
That is so
Ava
bad.
called
for
it.
him.
Look at Machine,
many
he's like,
mutas is there?
whee!
But we're okay now. There's a big attack coming in though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Classic
a
Protoss.
lot of zealots. Good move.
Yep.
He's gonna get the hatch.
Yeah.
He okay. Good drone drill. Nah, he's gonna get it. Yeah.
Yeah, he got the hatch.
But he'll still long distance mine. He'll lose all these zealots. This is still fine actually for Zerg. Like look at all the drones he's got.
Just lost his
Mutas
hatchery,
is so
man.
bad versus
Nothing's
zealots.
fine.
But he still has he'll remake that one. He'll have slightly less efficient mining there. But if he gets another round of, he should be making some more
God, I love
drones.
this
He needs
map.
more than what he's currently got.
So many juicy critters. The guy put all the critters on this map too. Really famous map maker. Big shout out to Earth Attack.
Earth attack.
That's a great name.
He made Circuit Breaker and tons of other
And-
maps.
And you look at what's gone here. I mean, look at that, 3 Archons. That's like what, 6 High Templar that are not going to have storms. Like, honestly, Dragon did that to himself. I don't think he needed that many Archons. Like,
I
what's-
think
thing
he
that-
might be thinking the same kind of strategy from last time, where if it's over making on the mutas a little bit, you can just go for a death blow if you get into these positions.
Mm.
I don't know. Naked Archons, like good unit control doesn't care.
I
Plus
think
he's
I
got
saw the
Hydra
replay.
this
This is
time.
turn rate 16, so it might be banking that really good unit control is a little difficult.
Oh,
I mean, look at
there
this,
are
the
so
Hydras
many
just
Archons
focusing
though.
down the Archons. Like,
I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, a couple zealots. They're just helping out a lot here. The Hydra's not enough. Wiping out that base again. Let's go.
Good micro.
Not again, man. For the love of God.
Yes, like this. Archons are the best unit, just like this.
Oh, no. He needs to kill that Archon. How much health is there?
You want to know, don't
lot,
you? This
dude.
is
That's
why
a
I don't
lot.
click on them.
that takes a lot of hits.
I don't want you to
No,
have that
it's not like
information, Ver. So it's a suspense. And it gives me the excuse to just observe badly.
Yeah. Okay, but I must say one thing though, that how to attack an Archon, you can of course do what he tried to do there, where you go for the small muta hits and go back. What you can also do, that I prefer, because it's so much easier, is to go for the what do you call it, where you split off all the mutas and go to the and surround it. I
Yeah.
like that. It's so much easier to do though.
Yeah, on low numbers, that's easier to do. You can do it versus Corsairs too. Like you think,
Yeah.
oh, they have three Corsairs or something, but if you've got like 5 or 6 mutas, you can still fight that.
Of course, it's
Split
very
off.
slick when you're able to do the other style, because it looks so much better and you can do it without any damage. But sometimes you need to put your APM to other usage, so then I
Yeah.
think it's better to just split them up.
Alright, by the same map maker, Blue Storm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I had a crazy CPL game last season that went to like 45 minutes or whatever. It was on Eclipse, where we mined out the whole map, and it came down basically to he had like a clump of Reavers and Archons, and I had Mutas and a couple Hydras, and it was just like the game was basically a dance of Archons versus Mutas. It was pretty crazy.
I
you win?
do not envy you.
Yeah, I won. Basically,
Nice.
what I did was I was able to kill the Archons, and then I sent my drones out to tank all the Scarab. I sent one drone out at a time because I knew he was mined out, so I got him to run out of Scarabs and couldn't remake them because I was just sacrificing my drones. And then he didn't have Scarabs left, and then my Hydras cleaned up.
I saw on Oja's stream he played this map, and that's one of the few times that I've seen Oja so angry, because he said that this map with all the high ground shit, It's like Zerg is just standing on the high grounds and taking good engaged all the time. So he was so freakishly angry about this map. And Oija is quite a low-key person, but that time he got so angry.
Well, yeah, it's like pathing gets a little annoying here, and you got that little hole that makes walling and obnoxious that lanes could just fit through. No freaking big deal.
Yeah,
But this whole
exactly.
map is just designed, I think, to annoy Protoss.
You see Eagleburger going for the game 1 build again with the 10 hatch. So
But
again, just get a healthy wing flood out, prevent any of these like early zealot pressures from doing anything. I mean, he did lose
but
game 1,
he will
but
not pressure early, so this will
Wait, did he
do
lose game
nothing.
wait, who won game 1?
Ooh, look at this though.
I think
Nexus
Dragon
before
did.
anything, Dragon.
Yeah.
That's bold from Dragon. I think he's got a
No,
plan
but
in store.
he knows the timings because he's in there with the probe, just watching that pool. So he's in there with the probe, watching that pool, and says, "Oh, I don't need to stress. I know
I got
exactly
big
when it's
balls."
going to hit."
Just put
It's
down
very
Nexus.
risky though, because like if he doesn't have his probes, he has to pull probes, right? Like he can't defend this
No.
with just one cannon. There's not going
He's
to be a
double
zealot.
cannon. He will double cannon that.
It just still like it feels difficult, but actually, I think he'll be in a good spot. I didn't realize it's like the distance on Blue Storm is so long, and it's been a while since I played. I kind of forget that.
Yeah, and now he. Oh, what is that? Oh shit! That's a gateway. He needs double cannon though.
Well, yeah,
Will
he had
that
the
be up in
wall,
time? Oh,
so
that
I get it.
is that placement right?
Yeah, he has to cut.
It still make a wall, so you can't just run past it.
Yeah,
he had
but
to cut probe
sometimes
production for this.
I've seen players go behind the Nexus with the second cannon because a lot of times you see the Zergs trying to sneak by from this side and pick off probes in the Nexus. Oh, this
Why
is
is he
a
doing this?
2-hatch lair.
So this should be for. Actually, it's a machine, right?
Or-
I'd probably be lurker, right? That'd be fun.
Oh, it's early mutas, I believe.
I don't know. What does he
So
got to
fast.
take that second gas for that to go early mutus?
I think he I think once Machine realized that there was the double cannon, he decided not to go for any run by. He's just going to try and deny scouting, maintain map control, drone up, get an early layer. Well, it's not an early layer, but
Is
it's a
fast
layer.
lurker drop like a thing?
It is. Is it always good? That's the question.
I mean, back when this map was popular, people would do it.
Yeah. You can do it. You just have to be very careful with lurker drops because of cannon. Like, just if they just put a cannon in their mineral line. Like,
I feel like if you're playing a really standard like player, you could throw them off with those things. And in the next games, it kind of like makes your opponent paranoid. Like, holy shit, is he gonna do some crazy stuff like that again?
the problem with
and just
lurker
kicks them
drops
on
is
their
if they
tippy toes.
scout it and then they say, okay, well, I'm just gonna make 2 cannons in my mineral line. Then
And then you gotta go to plan B, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, but when you commit it to lurker drop, you're suddenly behind. Like,
Hey, you got drop and you got lurkers, man.
well, the threat of them is gone. So like the later game, yeah, sure, but when you're on just
Yeah, but then the threat is
Two
like, I
gaps.
got lurkers and drops everywhere else. So you better watch your ass.
oh no, Protoss can just power on 2 bases and run you over with a max army, and you won't have enough to stop them. It's
That's
kinda
not the mindset we need, A-Bug, to win this.
Sorry.
No,
When
you're
did
right,
this
I'm
become
just trolling.
team effort?
Yes.
It's a team effort for Machine? Come on, what is this crap?
Lurker drop, good strategy. Let's see it. Dance for us. I don't know about you, Saetzero. I really want to see Zergs in some of these series, like good Zergs, pull out the good no Hydra strategies. I've seen it a little bit from some players, and I don't know, like it's just so rare. But
If you want to have a person that goes for crazy strats as a Zerg player, you should try to get Avelov to play a little bit again.
it's fine.
So Machine just got scouted, and my theory has always been, this is a new theory, build a sunken, never get scouted. Because it's total worth trade-off, right? You lose a drone, whatever. But
I
the
love
fact
you
that
saying
your
that's a
opponent
new-
doesn't get into your main to see what you have, I know he has Corsair now, so he probably can't scout.
Yeah, that's kind of the main issue.
It's such a giveaway
Corsair.
though when they see what you're doing. Because that's part of the fear in PvZ. Am I dealing with, what am I dealing with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when you see 3 cannons, you've already done economic damage. You don't need to fly in there. So that's like some Terran level. Like, what is he? He's made 7 cannons. That feels a little excessive.
Well, he's still only on the one gateway for now, right? So I think he's just trying to get all the tech rolling a little bit more, and then he's gonna add on stuff later, and the can's kind of necessary.
Yeah. It's always this weird balancing act, whereas as Zerg, you're always afraid Protoss is just gonna break out with this massive Templar army and just run you over, but then as Protoss, it just feels like you're just hiding in the maps, this big, dark, scary place, and if you don't break out soon, the Zerg is just gonna have waves and infinite units, so...
But this doesn't look that good right now for Dragon, actually.
No, it doesn't. It looks really good for Eagle Burger, like...
Does it?
But I want him to harass the natural, because of course you can't do any damage in the main because of the 3 cannons, but in the natural you are able to harass that drone line, aren't you?
I'm very late Zealot speed here. And he's getting +1 air weapons. And a Dark Templar. Yeah, I'm a little confused what exactly he's going for here. Like, I understand you do want to get Zealot speed, but is he trying to go for
It can be a dark arc sometimes.
I think he's making a Corsair Death Squad. +1's weapons is about to finish. And if he's making DTs, maybe trying to make a move towards that 3rd base, because he's kind of around not finding a lot of overlords. So they gotta be at the bases, but you know, it's usually only like 1 or 2. It's not like a giant clump of them, so maybe a little death squatting it.
You need, what is that? I think it's 6 Corsairs.
Oh, he saw
kill
that.
off-
He saw
Yeah,
that
he
shadow.
moved around.
Is there a overload there? Very
Yes.
important. Yeah, of course there are overloads there. He will be totally fine.
Yeah, but that Corsair production has not stopped yet, so that's what I'm saying. I think that's the 2-part plan. The DT getting in for free is not the initial plan.
Yeah, but the problem is that we see a big Hydra switch, and that Corsairs, yeah, if they don't make any damage, it's only up there to taking so much supply.
Yeah, you kind of your hope, I think, with as Protoss here is just hope that you can like kill all the overlords before the Corsairs die, and then you can like just kill the army of Dark Templar, and they can't really push into you. But that's
How many Corsairs are there?
8, I think.
Oh,
That was
6
6.
only.
Oh, was Dragon close enough to see that lurker morphing? I think so. He just started a robo like immediately, so I think he barely just caught eyes on that.
And he's moving out now with a bunch of Zealots, but I don't think that they will do anything here. I think he made the Corsairs because there's only 6 beauties. Oh, sorry, it's a bit more, but it's not really a threat because he have all these Hydras now. So I'm not really sure about this actually.
Hey, the supply block comes in though. That's gonna stop lurkers from morph and buy you some time to get that detection.
Speaking of which, where are all of the overlords? He's got like a couple here and there, but I think
A couple of
maybe
top.
Dragons were doing the same thing.
Okay. One big mistake that we can see here from Eagle Burger is that he used the. Normally, you use an overload to move around with your mutas, but when you have lurkers, you can just switch to control them with the lurker, because when you have speed on that overload, you will drag the overload with you when you move around with your mutas, and you don't really want that, because if they get too close, the mutas start to act up.
Oh yeah, definitely disincentive to get Overlord speed is if you continue to use an Overlord.
Yeah, but then you can do one or two things. You can use one like two links behind the mineral and press hold on one of them. But when you have lurkers, you can always use a lurker, borrowed lurker somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I know some people like use larvas, but I really don't like them because you need to switch that around all the time.
Yeah. It
That
only
sounds
works
so
for like a
intensive.
couple seconds.
Okay, great hold here for Eagle, and it will be a bit hard to move out if you react.
Yeah, what are these lurkers doing so far forward? They're just...
He just didn't let him kill that, and it was only one observer. He could just have picked up the observer really easily there.
Yeah, this is like why I feel like a lot of Protoss players just look at this map and just vomit inside, because you can just set up.
Oh, he's actually
crazy
gonna go
containment.
out the
Yeah.
little way. That's interesting.
Why
Good
did-
opportunity here.
Oh, that was a bit misplaced. Hydras. Why did you let him just get out?
I don't think they were there to guard that. I think those are reinforcements that got caught.
Oh shit! That
What are his upgrades on these Hydras? That was... He must not have... He's got 1-1...
Oh,
he's
it's
worth
only
+1
+1.
Hydra as well.
1-0. That's not fantastic.
But I must say, why isn't Dragon moving out with everything now when he got that?
Yeah, that was just a bunch of Hydras doing it for free, and now it doesn't matter, so...
Yeah,
He
but
also lost
crushed-
his Corsairs. I missed it, sorry.
Wait, he did?
Oh no.
I only see 2.
But wasn't that the weirdest shit? He just crushed the army, but still didn't move out with everything. He had a big opportunity to just go for that little hole and move out.
Well, it gave him the space now. He should be able to secure this base. I think that might be partly why, is he wanted to pull the army away from the right side of the map so he can move out and take that base. And now he can, if he controls this high ground here, then he can essentially get both bases on the right-hand side of the map. At least the one at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then eventually
Okay.
transition it down to the bottom side. So
This doesn't look good right now for Eagle. We can see that there's so much Protoss right now.
yeah, he'll be fine though. Like, there's enough lurkers, he shouldn't lose the high ground here. The main thing is he needs. You can see the whatever. You can see he's got Queen's Nest on the way, so he is getting to hive tech. He just needs to get his upgrades, get a nice hive tech army out, and take.
Yeah, I would
Taking
like
a
Protoss
fifth
to
at
move
12 or
around
6
here.
is nice, but I don't think it's necessary. He can just stand on forward base and power up with upgrades, and he will
Yeah.
be fine. He needs extra hatcheries though. Like, he's gonna get a little bit of a bank, just make extra hatcheries, and then when the cracklings come out, he can spend his bank.
Yeah, this now we see why Protoss hates this map. You know, he's trying to move up, then everything moves there, and now he's moving down, everything moves down.
Also,
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the expansion. Dragon taking the third, but that base sucks. That's not the base you want, but you really can't afford to try to take that corner base. It's so hard to defend. So
Yeah, sometimes we
everything
see
says awful.
Protosses go for the 12 o'clock.
Yeah, with 3
It's like a
o'clock,
whole
gives him
bunch
at
of
least
bad solutions.
some. Why is he doing this? Why? Actually,
Oh,
there's
but
enough.
the storms.
Okay, never mind. Storms.
He can see the future, man. That's why he's doing it. He knows.
Yeesh.
But what the fuck? Why
That shouldn't
didn't
have
he
worked
move
that
any
well.
of the Hydras there?
It's like the Hydras weren't even in control at all.
Yeah, they were just clumped up and he just lost everything here. Oh,
Oh, good luck. Some
More
support
machine
still
age.
available. I'm sure of it. This is rough. All right in there. Big damage here. Even without the Zealots to kind of help out.
oh.
Still so much for Dragon.
This is an amazing position to have as well, and,
Yeah,
and
on
there's
top
so
of
much
3
production
hatcheries, when you're
here.
on top of 3 hatcheries like this.
Yeah, and the upgrades are there as well. Yeah, this is over now, GG.
Wow.
I really thought he had it, but I wasn't. It was some attacks that were really surprising to me. The first one when he just moved out with some Zealots and just surrounded a quite huge army with Hydras there, just looked a bit misplaced or something.
And this is one of the things when you see just pure Hydra armies. I mean, there was like 3 lurkers in that army, but when you see these pure Hydra armies, they don't do well when Storm's out in the field with mass Goon. Goon Templar just wrecks mass Hydra. You have to get Lings in there. Like lurkers counter Zealots. You can't really make mass lurker there. That was not really his issue. I think he really needed Lings for a meat shield. Because if you don't micro the lurker, the Hydras, which we saw, then they just die. The Storm. At least the Lings get to do something else to fight with. That stokes up a lot of their fire. That's key.
But if you look at a player like, if you go for the Korean scene and you look at like Soma, I've seen him go for when you place the Hydras right, but you need, when you have a mass Hydra army, you really need to control it all the time, to just make those small adjustments when Storm comes and so on. But if you don't really have that type of APM, then it's so much better, I believe, to go for what you say, that Ling Lurker style. Mm-hmm. But if you really have a slight and great micro, is really good. If you look at a player like Hawk, he's really good with that type of engagements. He have the Hydra for a long time, but he is barely getting hit by great storms and so on, and that's almost the same with Cheeky as well. He's very good in the mid game with so many Hydras, but you need to place them really strategic so that you can react directly when the army comes and hit you.
Who's your favorite foreign Zerg, ViR?
Me?
Can't pick yourself.
That was a that was a good smash. But I think my favorites Zerg. Let's see. I like the style of Eon Zerg, but I don't really like Eon Zerg. Like the person.
Hello.
So it must be. I really like Hawk. I like that he looks like he's 50 years old when you see the pictures of him.
Hawk is a nice guy.
Yeah, and I think he's humble, and he looks like he's some type of professor or something.
I think he's an accountant, like work.
Oh, he's accountant.
I might be wrong. Maybe somebody joked around about that, but yeah,
but he looks like that as well, and yeah, I like that. But also, I must say that Qiaogege is a great player as well. The style she's playing, I like that.
I think she's actually in the chat here. She was
Is Qiaogege here?
I don't know what she.
What
I
is
haven't
happening?
Really seen anything out of her in a while though.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird looking. Like,
yo, this is hilarious that you could do this town cross. What an animal.
So, pylons are basically immortal, but
yeah, this is GG. Because there's
someone
a pylon
this,
in the back
send it to the
as well.
blind.
Yeah, you see, that pylon is up now. He killed it, and the next pylon comes up.
Yeah.
Smack. Oh, this is horrible.
Let's see. If
He's
he can
fucked,
glitch,
right?
Yeah,
well, if he can glitch when I say glitch, if he can glitch the that larva that's right. No, not like that. If he can glitch the larva to the left side and then make drone there, it shouldn't get hit, and then he could start something.
Yeah, the problem was that you saw that gas thing. He tried to do the gas trick where you regain all your health, and then Dragon made a. He made yeah.
Dragon's like, fuck this.
Oh, the big move. I don't know. It's 4 cannons.
No, it won't work.
Will it?
No, there's only. Oh, maybe, but there's only drones left. 6. Oh, GG. Oh, why is he?
Dirty Protoss
play right there.
But couldn't we see if he could have just killed it? I know that he would have lost, but I want to see if he could kill it.
Hey, remember all those nonsense old school maps that are like hard to wall and it's like, Machines can have such a good time. It's so fun. Dragon has his fun and you guys are like happy it's a cannon rush. It's weird. That's a weird opening. Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
good
yeah, I
game.
liked it. But I didn't want him to leave the game before we saw if he could kill it with those 6 drones.
I think
Your
that was
favorite map?
all of his drones. Bifrost.
What the fuck is this?
Your favorite
Why
map?
not?
Bifrost
No.
3.
Oh dear
In
God.
your face.
What the
Why
fuck?
why are we doing Bifrost? So that back expansion, there's no gas there.
Machine
it's like
picked it.
what base do you take? I know Machine picked it. I'm well aware Machine picked this.
He's got good taste.
Is this an island shit?
I like how much freedom
No.
map makers had back then. Like,
No.
look how simple. I mean, this
You
might
can
have
run
taken...
around that,
I mean-
right? And
Uh-huh,
attack from the
uh-huh.
back. Oh,
Yep.
this
That's
is
kinda
a
one of the-
horrible map for Protoss.
It's kind of one of the things I'm loving about Age of Empires 4 right now. It's like really new. There's no solidified meta or anything for map design, and so it's all just crazy and open and whatever. And
Was that
No.
another game? What was
Another-
that game you? Empire?
oh, Age of Empires.
Age of Empires 4. Okay,
yeah,
people still
yeah.
play Age of Empires?
Well, 4 just came out.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
new one
Forge
just
is-
came out.
Okay, so
You
why
can ride an
are they playing
elephant.
Yeah.
StarCraft instead?
A lot of the RTS streamers, like mostly StarCraft 2 streamers, kind of switched over to Age of Empires 4 now. And it's
Yeah.
called,
Every
Age-
time there's a
Age of
new
Empires
RTS
fun.
game, I feel like I'm dying a little bit inside because more people will leave StarCraft 1.
Most RTS games are not good, so Age 4 is like one of the few I've seen that's actually pretty well, that's like well designed. But I don't think
Is it fast?
No, it's actually
No.
slower paced than Brood War, which is
Yeah,
weird
but
to
all,
say in
all the
2021.
RTS games are low, but I mean like Age of Empires 1 was so freakishly slow.
Yeah, this one's kind of slow as well. It's slower paced than Brood War, but
It's about it's kind of the same speed as 3.
It's about history, guys.
yeah, it moves very
It's
slowly.
it's like a TVT. It's a 45-minute lesson of history.
Yeah.
I don't
But,
know, Bro, do you like
no.
non-StarCraft? Is there a non-StarCraft RTS you like?
For me, that I like.
Uh,
Yeah, you.
Apparently,
you could ask me
no.
if there's a game that I
Oh,
play with.
you're one of those. You literally only play StarCraft. That's
I don't
crazy to
have-
me.
I may be
usually
like
say
that
it like
too.
this, you know, I played this shit
Well, I don't
since
play it.
'98, and I'm still bad at it. So why should I start to play another game? I don't have time to be good at StarCraft. How could I have time to learn another
He's got
game?
you there, man. He's got you
Yeah.
there.
Okay. There's one game that I play with my nephews and stuff, and that's I play some FIFA on PlayStation, but that's it.
I feel like a lot of StarCraft players either play MOBAs or they play stuff like Europa Universalis or some other grand strategy.
Never heard
Oh,
of
but
any of
some
these
people
games.
play Diablo and shit, right?
I've been
Yeah.
playing a lot of D2R recently. It's really fun.
Yeah.
I'm actually really excited for on the Switch the Advance Wars remake. I'm gonna have a great time with that when it comes out.
Yeah, there's people that we call you Judas, you know.
If you run
Listen.
into Oya on D2, can you tell him to please train for our event coming up? Please, Oya, if you're listening out there.
Yeah.
But back to what you were saying, like I don't think Brood War will ever die. It's like
No.
chess. It's just like I don't
It
know.
retains
it has
its
a
loyal
really cool
membership for
formula.
sure.
It's got like a really cool formula that's really hard to replicate.
If you got into a
And-
vintage game like this, it's not likely that you're gonna switch off like other games, you know?
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah,
anyone who gets into it now, it sticks around for more than a couple months.
the main problem with it is you have to play it. You have to play it
Ooh,
like with dedication to actually be
Look
good and
Look
to
what Dragon's
actually
doing though. Sorry. It was this goon all in. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh,
Oh, it is a good all in,
Hey.
you think?
4-hatch goon, let's go. Because you can't expand this map.
4-hatch
It's impossible.
I will love it.
Hmm.
that
I
was-
can just say I can
Or
just say
4K. Did I
that
say 4 hatch? God damn.
You said 4-hatch goon. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
get that out of my head now.
4K, 4K, 4K.
yeah, I like the 4-hatch goon. Yeah,
Yo, Zerg does not need goons. They got enough.
yeah, that's the shit you do when you mind control a drone. You make 4-hatch and then you go into straight goons.
When I was a kid, I never really played StarCraft like competitively or anything like that. I just played, but I have played like the campaign and like a couple, like a handful of times. I could count on my hands. I played like a couple just cheesy LAN games with friends, and so like I would just, in my opinion, back then Zerg was my favorite race, mostly because of Nidus Canals. I thought they were the best race because they could just teleport.
It's called recall.
I
In your
Yeah,
race.
we're literally,
played,
literally teleport.
I
It's
never
unlimited
played
recall.
through the campaign actually.
Zerg is a disgusting race.
Oh, they are cute now when you can
There's
see them
nothing
in
cute about it.
HD.
Yeah, especially if you get the car bot, you know.
They are cute and Carbot.
Got a little
Death to the
swimming, they got their
swarm.
own little swimming pool. It's the first building they make every
Die,
single game.
Zerg. Die. But go machine.
Oh, is he dead here?
Yeah, what's
He
that?
is
I mean,
probably
Linkspy's
dead,
about
yeah.
to finish, but yeah, I don't know.
Where- Put
This is
down
what I would do
Sunkens,
on
man.
these maps, is just 3-4 gate, honestly.
He needs to put Sunkens down. Oh, go back, man! Why are you out with your Hydras? Hold that freaking choke, man. Mass
So he's
Ling
got to
now.
save. Like, okay, does he need to save that? He doesn't need to throw away his army to save it. He's not going to save it. He needs to throw down a 3rd hatch right now in his natural. And
He
just,
could have done some harassing though while they're targeting the hatch. Maybe
um,
take out a good
maybe, I don't know. It's
backseat
risky.
gaming, guys. That's why I don't play this game, so I can just
Yeah.
backseat.
I don't play this game either. Who plays StarCraft?
You play more than I do.
Can I tell you one more thing? You know, I said that I played since '98, and that's true, but I really started Broad War so freakishly late.
Yeah, I played the original too. You remember, like, I remember Toylands. Do you remember that channel?
Oh yeah.
That's old school, man.
And I was like never switching.
Well, you were in Europe, weren't you? I guess Toyland is more like East. I don't know what the Toyland of Europe server was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember at my high school setting up LANs after school every day with the clone CD option.
Nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was
times.
amazing. It was like the best thing ever, too. That was like you could legally make copies of the game to play multiplayer. That
Not
was
sure if that was
one thing
legal.
that
It was. Yeah, they had a spawn feature where you were built in.
oh, look now he's
multiplayer.
over moving the Hydras again.
Yeah, he's got at least a decent card game. It's gonna be hard to force his way through. These couple zealots might be enough to get it done. There's no
Oh,
high
kill
ground
this-
advantage because it's fucking Minecraft.
Kill them. Now.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Boom,
good
shot,
targeting.
Rebecca.
Goons do not trade well into Hydras on even numbers.
Yeah, when it's really small numbers, it's not so bad, but as it
Oh, but-
builds up, it gets worse.
Yeah, he's moving his Hydras too much. So like you're saying, like what's he doing? He just straight up fight the goons or
Yeah,
don't,
one at a
like-
time.
He's just like, oh, now I'm gonna micro back and take more hits from the goons.
It's a seductive dance, man. You pull back.
Yeah, but it's
They
not
pull
to
in.
get laid you doing this, it's to kill the other ones.
Wait, are you saying you don't think Machine's real hot right now with this?
Yeah, that's what's happening in the game.
Dewey
He's
right
getting-
now.
He's getting a big erection here.
Oh my god,
This is
Machine is in the
time,
chat.
the perfect time for this to show up in the chat.
Machine is in the chat. Machine, you can hop into the voice if you want to cast your own games.
Yeah, he's waiting for range.
Yeah, I want
We're
to yell.
rooting for
I
you,
want to
man.
yell
He
you for
has,
picking Bifrost, man. Come on, come on.
Hi there, Machine. I'm so sorry.
He's been listening to you guys this whole time.
Yeah, I always love tuning into casts where they're discussing my desires. So yeah, really strong Hydra army. Like this Zerg army should just straight up
Yeah.
beat the goons.
Yeah.
Like there's no okay, well they need to move forward.
And as Machine actually said in chat, he was waiting for the range. That's why he was moving back on the track.
Exactly. You have to wait to. Never mind. I'll
So
let
it
that
wasn't
joke
it wasn't a seductive dance to try to get laid.
in. No, it is because you're waiting for range. It's just all Never mind. I should just let this joke die. I don't know Machine, so I shouldn't joke about
Let it live. Carry it forward.
I mean,
But,
this is how you get
yeah.
to the subscribers. This is how you get the
This is
donations.
mating season. Oh my god, you did it. What a time to tune in, Machine.
Did we get any subscribers?
I have no idea if he has alerts on right now. But hey,
Okay.
Machine gets another one on the board. The Dragon's not going to just completely run away with this. But you can only pick Bifrost so many times. So we'll see.
But I
how
have
the
a
next game
question
goes.
for Ox there. There is one dude in the chat called Shionobi or something like that.
Yeah, he's
and
always
he has
around.
this badge called Turbo. How can I get
Sub-legend.
the Turbo badge?
Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with our stream.
It does not have anything to do with here.
It's something about
Okay,
Twitch, right?
I don't
Yes.
know how we got it. I wanted it anyway.
You don't even know what it does.
I have a Twitch Turbo. It's not a channel thing, okay? Because the only thing I have is 1 month subscription, and that will go away because you told me I couldn't subscribe to you.
Match point. No, this is an old. Well, not old, but
Yeah, this is a real map. This
Yeah,
It's a-
literally, you got to get Twitch Turbo, I guess. That's the
an
experience.
old real map.
Okay, yeah, I don't want that.
So
I
he'll
hate
just
this
give you
map.
his Turbo.
I hate this map when I'm Zerg because
Oh!
it feels very difficult to secure a third.
This is made by the map maker of, fuck, my memory's so bad as I get older. Blue Storm, and what's the other map? That, Circuit Breakers. Is that what we played on?
yeah.
Big shout out to Earth Attack. If I can remember your maps, my friends, I will say them. My memory is shit.
All right.
Match point.
Ooh, that's a drone.
Cross spawns.
Yeah.
Machine.
Did you say cross spawns on a 2-player map?
It's a thing. Bottom left. Top right, we got Dragon.
Yeah. Oh, was it
I
that
think
one
Machine's
CP?
got this.
Saetzero. I don't know if you were casting that series, but remember it was like I believe it was grand finals of season 7. Not this last season, but the one before, where it was a TBT in the grand finals, and that one of the Terran players, he started off by lifting his command center.
Yeah,
Going
no,
to-
I was real fucking thrilled about watching that one.
Watch your goddamn mouth.
Nope.
Fuck, you did. You made me into a moderator, man.
This is a wholesome stream, guys.
I've never been a moderator before.
Family oriented.
Well,
Yeah, sorry, I
don't
just
bring
forgot
up
to
that.
get
Don't
this.
bring up that game, and I'm very wholesome.
It was,
I
yeah,
I
it was
was
not a
living it.
wholesome game. It turned into a very long game that should have ended like 30 minutes before it actually ended.
Yeah,
Sounds
it doesn't
awesome.
help that TBT is the hardest one to cast. It's like, this game's over. Keep it interesting. But I can't, though.
Yeah.
Now you made me into a moderator.
You
but
feel
how the fuck do I go
responsibilities?
back to the chat.
Well,
Huh?
yeah.
It's like a moderator view or some shit. Edit moderating view.
Oh, did I ruin your Twitch experience? Because that's a double plus for me.
Yeah, you did. Go
Yeah,
back.
it's kind of wonky, isn't it?
How do I go back to
How
chat?
do you exit it? I think you have to just reload the whole thing. LML probably knows. LML, don't tell
Okay.
him.
Well, at least we don't have
Ox,
the
you're such a
CPL
bully. He
Nightbot.
literally just knows StarCraft. That's all he knows.
He has responsibilities now.
And
He's the mod of
And I'm bad at that
TTQ,
as well. That's what I
a
told you
bum ass
before.
stream channel.
Well,
I got a cool
most
little
things are
story.
better than the CPL Nightbot, which will literally ban you for just saying like, I love.
If you get real excited, or
Yeah, if you get excited, you can just put an exclamation mark and it'll just drop the hammer on you.
yeah, or like you can say anything. It's like flagged bullying. It's like what? The everything's bullying.
Yeah, because most of the time you're trying to like cheer a streamer, it's always matches, so everyone talks about like go so and so, and it'll just say like, oh yeah, you're bullying or hate speech.
Yeah, I had trouble with the race war terms on Twitch. Weren't a big fan of that.
I'm
Race
pretty sure I
wars.
actually had to allow one of those if someone asked about the race war. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll allow. We're talking about race wars here.
Dear Twitch, there's something called StarCraft and racist fights. Kind of like real life.
Users. Okay.
There's someone in chat for this stream was asking where is the interracial love, but very valid question.
Die Zerg. Die
Yeah.
Protoss. Die Terran.
No, not pros. They're good.
The firstborn and the last standing.
So I'm just happy we got a normal map where you can do normal strategies and both players are doing normal stuff. Isn't that cool?
Why are you so happy about that? Haven't you liked this series with the weird ones?
I felt my blood pressure rising watching the Bifrost game.
That was a
Yeah,
cool
but-
game, man. Machine took a game off Dragon.
Yeah.
Well, I think Dragon actually could have won that game. When he went with that first attack and he went to go kill the third hatchery, I think if he goes in while it's all very small numbers and he still had like 3 zealots and he kills the Hydras, no upgrades,
Yeah.
small numbers, I think he wins that game.
But he didn't. So in your face.
Let me root for my boy. That's why I'm here.
Well, he's
for my
up,
boy.
though. What is it? It's 5-2? Machine's doing good, man.
Mhm. I think one of the big difficulties with the non-standard
One more way.
maps are that players just do things that to us are like, why would you ever do that? And like, remember a few weeks ago we had that series. I think it was Zeke, and I might be throwing him under the bus here by saying that, but remember that map? And he just kept taking his third, or maybe it was fourth base as Zerg, like at the base of this hill, and so Protoss would just keep running onto the high ground behind the base and just sieging his mineral line. He had to keep like losing drones, and he lost something like 40 drones or something insane that game, and was just holding on.
Oh, yeah, that
Thinking,
was versus Dewalt on Oil Flow, that desert tile map, I think.
Yeah,
Cool
I was
game.
thinking of, man, like, what if you just made your base somewhere else and didn't lose 40 drones?
It's a crazy map. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, so you guys are more informed than I am. I feel like an idiot. I've watched a lot of games and I don't know what's going on. I think when you don't play the game, you just won't get it. I don't know. That's my
Yeah,
excuse.
maybe. I don't know. I understand more about the game after casting, so I was like,
Okay, so
you know
I'm
what,
just
you
an
get there.
idiot.
I didn't say that.
Usually I find whenever I play the game, I get very tilted because I'm thinking, oh, this strategy.
How is this? Do we like this?
Yeah.
I don't
Protoss is
mind
totally
it.
fine,
For
but-
whom?
Yeah, for pros it's fine.
Yeah,
It's not fine that, like, is it?
good timing though, right before the
Well,
cannons.
he bought the cannon. He bought the time for the cannons. If it was a little faster, it would be dangerous, but I think it's alright. Because I think it's hard to do the Hydra, like the 3-hatch Hydra against on this map, because you can see how much horizontal room you have here. Like you can't get the second layer, but man, you can get a lot of cannons that can all fire at once, like real easily.
He's got a good like drone count though, right? It wasn't all in all.
No, it's just that it's delaying his tech, because I think he still hasn't even started a layer.
And in reverse
Zerg.
wise, it's really hard to defend as Zerg when Protoss attacks you because you can't move your Hydras around that easily, and they just storm you all over the place. So it's you definitely kind of want to be on the front foot with Zerg, so you're not having to defend. But
Yeah, I mean, just forcing the cans, is good in its own way. And it's like you can see droning up behind this, adding on the extra hatcheries, then layer. So it's definitely going to be at a pretty flexible spot. It's not going to be a Spire for a long time. So these air upgraded Corsairs could get out of control, but you can see he didn't keep producing them.
I don't
Surprised
like
actually
that he
that
pulled
finished.
all of his Hydras back to defend against Corsairs. Like,
literally one Hydra at each base early on is enough.
You're
Because
so
the
hard
problem
to
is,
please, Abug.
it's yeah. I mean,
We're not working with
What-
J-Dong here.
if he
Working
runs,
with a high A rank, S rank player.
yeah, I really hope J-Don plays some professional stuff, even if it's just spawn
I mean,
matches.
he's coming back soon.
J-Dog's back.
Yeah.
Does he have like hand problems or arm problems or whatever? Or that's
Wrist. He has
fixed?
wrist bumps.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, most players do, and they just.
But his was
got
bad.
blown
I
out of
thought he had
proportion.
like carpal syndrome or something like that.
Kind of so. I think it might have been blown out of proportion a little bit,
Hmm.
but it's.
Well, he was having some like kind of mental health problems too because of it. So
Yeah.
like he needed a break. He needed a break
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I think it was more mental than it was physical.
Yeah, this is the
Like,
greatest game in the world. That's what everybody says. It fucking ruins your lives. That's what it does. The guy had mental problems apparently. I mean,
Yeah.
how great can the game be?
Like he's an amazing player, and like
He's back
I'd rather
now?
I'd rather him take care of his own health and whatnot. Because I mean, he's a great guy too.
No, you
But he was
don't.
back, he plays.
You want him playing for you and just being miserable. Be honest.
No, because here's the reality. J-Dog goes back, he's not gonna be better than Soma, and that
No.
sucks. That sucks. I don't want to live in that world.
Did you see?
I mean, the
any
thing is though,
games from
he's.
J-Dog?
Oh, well, go ahead, ViR, and I'll say what I was gonna say.
Oh yeah. Have you seen when J-Dog came back from the military and played some games?
I saw
Um,
Amazing.
Verscan.
Yeah, I saw the game versus Scan that Artosis
Yeah.
put up, but I haven't seen any of his others. I haven't gone digging or anything, so.
Yeah, it looked really good though. So.
I mean,
And
the
a
thing
big
with him
shout
and
out
Soma.
to Randbauer007. He subscribed. Thank you for the subscription.
Thank you, man.
And Yoke,
Guys,
thank you for-
please don't subscribe to this channel if you can.
It was with Prime.
Well, support. Well, I guess Shield Battery doesn't really have anything on Twitch, do they? Thank you very much. I'm kind of joking, but if you can subscribe to someone, BSL, Zero, and Shield Battery, really the best platforms to support, especially right now.
Also, Yoken, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
You
I
guys
have
are
a
so
big-
professional.
I have a big problem. You see, my chair broke like 2 weeks ago, and then I tried to fix it, and I was like putting some screw in there, and the screw is too big, so it's peeking my ass a bit.
This is hilarious.
This is a surprisingly this is a scarily small number of zealots.
We
Like,
should crowdfund something for that, Ver.
where is?
No, but no one is want to give me
Hey,
money
where-
to.
I do personally.
Where's your chair stream? That could have been a chair assembly stream. This is
So
a pretty
where is,
scary attack here from Machine
Yeah, like where
Yeah,
is?
but
I'm just
you don't
wondering
wanna
where
go
is
through that.
Dragon's army?
on the map. look at the counterattack.
And
To
you know
nowhere.
the position of Zerg right now up that little small hill, that's amazing. And if Zerg almost wants to Protoss to take a third there because he can put the lurkers and just bounce all game down there.
Yeah, 12 o'clock's a little bit harder for Zerg to break, but it's also hard to defend its Protoss. So.
Ooh, nice.
Oh wow, he's catching Dragoons. You never want to be losing Dragoons at this point when you have to really broken out.
Run! Okay, not bad.
Okay, yeah, he needs to pick off these Hag Templar and then just run away. Like, that trade's totally fine for
Doesn't
Zerg.
that
He
have
trades,
observers?
Like, what?
He had observers.
What?
Maybe they got caught with storms and stuff.
That's weird. I thought he... Okay. Yeah, that trade went totally fine for Zerg. That was like 3 or 4 storms and lost Templar.
And it's buying time. Like he's
Yeah.
got the fourth base all the way up, and if he keeps some pressure on, he should be able to take the top left without any issue. It's just then you're kind of running into the problem with match point that there's so few bases to take, and you're not going in the bottom right to take Dragon's base. So it gets a little complicated. So.
This looks
You know what?
very good for Machine though.
You know what really fucks you up is Protoss when you get that like Overlord drop with Zerglings and they just start going through your gates. And if you're out on the map, you're totally screwed. When you go back into your base, then one of your expansions gets attacked. I
Why
think
is
that's
he
like a
doing this
really
attack?
strong tool in Zerg's bag.
Why is he doing this? He's throwing away his army. Like, this is horrible attack. Oh.
Machine, why did you do that? It was a horrible attack. It hurts.
Yeah, it was.
But I mean, like, you can't really do that attack very easily unless you've got enough Lings or you have Darkstorm. I mean,
Yeah, I think
there are
I
ways
think
of
this
doing
machine,
that, but
you take your 5th base and just focus that Dragon stays in those 3. Don't let him get the bottom.
yeah, that's what I would think too. Because now Dragon more or less gets that 4 o'clock third for free.
Oh, poor Machine is actually still in the chat watching this. No, you're playing fine, man. Our fucking casters don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
You said it!
Nobody here is above F rank.
Hey, I'm
no,
a
I am.
solid like 1500.
Okay, so Machine is saying 1v1 A-Bug question mark. Do you accept A-Bug?
I mean, if he's F rank, yeah, I'll take it. But
We will crush you.
I know I haven't really played StarCraft in like 3 or 4 months probably.
Why did you invite us to cast? The only person.
So this is a good backstab. Like, Dragon's out on the map.
Yeah, forced to cancel. See, this is why I want to
Yeah.
see from Machine. Just
Yeah.
keep pros on 3 bases, keep them in a hard spot to actually defend them,
Mhm.
and you get to go all over, take the expansions you want, and really like lean into it when you get to hot time.
Yeah, I kind of question Dragon moving his army down there. Like, I think he wanted to, like, his army at his base at 12 o'clock is going to
This-
trade efficiently. So
This
I
is a
think-
good engage this time for Machine, and you can see him not eating storms, but there are not that many storms in this army. But as you can see this time, I believe that it looks quite good for Machine how he engages this. And now the storm, oh, now he's eating storms again, but it's so much better than what we saw before. Now he's moving forward. There's only goons and tempers left, but he ate some storms in the end of this, so let's see if this is over. Now he's moving down. I think that he should stay on the high ground, actually.
While ViR was talking, I'm like, that's a terrible time to make that prediction, because Machine was just getting his ass kicked. But then he started kicking some ass, and Dragon lost a lot of units. I was like, okay, ViR, you got this. And then it changed again. Dragon started winning, but at the end, I think it was kind of evened out.
yeah, well, it's not
I think
terrible.
the supply kind of got a little bit better for Dragon, I think. But that bought time. There is that base top left, but that is scouted. So
And also, Dragon has not
Oh,
taken
no.
his 4th yet. He has not taken the 4th, and Eagle Machine was pecking up the hive or transitioning to the hive as that attack happened. So
Yeah, he's
Machine's holding on by a thread right here, but if he can just stabilize and not lose all his hatcheries that are right here, he'll be in a good spot. He is going to lose upper left. That's honestly better.
Listen to my voice.
Can-
GG.
Can you borrow lurkers here? And will it hit
Yeah.
the pros? You can?
Yeah. That's why it was so weird when he tried to attack into that small corner,
Nice.
because he can make so much damage outside. I think you can almost get Hydras outside and attack in. So you really
I don't
just
know
need-
if it
when-
reaches. Are you sure it reaches? I'm not actually like
sure.
implying anything that Machine should have done. I was just curious if that's a thing on this map.
Machine, can you reach there?
it looks like you should be able to.
Yeah, you can with lurkers anyway. That's why Protoss doesn't like to take that.
I always think it's funny when Protoss storm their own units, but it doesn't seem to actually do any damage to them.
It's never funny, man.
I don't know. See, like this, I'm a little surprised the way Dragon is banned here to begin with, because for me, like if you as Dragon take the bottom right as your 3rd base, you control the high ground pod. You can kind of defend that. It's hard to go up the ramp at the natural anyway, and it helps you secure the 4th base. Like it just makes way more sense to me.
Yeah.
I love the
But-
defense here.
But you know, he knows the player there's playing against, so he thought that if I take this and make a bunch of cannons here, he will run in and suicide like 30 Hydras, and I can win out of that. So I think that was why he did it. He was thinking ahead, you see. That's what you talked about before. How is he doing it? And you said he can see into the future, and that's why he did that.
Magician. This is just so much supply there for Dragon. He's in a great spot. He shut
Yeah,
down
why
that
doesn't he
base.
just
This
attack?
is. Yeah.
Are you
like,
happy,
yeah, why
Seth?
doesn't he just? Yeah, why not?
Are you gonna hug him after this game? Fucking traitor.
The
Is there
Hydra-
is the score 5-2? Isn't the score 5-3?
No, it's 5-2.
Really?
Unfortunately.
Okay, sorry. So we have one more game after this then.
Mhm.
That's good.
So, yeah, I don't see any. So I guess Machine's choosing, instead of trying to just muscle his way out, he's going up the tech tree. He's getting into defilers, getting his crackling upgrades. He did not have adrenal or speed done. So if he can stabilize on 4 bases, he is actually fine. He is down on a base now if this upper left goes to Protoss, but cracklings are incredibly efficient at trading. So
Yeah.
if he
Like,
can get
the drops could do everything. That's all you're like needing, you know. Like, he's got a drop about to finish up.
Can Storm
must
reach
say,
the
isn't-
mineral line here from behind?
Isn't
Yeah,
the
know.
upper left base a bit of a bad manner move?
it's kind of a manner. Yeah.
It's fine. Hey, you wanted some not straight up stuff. You wanted some interesting things. There's Dragon's doing it for you. He's being a man of the people here.
No, I want him to. Now I want him to go carriers.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, he's not a clown. He's not here to dance for you.
Yeah, but he
Or
should
is he?
dance for me. That's the point.
Is the clown toss?
Yeah, that's what I said in chat a while before.
Oh yes, the filer. Are we gonna see
I
play?
said that the difference between
Yeah.
me and some dude
Researching it.
is that he just looked at people dancing. I am the one to throw myself up on the table and dance.
Hey, you will throw games for content. Dragon will not.
Yeah, of course I will.
Proudly. Who cares about winning?
Who
Very,
is
very
the
questionable,
who is the ones that growing on Twitch right now? Yeah, they are the ones that dancing in some.
The clown is the real winner.
Yeah.
What are these dark swarms? They're helping the Protoss more than
I
Xur,
love that
so-
he's making dark swarms and then attacking with hydras under there.
Definitely a two-edged sword.
I
No, he had
am
a
just
bunch of
surprised though,
links.
because like he's got the cracklings now, and he could be leaving that small ramp by natural, just small counterattacks with links. That could be your way through. He researched drop but hasn't used it yet. It's like I feel like there's ways to get this army out of position and not really being utilized.
Probably storm.
Something in the bottom right, maybe a
Yeah,
drop.
he needs to just get a plague off on these zealots.
No, where's the plague? Yeah. Oh, that's a huge army now for Dragon. I like how Dragon is so patiently. He's just taking it slow. There we have
Plague
the plague,
on.
but it didn't really hit that many units.
I got some.
Yeah, 3 sealants.
Well, stuff got unloaded in that bottom right, so
There you
can
go.
get that
Nice
base.
one.
That
That's
was a
a
better
juicy
one.
Reveals the observers too, so that can't really capitalize on that at the moment. Yeah, Dragon.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ensnare, right? It gives you vision.
Really?
Like, does it? I don't know. Can he see the observers now that are
I
plagued?
don't know. I don't know.
Does it
Yeah,
have
yeah,
this
yeah,
second?
yeah. That he can.
You guys are Zerg players. You should know this.
Yeah, you can do that. If you
This is-
plague the hidden units, you can see them and kill them off.
Machine, give us confirmation. He's getting some juicy picks.
You
This
don't
is looking a
trust me?
lot better now.
You
yeah.
need, you need machine to give you confirmation.
No, we don't trust you, bro. You're out of control.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah, I
sure,
can
okay,
just-
I believe you. But
Yeah.
I was
There's
thinking
one
this.
thing that I must say that one problem with this stream is that Bug and Saetzero sounds alike. I can't really tell them apart, so I need
they
to
sound
look at
nothing
it.
alike.
Yeah, what?
Oh, they do.
I have a patent for this.
Okay, machine broke out.
Oh, this, yeah. He
At
didn't
what
break
cost?
that.
Not yet. He needed-
Too high of a cost. Look at that supply now. It's over 100.
Don't even give him a GG machine. Don't give that dirty Protoss a GG.
No, but he's a mannered boy.
He is a manner boy. Machine's such a sweetheart.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's just give him a point. Is that cool? Can we like change facts here?
Of
Just
course.
pretend the machine won.
I
I mean,
think
it's your show match.
Yeah, that 11
It's not
o'clock
mine.
was too bad manners, so you will give a machine that one. And machine actually won that game if he didn't attack that 12 o'clock. So yeah, give it to machine instead.
Let's give him that point, guys.
Yeah, make it 4-4 actually.
Let's
And
change
this will be the
StarCraft.
decider.
Losers are winners and winners are losers.
It's golf, right? It's StarCraft golf. There's probably a UMS map. We can play for that.
Yeah, what is it that the Bible says? It says the first will be last and the last will be first or something
Yes,
like that.
yes.
Yeah, so make it 4-4. This will be the decider.
Oh,
And the
this
final
is
map.
a great final map. I'm happy about
I
this.
hate
Yes,
this map.
outsider.
How do you hate this? Well, I hate playing this map, so I'm with. I'm going. I love watching.
Oh,
it.
I hate to play it. To watch it is okay, but to play it, you get attacked from everywhere.
Machine pick some cool maps.
Yeah, and then you will have like some DT shit coming in from between and just make.
So, how
lot of
big
shit.
was the map pool here? Like, was it?
There's
a
like
lot, or is
40,
this-
50 maps. You can go on
Oh,
Wikipedia
okay.
and type in BWG's Weekly and you'll see like a shit ton of maps.
Oh, cool.
Whatever was made. I thought that Machine would pick maybe Lost Temple, but this is cool. It's different.
Would you want to pick Lost Temple against Brodas? Probably not.
Just because it's such a throwback to back when we used to play.
Yeah, and because you can't wall that shit.
yeah,
and
but,
that,
you,
I guess.
but you just throw zealots at them.
The islands too are so good to take. On Python as
Oh.
well.
But the yeah, an island map is really hard though for Zerg, right?
A pure island map, yeah, but I mean on Python or Lost Temple.
Oh, he could have.
Yeah.
He could have picked some real dirty stuff.
This is a cool map though.
Yeah, he could have picked Neo or Valhalla.
No, he could have picked freaking Gorky Islands in there. Jesus.
Yeah, but that's my favorite. When I was playing like 20 years ago, Neo Valhalla was my favorite map. It's a dirty map. Have you noticed sometimes when you are not going to pee and you just sit there, after a while you're not feeling that you need to pee?
Because you peed all over yourself, yeah.
No, I've just been sitting
Wow.
here, and now it's like it's
That's not
returned
good, Bert.
into my
You
body
should-
again or something.
You should go empty your bladder.
Yeah,
No.
you can take the like 1 minute break, go to the bathroom. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Have you
Especially
did
with a
it? Have you-
three-person cast.
Have you
we
gone
can-
to the bathroom?
No, we're real men.
Yes, I'm sitting
But
here
you,
as
it's
well.
okay.
That's what I'm telling you. It's gone into me again. I don't feel the need to do it.
That's not how that works. Like play less StarCraft. Go to like take a biology class.
I don't know what type of feeling you have towards me right now. I feel like maybe you think I'm a disturbed person.
Effusive psychosociopath.
I
in
assume
chat-
that about everybody who plays StarCraft.
in chat has an expert opinion.
Well, isn't Red the clan though? Is that the whole clan? Is that the thing? That's how you get in?
To have a certain psychology.
Maybe. Could be possible here.
So cool. First from
Is that two hatcheries at the?
Eagle Burner.
Oh,
yeah.
no, it's getting the colors. What? Are they picking these colors? They got this like half the matches.
Do you like this?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
I will
Yeah,
not
it's
give it
better.
to you. Just get really close to your monitor and tell the vi- They're two different colors, people.
Oh boy.
I'm just joking.
Okay, so we saw Pool first here out of Eagle, but then immediately into double hatch. So this basically puts him at normal hatch timings in this matchup. So 4-3 hatch builds. So with a good gas timing. So it is late for let's see. I forget now if he opened Forge. If he chooses to go Spire, it could be open to a little bit of damage from a Corsair, but he may also be just fine.
I
So
think
both.
I think you want to go Mutus on this map, right? Just in general.
I would think
Because
so,
like any of those ring expansions are just such a pain in the ass to defend.
yeah, especially like if you look at the natural Protoss, like he has to build cannons, not just at the front, in order to protect against Mutas. So, especially since you see the Hydra Den here as Protoss, but then Mutas could still be added in.
That cannon's kind of far away, isn't it? Or is that a good position? I'm thinking he can snipe that gate and Forge with Smages.
Yeah, he can.
I think at this point you're more worried about legs being able to run by, so getting closer to the ramp might be a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for Hydra Bus, we'll just add more cannons anyways. So
I think that on this map, actually, couldn't you just... Yeah, you could get some units inside with links if you just mine a bit, right?
There's those, like, all the stuff on the outer ring is like full mineral patches. You'd have to mine a lot.
No, I don't mean that. You can mine towards the links and put them over the edge.
Oh, yeah,
Like the
them over.
glitching thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to go through multiple layers of it.
Oh, but can't you just run up to... Okay, yeah, sorry. That's your point.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of doing drops here as well, because that helps you get some of those expansions and just be a pain to kind of maneuver around on the map. So there's definitely a lot of options here. We'll see what it ends up being, though.
I like this strat, though, from Machine this time.
Ooh, is this Citadel first? No Stargate? Dragon hasn't done this the whole time. Sick.
Oh, no Spire, so it's actually just working out fine for Dragon. We see a very strong SimCity at the natural for Eagleburger, so he will be safe from the the speed timing. In fact, this is wait a second. This is an early Zealot timing from Dragon. Like these are both going to finish around the 6:30.
Yeah, but he wasn't. I mean, how many's he got? That'll be 8. Yeah, you can put some pressure on.
Yeah. But I mean, you look at the SimCity. Unless he runs out, they won't get anything done. But we'll see. He should have had those moving out already, I think.
That SimCity is not as annoying as you think if you just want to go kill some drones. Like, I think you could get through there. Like, you're not getting to the sunken, but like, I don't know. There's definitely opportunity here.
Yeah, the drone. I think you'd have to pull drones for that to work. Huh. Well, he chooses not to run by, so looks like the game will just stabilize. Yep,
Yeah,
straight into Templar.
I'm like trying to focus on the game, but the chat's so ridiculous. It's gonna go through though, you know.
This is a very bad attack for Dragon, right?
Oh no, there was a gap below that sunken, so yeah, just with
It's
the one
still
you can
bad.
kind of go through.
He's trapped. This is good.
Everything just goes down here.
But yeah,
Very
I'm
good
okay with
SimCity.
behind this. I don't think it's.
Yeah, it
this
always
is
looks
one
really
more
good for
thought.
Protoss until all of a sudden all the Zealots just evaporate
And
for
now-
some magical reason.
And now we need him to just attack here. The Zerg.
Well,
What's he
okay,
waiting
so
Pull
as long
that
as
fucking
Protoss
trigger,
doesn't
man.
die right here, I think Protoss is still fine. Like, they threw away a lot with that, but
There are no Templars.
ViR wants an attack. Is he
Storm's
gonna
almost
attack?
half done. As long as he has cannons, he shouldn't just die, though. Okay, so this is why I feel like Protoss is actually just fine and may even be slightly advantaged here. There's no Spire, which means there's no punish for the no Stargate. And generally speaking, Zerg make the Spire to punish the Protoss more so than to survive the Protoss, because going Stargate and making
a Corsair is like 7 High Templar worth of gas. Like that's a lot of storms you give up just to get those Corsairs out. So like if you're not committing to the Corsair tech, that's a lot of gas that can go into High Templar. So it really is in Zerg's favor a lot of times just to make his fire and force the Corsairs or
But where is all of his units? Oh, the
Well, make them
macro
there.
is slipping here from Machine. He needs more units out. Oh, there's one lurker. Now he should really.
Which you can't see on this house set.
I
It's
know.
good.
Right? I wonder if Carbot and Saetzero's
Yep.
map
No,
pad,
you'd
right?
see it no problem.
Yeah. Pay to win. No, I love it too. Yeah. I haven't tried it on this tile set. I have played Carbot on this tile set, but I don't remember Lurkers specifically.
Well, the lurker eggs are like pretty brightly colored, so there's no tile set that would actually obscure them. They're like they got a lot of like bright yellow.
It's such an obnoxious thing about Protoss is that they can just like run zealots past your army like that and then cause damage.
He caught a few of them.
Zerg player with your legs. You're gonna tell me about obnoxiously running units past? Shut the hell up.
Well, see, Zerglings die to like everything that breeds on them in the early game. So
And then they kill absolutely everything in a heartbeat.
yeah, once they get adrenalines, I will. But if you look at the bank here though for Machine, like he's building up a bit of a mineral bank here. I'd really like to see him throw down a what would it be, 5th or 6th hatchery. There he goes. He is adding in another hatchery, adding in more drones. He really just needs to get another hatchery. Still beyond that one.
Look at the move to the top side once they clear out some of these units. That's a nice little catch. It's gonna be some reasonably free zealots if he didn't attack so disjointedly.
But they did their job. Like they forced to cancel on that base. Like Machine's bank is like technically he would have had that hatchery up and running by now. So it's not really that he's using bad macro as much as like that losing that hatchery means he couldn't spend his money. So
Yeah, it's
what is
part
that?
of it. Oh, he's gonna cannon rush the hatchery behind.
The
There's no
11
mutas, there's no
minute cannon
nothing.
rush?
Just do it. Big storm. Oh, that is
that's
a
huge.
sight to see. I love it. That was
is-
such good.
This is what we've seen like all evening actually. That he's just standing in front of all those Templars.
Yeah, definitely still opportunities for Machine to make something happen. Drop is on the way, so you know whenever that finishes, this outer ring becomes a lot more of a pain he has to work with, and the Dragon's just comfortable on his 3 bases. I really like the decision to go for the top left, the most far out of the way, make it pain for a Machine to get to it. So I think that's a good choice.
But right now we
Oh,
see
his
that
lurkers in the middle of the map though. That's a lot of gas to just lose. Like definitely he won't be able to really have much of a presence on the map.
the supply really plummeted for Eagle here. So big kill there. Now his supply blocked as well.
Oh, he doesn't even have an Overlord in production. That's
Nope.
that's rough. Oh no, you can't move out right now.
Look,
Yeah, Machine cannot move out right now.
yeah, look at the storms now hitting everything. Down to there now. We have the double supply almost.
Yeah, we're gonna get some units coming from behind. If they can pick off some of those Templars, that'd be good. But there's a lot of Templars, and they're being guarded pretty well. But still not many Zealots left over. Maybe make it's too much. I think it's too much here.
Yeah, it can be really hard to play the game. Like I was saying earlier, when Protoss doesn't go Corsairs, that's so many storms they have. Like, look at how many goons and storms he has off of just 2 gases. This is just so hard to deal with at Zerg.
Yeah, when you know your opponent's not throwing mutas at you, you're just thrilled that you can go Citadel first and get away with it.
Yeah, this is just gross. If he had, yeah. Like this is the kind of army when you see this, you hope you have Cracklings and Dark Swarm. Yeah.
Good games
Good
from
game.
Machine. What a gentleman.
Oh yeah. It's a
Yeah,
pretty fun
good
series. Like,
good games from both players. Like, definitely a fun time.
yeah.
I mean,
that was
they
fun to
gave
stay-
Machine a tough opponent, I think, because Dragon, high S rank, qualifies for VSL, Pro League. Machine is solid, but he's like more A rank, and maybe slightly less active than Dragon is.
Yeah.
But he
But it's still
he
a great
played well.
series. A nice mix of like weird strategies and kind of standard ones. And yeah.
I think it's just really a lot of like micro battles, and that probably has to do with just being able to move around your armies with Zerg. Like,
Yeah, I think
it's
so.
you can't even hotkey. Like, to me and to Protoss players, it's unfathomable how you can move your armies, right, by just clicking stuff.
Yeah.
Seeing some call in the chat for Bug versus Saetzero.
Nope. I would never play PvZ voluntarily.
What's up, ladies? Hey,
Oh,
are
really?
any
That's
of you
like-
guys gonna stream right now so I can raid one of you?
Nope.
Yeah, not
Anybody
playing
in the
right now.
chat streaming?
I'm going to bed soon.
I see Julia streaming.
People don't like when I raid him. Is he actually a horrible person, or is
I
that
don't
just,
actually know Drew. I think it's it's funny, like the whole thing around him. But I've never taken it super seriously unless he's like a super toxic guy, which I'm unaware of.
Yeah, I don't know. Some people just say that he is a really, really, off-putting guy for some reason. I don't know.
I mean, his nickname is Black Man.
Yeah, but that's.
Oh my
that's
God, does
not-
he say that really? I didn't know that, Machine.
Oh, I didn't know that he said it. Yeah, maybe that's why his name is Black Man then.
There was a Polish player by that name, I think, that he just took.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that he's banned from the BSL.
We're
Okay,
talking
so
about
this is
PO
all news to me.
Yeah,
PL or
no,
908?
I think. Yeah, I think he's banned from the BSL anyway.
Are we talking about PL or 908? It must be PL.
So what do I do, guys? Do I rate him or I don't? Like, the
Don't
only
rate
person
him.
I have on right now is Maturino, which is...
Yeah, we've
You
got.
you can raid the Intumoe.
Who wants
showing
Julia
he's-
to be
He's
rated?
showing a bikini contest.
Oh, the hot tub?
Oh god.
No, not a hot tub, a bikini contest.
What on earth?
It's only 45 viewers. I don't know why the heck it came up for me. So
Wait, is...
Listen to Jiraiya. Go with Jiraiya.
Why don't I have A's bullet on the...
oh,
Is
is
he
he
streaming right
costing?
No, he's off right now.
Wait, who is Kotechio?
Wait
He's
here, let's see
playing-
who you're going to cast it. Don't go in right
well, while everyone's figuring out what we're gonna raid, everyone's watching. Thank you for tuning in. We definitely had some fun casting.
Yeah, thanks,
some
guys.
Nice games. Love seeing the viewers. Following channels is helpful. He doesn't want you to subscribe to the channel, but BSL, CPL, any of the community effort stuff's
You
well
can.
wanted. And there is
I
an
can
event
tell
in
you,
January.
if you really want to subscribe to a channel, you can actually subscribe to my channel. That's totally fine.
Yeah, guys, link it in the chat. Just throw it out there.
Man, I'm getting right there while I'm trying to shill for you, man. It's breaking my heart.
What is CPLs?
I can. You can cast him there.
I would stream Age of Empires 4 now, but I need a little bit of a break to eat some food. And
Yeah, but
whatnot,
you can
so-
raid Michael BG. He's a nice dude, and he only get 5 viewers. So
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's literally Coach People League spelled out.
are we just going to quit now? I want to say thank you guys for
Yeah.
doing this and for inviting me. And I think maybe this will be the last time I get invited for all the shit that I pulled today. But
Oh, we're just
I
having fun,
really
man.
had fun anyway.
You're a cool guy, bro. Thanks for always joining.
No, it was fun, guys.
Everybody's always welcome to CoCast. Encourage people to message me. We
I'm
have
just
some
kidding
events.
with you. I got moderate today, so I'm going to be here a lot to moderate.
You got responsibilities now, man.
Yeah. Do you remember when I banned you from BSL?
Yeah, I think you timed me out, didn't you, you bastard?
Yeah, for 15 minutes because like I I did it for channel points, so I really, I like for half a year.
Thanks
for
for
half a
reminding
year,
me.
I just took the channel points to get
I
there.
think that's before I had a sword, so thanks for reminding me, bro. I'll get you back.
Oh, do you have a sword
this
on
our-
BSL?
I have a
Is
sword in
this what
BSL.
it is
Yeah.
now?
Oh, so I
I
can't
do
ban
mostly
you anymore?
predicts. I don't do mod and stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not part of the BSL team or anything.
I want to ban you more times.
I am seriously gonna ban you. You just time me out, but I'm gonna actually ban you from this room.
Gypsy banned me. Do you remember that?
Well, you gotta be careful, I think, with Gypsy.
Yeah, I just told when they casted a CVC, I just told them that they were great casters, but maybe they need to train a little bit on CVC because they were saying so much shit.
Yeah, so you gotta
And
be
that was the
careful.
only thing I said. And then I couldn't watch any more of the BSL that day.
Oh, you literally got banned. Yeah, he doesn't time out.
I got,
You
and I
gotta
asked Siri,
request
what the
an
fuck is
unban.
this? I'm a fucking caster of the BSL. You can't really
Yeah,
ban
that's
me. And he was
bad.
like,
I mean, I don't
really-
agree with it, but I don't get involved in that stuff. You can probably
yeah,
message
and he
Zero.
was like, I'm really sorry. For Zero was like, oh, sorry, ViR, I wish you should not be banned.
That is funny though.
Yeah, but I talked to Gypsy about it.
I
but
think
he-
that like part of it is they're like, or you're an organizer too, you're a caster, you put in all this free time and stuff, and I get it when people make suggestions and give you feedback and it's appreciated, but my philosophy is just like thank people because they're doing this free public service. And if there's a way to word your like feedback or whatever so it doesn't sound ungrateful or, you know, just backseat organizing, that's great. But I tend to like, I don't really give people like advice or things like that, you know.
But I
Thanks
like
for
when you
streaming,
go on.
that's great.
You know, I really like when you go for this angry shit that you did like yesterday in Discord. That's like one thing that's really funny, and I think you should.
Oh, I'm
rage
being
more.
deadly serious about that. No, that's not joking.
No, I
around
know
at
you're
all.
deadly serious, but I want you to rage more.
Shield battery, guys, support it. Otherwise, fucking out of here. 2v2 ladder is up, man. What are you guys doing in the chat? Game? Jiraiya?
I'm going back to play D2R, man. This is my break. Going
Said,
back
have
on the
you
grind.
played 2v2 ladder? Like, you got to. It's people been begging for it for years.
I don't care about team games.
I
I'm
think
glad
just
they got it,
one
but I don't
game.
care.
I think
Before we
just
end
one
here,
game you should
Ops,
do it.
Yeah, I want to do a thing. I want to have a tour, like a small tournament, on the Arco mode.
What is that?
In
Yeah, you
Star-
know
where
when
you
you
both
play-
play
in
control the
StarCraft
same
2
base.
or
No,
it's
one.
team
When
melee.
you play
It's
the
team melee,
same,
right?
Yeah, you play the same, and I don't want it to be like Terran and Zerg and shit. I want it to be like, you know, the race thing you're doing here. Bonif, Dewalt, and Oija, Eon,
Oh, I see.
Qiaogege, and Cheeky. What I want to see is one of the games here in that all-star race-off. I want to see Bonif, Dewalt, and Oija play against Eon, Qiaogege, and Cheeky at the same team.
You mean like a 3-on-3 or something?
No!
3-on-3, but you're controlling one guy, so one
Oh,
guy.
Yeah,
you're
you
talking
play-
about
it's
team
teammate.
melee.
He's
Oh,
teammate.
team
Yeah,
He's talking about
melee.
teammate.
I
Yeah,
want-
but
I
they
want
hate
the-
that stuff, I think, man.
Why?
I have tried to mix in some of those, and like I don't think they like free for all. Like Bonith will play a free for all. He'll play 2v2s. Oya, I asked him today if he's gonna play 2v2 ladder, and he's like, you know, when I play ones and I lose, I only have myself to blame. So apparently he's one of those people who tilts and blames like an ally.
But you can force them, can't you?
They also maybe don't know how to play.
Yeah, but
I
You
can
don't
try
want
to
to. You
ask.
don't want to force people in event going into your events. Like, no, dance for me, monkey. You will play the format.
Yeah,
I
there's
tell you.
that sense as well too, right?
Yeah. But my point is that wouldn't it be cool because if you think about it, they have like 300 APM each. So you will have a 900 APM dude versus another 900 APM dude. It would look amazing.
Team melee is pretty cool. I heard the replays break, like you can't even show those, which sucks. But
Yeah, you need to do it
Shield
live.
Battery might fix that if they.
Yeah, you need
keep
to do
on
it
that.
live.
But the point is, 2v2 ladder is up. You guys should play at least one game. It's a big day in StarCraft. It might be the biggest thing since the release of SCR, right? In some sense.
Yeah,
It's a
probably.
community-oriented thing. Like, it's outside of Blizzard. These guys love the game. They've been working at it for many years. It's really, really something commendable. Like,
Yeah.
you know, the only thing comparable is BSL. So if anybody out there listening, you can donate $1, you can become a Patreon. Please consider supporting them. It's not just the money, the gesture itself means a lot, you know, that you cared enough to kind of give somebody some money about something you found valuable.
And tomorrow we have the BSL semifinals.
Oh yeah, we do, man.
And on Sunday we have the finals and the third place match.
Tomorrow is Gypsy versus Dewalt.
Yeah. And Mihu versus
Siki versus Mihu.
Tiki. And we really need $2,000 more for there to be a BSL 14.
For the Pro League, yeah. And I'd really like the Gosu League and other leagues to have more prizes too. I think the community, like the people who follow Foreign Brood War, and a lot of like people who watch ASL and Artosis and Tasteless aren't part of the foreign community, but we have a sizable community, right? I've seen like up to 1,000 tune into Zero stream. Many Latin Americans follow the Spanish ones. There's enough people out there. I think if we all learn to kind of chip in just a little bit, it could become sustainable. We'll see.
I totally agree with you. One thing that's hard for me is like when I stream, you know, when I start my streams, there are so much more people when I begin, because I think that I looked at it and most of my viewers came from the NA, so it's that's bad because of the time zones.
Yeah, as long as they're having fun, right? I've never really focused on viewership. Always grateful for you guys to tune in, but you know, I get my joy just watching foreign StarCraft players and hanging out with casters. I don't really follow the Korean scene or anything. I love watching VSL. That's really all I have time for. You know, organizing events, doing stuff like that. But yeah, it's a great community. The reason I stuck around was because of like you guys. I wouldn't have been around if it wasn't. The game's fun for me, guys, but not as fun as like the people. It's more like the social aspect that appeals to me. I know everybody says StarCraft, yay, it's great. I think it's a really stupid game. I think we're wasting our time on this thing, but it's a nice way to connect with each other, though, right?
Oh, but that's not a great way to end the StarCraft stream. To say
StarCraft is stupid.
Y'all are the people that like try to hang up a phone call is absolutely impossible.
I was gonna let you guys go, by the way. I know it's late there and stuff, and you've been casting, so thanks very much. If Machine never talks to you guys ever again, you know why?
Alright, it was a fun stream. Follow channels.
See what else
they got moving forward. I'm out. Y'all can keep rambling. I don't care.
Julia's getting raided if unless LML says don't raid Julia.
No, raid Michael BG.
Can you type in his name in the chat?
Oh, maybe I can do it.
Can you raid as a mod?
Don't raid Julia, he says.
Yeah, I'll stop, I guess, raiding Julia. He's raided us before, and I really didn't know about his history. Julia, can you stop at least saying, like, really toxic, racist stuff? The stream sniping stuff I thought is appropriate. And I thought all his bad rap came from that, but apparently...
Oh, yeah, he's very toxic, and as I said, BSL banned him and shit, so...
Oh, Freakling in the house, let's give him a sword.
Maybe we should invite him and have a chat with him and ask him to be a nice person.
Freakling, you better give me a fucking map maker role. Your goddamn Discord. Before I retire, I want that map maker role.
Yeah, and can you see what they typed here? Finally someone says the truth. That's what I told you on Discord, that people wants to hear this message, man.
Nobody gives a shit about us, ViR. I tried to do the $1 donation trains on BSL. It was no train, I'll tell you that.
Okay, can we try to do it tomorrow then?
Some people, I think, feel ashamed to donate $1, but you know, if you have hundreds of people on a stream and you get like a $1 donation train going, it's something.
Okay, can we tell them now then? Tomorrow we're going to do the $1 donation train. Yeah, and I have 3,800 bits left.
Good for you, man. You're a
Yeah,
big
so I
supporter.
can use them to
Good for
get
you.
something going as well.
My thing though, ViR, is if you're an organizer, caster, and stuff, like you do enough. If you're a player, if you're a consumer of Broodboard content, whether you play all the time or you watch a lot of streams, like $1 donation, $5, like
Yeah, yeah.
once in a while. That's
Okay,
something.
let's get the hype train going tomorrow. Everyone in cast here. We are 76 people here, so everyone just tune in tomorrow, and we're going to donate the living shit out of Zero with a hype train going on. And I know I can't, I will not cheer more than, but I need to use all my money that I already spent on cheering to buy all that bits. So I will cheer, and then I will stop and be a.
Well, it doesn't expire, you know. You can hold on to them.
Oh, maybe I can then. But you know what? Oh, do you know one thing that you should have on your stream here?
I won't do it. What's
I
that?
want you to have the sound shit on.
Alerts
amazing.
for subs and stuff.
Yeah, what you do is you put in bits and you buy like a sound, like saying GG or fuck off or something like that. But there's an amazing one that says scream, and Dewalt had it, and I went in and I saw when it was in a big fight, you know, I just pressed that shit, scream, and
That's
the volume is amazing, you know. So
It's
just
really
screamed
loud.
at him, and he was so scared, you know.
He's
He got-
traumatized.
Yeah, he was just flinching like crazy.
And you're recommending this for us. You're a
Yeah,
good
and
friend.
I waited for like 5 minutes, and I did it again, and I did it 4 times.
You're
And
kind of
then
a
he
troll,
took it-
aren't you? You're like an instigator.
And then he
I like
took it away. So now you can't do it anymore.
I think all our alerts, all that stuff, depleted our graphics guy. Nice guy. He set it up. But thank you for the suggestions. I will not be implementing anything. I think the StarCraft viewers are spoiled enough. Yeah, is that a good note to end on?
Yeah, it's a little bit boring to say that you will not implement
Ungrateful for... No, BSL tomorrow should be good. Gypsy versus Dewalt.
Yeah.
Siki versus Mihu.
And we will have so fun with that hype train going.
Yeah, the sad, lonely $1 donation train. That'll probably happen during an ad break because there's like a stream delay.
Can we
won't
type on it on Discord when when they say, oh, the games are going up and stuff? We need to hype this shit now.
Yeah.
Maybe Red T45. You can make a thing in the Reddit.
I don't
StarCraft
think it's a
Reddit.
matter of raising consciousness or stuff like that. Like I'm a little bit overzealous. I know.
Yeah, I know you're
overpassionate.
already given
Most
up. but I
people
will-
don't give a shit. That's the issue. Like they
But I
really
want
don't.
to try, man. I want to prove you wrong.
It's exhausting. I've been trying since if you look at my first thread that I made when I came to the community, it's on TL. It's when we used to do show matches and I had no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I didn't know who's who. I made all kinds of comments about, crowdfunding, this and that.
Why did you get into StarCraft from the start?
The Discord owner of TTQ is kind of like a friend, Jerry. Big shout out to him. He told me about ASL, I think after like COVID had kicked in. And I told
So
him,
you never
man, I don't
played
want to get
StarCraft
back into
before that?
this. It's addicting for me. And he's like, just check it out. So I checked out ASL. It was like 2020, I guess, like April, whatever season that was. And then one thing led to another. I got onto Discord and I got back into my clan. We reactivated. We got a bunch of 2v2 players. I started doing show matches with our clan members, 2v2s. And then I was like, okay, what if we organize show matches for other people? And, here we are. So, yeah, fuck you, Jerry. Fuck you to TQ
I have
members.
a show match that I want to have casted.
Waste my time with this game.
It's me versus Stream.
You versus who?
Stream Revolution. We are fucking even.
Do it.
Yeah. So I want to.
I'd
have
rather
that
see you and
casted.
LML 2v2 on ladder. That would be
Oh, but yeah, maybe. But right now I need to do 2 things: pee and go to bed.
all right, man.
It's 2.5 hours since I started to feel like I need to pee, But mind over matter.
Yeah, that's not a real thing, ViR. That's causes
I'm
medical
fucking
problems.
winning. That's how I see it.
Well, you're losing in ways you can't see. All right, guys.
You
Thank you
are
very
one of
much.
the funniest
Thank you.
person, you know. You know that, right?
ViR, you're a good guy. The community's lucky to have you, but you're also a piece of shit. Just letting you know.
And now we lost Bug as well. He was like, shit, I can't stay in this.
Before we turned
manner."
on the stream, ViR, I think, was like with his daughter, spending
Yeah.
like father-daughter time, and then he like neglects her to get onto StarCraft to talk about this bullshit with us. I mean,
Oh, but it
God.
wasn't real like that. We listened through the chapter.
your
and
poor
she needed to
family,
go
they
to
must be
bed.
cursing at you in the other room. Like,
Yeah, they are asleep.
no, that's cool, man. I appreciate your passion.
Yeah. The only thing that the only one that sometimes feel neglected is my wife.
Well,
Yeah, but she's so tired at the evening, so I asked her if I don't stream, what will we do? And she said we will watch a movie and I will fall asleep after half an hour. And then I said, oh, I will stream then.
well, why don't you watch the movie after she falls asleep and then go stream?
Oh,
That's a
because
good
it would be
compromise.
too late.
Excuses.
Oh, maybe now we should.
How did I get divorced for neglecting my ex? And here you are with a lovely family who's very tolerant of you.
Oh, are you divorced?
Yes.
Oh, do you have any kids?
No. Other
How
than
old are
me.
you? How old are you?
I'm in my 30s,
Okay, yeah.
but I'm a little
37.
girl inside.
I've been married, you know, for 11 years.
Congrats. I think we got to 6, 7.
Okay, yeah. Horrible then. Why did you get divorced then?
It was just overwork and neglect issues, and I was having an affair with LML.
Yeah, I can see the problem there. Yeah. She thought she thought you like girls, but
I
you
like
the
LML.
turtles. Yeah, you like
I like
the
bald and bearded.
Yeah, and
scrawny
LML,
arms.
you know, he is really in love with another dude right now. You know that?
Yeah,
He and
Terror.
Dewalt. No, Dewalt. Dewalt and he is getting a love affair, but Dewalt is, you know, he lives in Siberia. There's a lot of homophobia in there,
Jesus.
so it's really a big problem. Yeah, you could read about it all. In
I
the
didn't
chat.
go there, LML. He did. Me and LML are big Terror U fans.
Oh, I'm also a big Terror fan.
Are you?
I casted him a Showmatch versus Qiaogege.
Yeah, that was really good.
That's one of the best show matches I ever casted.
There was a tie-breaking match.
Yeah, that match.
It was like 3 hours long.
Yeah, that match was amazing, and you have it on my YouTube channel actually. If someone wants to watch it,
There's a lot of good foreign content, for sure.
Yeah, I that was sick. The last game was really sick. What was the map? That was the type of island map, right?
I forgot. My memory is the worst.
Oh wait, it's the island map where you have an extra base in there.
You're gonna make me feel worse about my memory. I have no idea.
Fuck it, then I will.
It was a crazy Sparkle? Is that what it was?
Yeah, Sparkle. Sparkle is the map.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, you know what I've done the last weeks? I watched like 30 movies about growing on streams. You know.
Yeah, you were telling me about that.
Yeah, there's
and
going to be a lot
I
of
told you
changes.
it's a waste of time. Like you're putting your heart and soul into this. These people are not worth it, bro. Do you know your own fan base?
That
we
was
are
one,
the bottom
one of the dudes
of the.
told me that I need to know my fan base. That was one thing they
Have
told
you ever
me.
seen SC people? Have you ever talked to them? You must have.
Yeah, I have.
We're subhuman, man. Come on. Focus
I
your
went
charity
to-
efforts elsewhere.
When I was like 20 years old, I went to this StarCraft event. When I actually was a part of IRK before Age took over and made it into like a pro clan. So I was playing for that clan, and their clan leader invited me to Stockholm to go for like a StarCraft event over there. And what happened was that I went there and we watched like 2 games, and then we went to this pub, and we drank vanilla vodka.
Mm.
And I got so fucking wasted, you know.
And it gives you a headache afterwards, right?
Oh yeah, you can't
Sweet.
really drink that. So I was really heavily drinking vanilla vodka. I don't remember how many shots.
I would like a drunk version of you.
You don't?
I would like that, yeah. Wait for
Oh,
you
do
to
you want
pass
me-
out, draw some penises on your face.
Maybe we can have some drinking stream.
That would be cool.
But you don't drink that much,
I
right?
don't. I don't drink, I don't smoke. But I can live vicariously through you.
Yeah. Yeah. They say that this isn't the worst podcast. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Yeah, let's take it. So who are we rating? Is it Julia?
No, it's this dude.
Come on, LML.
Michael BG.
I haven't learned how to swallow yet.
But I
Did you type it in?
like
I
5
just
times.
missed it.
There you wait, I will. He's a nice dude, you know.
Yeah, I thought I had him on my.
There you go.
Oh, but
Or
Kala is
you can
streaming.
have this dude as well. If you want to have something more fun, you should have this dude. Wait.
Thought Kala was on.
Or you can do this one. Some of those. This is a funny one.
Who is
If you
your
take-
choice?
Yeah, you know it must be your choice. The second one is a bikini contest. But he only got
Anybody in
44
chat have a preference?
Yeah, do you want StarCraft or a bikini contest?
LML
Now,
has a
this-
suggestion.
You know this is a
Julia,
cool
we
thing.
gotta vote for Julia.
Okay. Oh. Now we have StarCraft one says, and the other says someone Sasha, someone I don't know what that is, and then we have someone says we follow. Next one saying Julia gets permanently banned. Oh shit. Okay, we have a lot of different. No one wants to go
Alright,
for
let's
the bikini
drop the
contest.
Julia talk, guys. Fucking censorship.
LML
here.
says that they will get banned. Okay, let's wait for just one more second. Not Julia. I have technicals.
You guys should be on 2v2 ladder, man. Playing some games. You can queue with a random public ally. I think LML is looking for someone.
Oh, really? LML, are you looking for someone to play 2-on-2 with?
Yeah, he said he was.
Okay, I can't do it now, but maybe I can do it
You should
tomorrow.
play with them. Yeah, Zerg and Protoss would be just for fun. I know he's got
Can't
like
you
wrist
do it?
issues. He's fapping with his left hand now because his right wrist hurts. He hasn't quite figured out how to make himself, climax yet with his left hand, but he's getting there. Oh, he's faps with both hands, he says. And his mouth, right? You're flexible?
Maybe you and I should start a podcast?
I think we're gonna get banned, or the account's gonna be closed down. I also
Yeah,
have like
I
the
think-
PG-14 thing on.
What PG-14? What's
Like
the
it's
fucking-
not rated R. I don't think you have to be 18 to watch this.
Oh, I have this. You know, on Twitch, you can say that it's some language that are bad, but not all the time, or something like that.
Hmm. I mean, you have a pretty wholesome stream. It's not disgusting like ours.
Yeah, I don't have the mature language. I have the some mature language when I do it.
All right, guys, what are we doing with our lives here?
Yeah,
Our
go
precious
for-
finite lives.
Go for the.
Is this how we're gonna spend
this one? Yeah, go for that one. Only 44 viewers.
Okay. Who is
Yeah,
this?
a bikini contest. But one thing that's really bad with that one is you can't chat. There's only emojis.
So this is why you want your wife to go to sleep, right?
No, I'm not a horny dude. I have a wife, so why would I be a horny dude?
I've actually watched some of those streams, and it's not out of horniness. I just find it funny. Some of the comments are really
No, but
funny.
this is not the same shit. You don't really understand. This is not like the hot pool shit.
LML, what do you think? Should we rate that?
I just telling you, this is not the same as all these dudes. Sorry, those girls in a hot tub. This is something
It's
else.
even worse.
No. This is just a person commenting on girls in bikinis that are walking up to a stage, and there's a competition who will win the prize.
The greatest job that has ever existed, right?
Yeah. To just be on that. Yeah. This,
All right,
this
chat.
is just a
Is
bikini
that
thing.
is that up our alley? It sounds like what we're all into.
Yeah. So this is so much better than the people doing it for.
They
hot
want
tub
Michael
money.
BG. Your original suggestion.
Yeah, go for Michael BG. That's so much better, maybe. If you want to be classy.
Oh yeah, he's playing 2v2 ladder. That's the way to go, guys.
Of course.
Okay, guys.
Okay, bye. Thank you for tuning
Yeah. Hopefully you
And,
guys
BXL tomorrow and on Sunday.
have a good
and
Christmas.
I will cast something on Monday.
Have a happy new year.
Happy New Year.
And get your lives together. Stop following this stupid game. LML, fuck you. Freakling, you're a piece of shit. Give me the map maker role.
What's the
Machine,
map
I love
maker
you.
role?
It's from the Brood War map making Discord.
Oh, you can't be in there?
Oh, I'm in there. They gave me a bunch of shitty roles because they're assholes. And I just want the map maker role. I'll get it one of these days. I'll send you an invite to it. You should have joined it. You should seriously go pee, man.
No, it's okay. I don't feel it anymore.
It's in your mouth by now.
No, I just mind over matter. I won.
I invited you to the map making Discord. You should check it out. There's a lot of cool stuff in there.
Do you want me to be a part of that? You know, I just took away so many Discord servers because one of the things they said, you know, on that thing that I watched on YouTube, they said that I should not spam on YouTube channels when I go to cast.
I have no opinion on that, man.
No, they said that it was bad, counterproductive. So then I took away all the Discords that I don't really enjoy.
I think that's one of the best Discords. They talk about maps, and it gives you insight about how the game works and stuff. There's some cool people there. They're making maps that get into foreign leagues and stuff.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Good Night
talk
was
to
made
them
by
about-
them, right?
Yeah.
Largo
some
was
great
submitted by a
maps.
map maker who's there. Some of the maps we saw today, some of the map makers are actually part of that Discord.
that's
Some of the
good.
Korean ones. So it's a really cool Discord channel. But yeah, just check it out. You can always leave. If it's not your thing.
Yeah, no problem. I will be here for a while then. Are you a part of my Discord?
I didn't know that you had one. If you send it to me, I'll try and share.
Oh, yeah, you don't need to if you don't want to, but
No, I'm always happy to join Discords. I'm not really, I post sometimes in ours. BSL, promote stuff. Foreign
Yeah.
Brood War has a funny general chat channel.
yeah, I promote all your shit in my channel, so. But
You shouldn't do that, man. Like, you're being too generous. Don't worry about it. Thank you, though.
What? Oh, but
Shield
like-
Battery and BSL, great. We just have this little thing where, we have fun. And I'm glad you joined us to co-cast and stuff. But don't worry, I'll be doing the promoting. I'll just spam some Discords or whatever.
Yeah. There is my Discord. It's a
Alright,
small
man.
one. I try to talk to them about stuff and so on.
Sweet.
Yeah. So yeah, I just have some, and what I also have is I try to have some people in the to have casters and so on, but there are so many of my former casters that are not really not here anymore. You have Scarves that I casted a bit with and CRVT, but none of them are active anymore.
focus on the people who are around, my friend.
Yeah, I know. But I need like a co-cast that I can. I need a little bunch of co-casters that I can alter through. But maybe I should just focus on casting myself. I don't know. It's
All
so
right.
much better when I have a co-caster sometimes. But
Any last words before I at least end the recording?
yeah, you can just end it, man. Okay, thank you, man, for inviting me to do this.
No, anytime. It's not an invite. Just let me know anytime you want to co-cast. I mean, some of the bigger events, I try to get like certain people because it's many hours too, and I think it gets pretty late.
Yeah, you should
Europe.
try to get some great casters in for big events. But
But all of our other ones are pretty much open.
yeah, if you need me, sometimes you just tell me.
Sounds good. I tried not to in the past because I knew you're busy with BSL, but now that I see you're available sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, and right now, because the BSL is over, I will have a short break. I let's see, I said something about it. I will have a break now. So I will cast the last one on Monday, and then I will have a break until the 3rd of January. And after that, I'm not really sure what to cast. I will cast a bit of the FS Mania, but then I'm not sure what to cast. So I'll need something else to start.
Keep you busy?
Yeah, I cast every Monday and Thursday. But I need some great content.
Yeah, you know what? I got replays of show matches that I've never broadcasted. There was this like kid. His name was Isaacs, and he's like 14 years old. And I used to give him replays, and he'd put them up on his YouTube.
Yeah.
I can always
maybe
share.
we can talk more about that when it's coming.
Yeah, if
But
you
right
needed
now-
some matches to like stream.
Yeah, let's see how much if FS Mania takes, because I heard that it's going to be a lot of shit. Okay, see you, man.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah, that's right. That's probably your best bet there. It's gonna be a lot of this.
Okay, bye, man.
Take care, my friend.
Bye.
Bye.